what a change. You know, just came in with more confidence, had a little bit more luck on their side, and they're able to come through and show us that kind of expected level of PUBG we know that Denmark is capable of. You know, they had a 6th place finish in their one appearance previously in PNC, so certainly excited for them. Today, the map rotation is going to change just a little bit. We're just swapping Miramar and Erangel. We're going to start out on the Dusty Dunes. Tego Rondo, same order in the middle there, and then Erangel to wrap up the first day.
It's funny because we had a conversation in the pre-show. You're an enjoyer of finishing on Miramar, and I'm an enjoyer of finishing on Erangel. Either way, for the teams that played really well on this map yesterday, and I'm looking at the likes of Denmark, it's a great way to carry on that momentum onto a map that you finished with in a brilliant fashion, with Beamy getting that final kill. And one of the things that I love about this event is seeing the fans of players. Did you see there was a bunch of people running around with Denmark jerseys and a sign with Beamy on it? And I asked him, did he see it? He was like, he had no clue. He was like, I didn't know I was big here.
He is big here. I mean, he's such a good player. He's been so good for so long that it's not too surprising that he's accumulated some fans along the way, but you're going to have a ton of fans representing a ton of different countries. I mean, I've seen people from all over the world here. I know there's going to be fans from Brazil here as usual. Saw them last year, and I guarantee they're going to be representing. Norway, for sure, we know has been represented, so it's going to be really exciting.
And there's no doubt that there's definitely going to be a home crowd favorite as well taking part, and their first day is today as well. And honestly, those home fans, I think they have a lot to be happy about, because that Korea team, which we'll talk about a little bit later on today, is looking so good.
Yeah, there's no doubt that they're going to be a force in this event. I mean, year after year after year, Korea brings one of the best rosters you can think of, no matter what is going on in Korea. So really excited about that. But we want to take a live look at what you have in store for the fans here. Bella's got a live report from the fan zone.
Hello guys, it's Bella. We are day 1 here at final stage of PNC 2025. The weather is hot, but it's going to get hotter inside the venue. But before all that, we have a whole area filled with events for you guys to enjoy. We got the MD exhibition, and of course the gift zone with the little box. And we have the predict the winner zone as well. So make sure to stop by this area before enjoying the show, and I'll see you guys later.
All right, and as usual, all kinds of fun stuff to do here at PNC for the fans, so tons of stuff to come down and check out. You know, there's still a few tickets available. I'm just going to say, not for the last day, but there's something else going on that day with ESPA coming through, so still, you can come down to Olympic Park and check things out regardless. I know it's hot, but we got plenty of cool stuff for you to do.
Cool stuff to do inside, and it's AC inside, so it's not a bad place to be to get some shade. And we spoke about the fan zone. If you are here, free slushies outside in the colours of the country that you want to represent, so it's worth keeping an eye on as well. But we're going to look at the record of the top 8 teams and how they got. So obviously Korea are going to try to go back to back to back, which is essentially unheard of in an event like this. USA, they were runners up last year. 1 point, right? It was 1 point in the end between the two sides, and if I know those guys as much as I do, they're going to want to come here and show what they can really do this time around.
For sure. I mean, I know for Purdy Curdy, he wants to get that first global win one way or another. He's been so close so many times, going back to PGC last year. So for him and a lot of those boys, they want to take this home for the USA, and I think they're absolutely a contender, a threat. You know, you got to look at APAC as well. They're going to bring a lot of teams. South America is always strong. So this is going to be a packed lobby. And like you said, that 1 point difference, Korea able to get it done in the last game. A little bit different roster for both sides, but Korea in particular bringing a couple different players.
Yeah, and I think for the USA, I think they're going to get stronger. Obviously, Snakers is an incredible player and always has been. But I feel like by adding Alo, he's got a really good relationship with Kurt. Those two play together every single day. They don't even need to communicate at times. They just have a sixth sense as to where everybody's going to be. And with on the other side of the coin, Shrimsy and Kick having that same cohesion, I think it's really going to help Team USA. And when it comes to Team Korea, it is so hard to get on that PNC side because there are so many incredible players from Korea that it's so hard for them to bring the same roster year on year whenever performance has an impact on who plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the Korea roster this year, you're going to have Gyumin as your IGL. He's been IGLing for the Freaks. You know, 2 second places at both PGSs earlier this year. They can really get it done. Now, they're not going to be kind of in the same play style as some of the previous Korea teams, I feel like. Maybe a little bit more measured, maybe a little bit more looking for some of that zone control. But I know also Seoul, with him being back here, he wants to get it done on the global stage. It's his first chance. He was telling me backstage just a little bit ago that, you know, for him, he's kind of frustrated because he's been a little bit bored this year. He hasn't made it to any global events, so this is his opportunity, and I guarantee he's going to want to get aggressive.
Yeah, there's a lot of players actually globally that are huge names that haven't been able to play at a PGS this year or even at PNC. So me personally, I'm so excited to get to cast him for the first ever time because he's a phenomenal player in the scene. And we're watching the highlights last year of how those teams got so close in the end, and it came down to the very last game. But the big thing about these two sides, I think, will be the contracts in style, because you spoke about how you think there's going to be a bit more measure with Korea this year. I think that in a lobby like this, it's the team that makes the best decisions that are going to win. Like, I know that's an obvious thing to say, but these aren't four players who play together every single day. So it's going to be so much harder to keep on top of what everybody's doing. And as we said in the survival stage, sometimes these players, they don't need to communicate in their normal rosters because they just know. So they have to add that layer to their game that they don't maybe not usually use.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with Seoul and Salute, you're going to have some level of comfort there, going back to their days together on Danawa. Gumin and Salute, obviously, together on the Freaks. Raining's kind of the wild card there. His first PNC, a player who I've been a big fan of for a very long time in Korea because of his individual rifling skill in particular. I think you got to see a little bit of that at PGS. Well-deserved spot here for him. But on the USA side, you have crazy good fraggers there. You have a great frontliner and kick. So I really think that they're going to push the tempo again.
I always pick Raining in fantasy. He's one of the players, because he's always a bargain as well. Like,
yeah.
I can never understand how he's so cheap. But the big thing is, these are the two teams that were first and second place last year. A lot of people at home will think they could be the top two once more, but let's have a hear on what players from both of the sides had to say when they spoke to Bella a little while ago.
안녕하세요, 벨라입니다. 2024 디펜딩 챔피언 서울 선수와 2위였던 팀 USA의 킥스타트 선수 한번 모셔봤는데요. 과연 올해 서울에서 다시 리매치를 하게 됐는데 서로에게 하고 싶은 이야기가 있는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with the defending champion of PNC and the runner-up Team USA Kickstart. I want to ask them, do you have anything you would like to say? Is it going to be different this year? All right, so first.
뭐 작년과는 별 다를 거 없다고 생각하고 아마도 뭐 이번에도 우승을 놓치지 않을까라고 좀 예상하고 있습니다.
I don't think it's going to be different this year. I think the trophy is going to be ours again. What do you have to say to that, Kick?
Well, I caught his breakfast this morning and it was a crab mayo sandwich from a gas station. So I don't know if that's like his normal diet, but I don't think it's looking good for him.
오늘 서울 선수의 아침 식사가 뭐 게살 마요를 하는 거를 먹는 걸 봤는데 뭐 그게 뭐 루틴인지는 모르겠지만 오늘 별로지 않을까라고 킥스타트 선수가 얘기해줬습니다. Alright, good luck, Seoul. Good luck, Kick. Okay, say 안녕. 안녕.
Gas station sushi, the breakfast of champions, right?
Look, I mean, the convenience food, you know, does slap here. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I love convenience stores in Korea. So I think Seoul's on the right track, personally. We'll have to wait and see. But another region we got to look out for, dude, is APAC. I mean, obviously, if you've been watching the survival stage, you saw Indonesia and the Philippines absolutely come out just fragging their minds out.
And it's such a change from last year. Indonesia, obviously, they have come back. They dominated yesterday. And for Philippines at their first ever event, there maybe was a couple of nerves over the first two maps on day one, but they were incredible. But look on the left, two powerhouses of PUBG, Thailand and Vietnam coming in. And we had a conversation about Thailand, right? They've always been a region that have been known to shoot first, ask questions later. But you think with a change in roster and a change in IGL, you think there'll be a different approach?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ross a junior coming in, he is a veteran of PUBG esports, and the way he runs his T5 team is very, very different. They're not nearly as aggressive as a lot of the other Thai teams. They're going to play a slower game. They love things like E-pickups and using the gliders for scouting to look for some of those, you know, phase 4, phase 3, maybe phase 5 rotations to try to get a center circle position that's valuable. Things like that are going to be more in their wheelhouse, I suspect.
Yeah. I think that it makes them more dangerous, actually. You know, because obviously whenever you get in a fight with Thailand as a team, you know that they're there for the long haul. But now you'd have to think twice about, well, where could the rest of the players be? Are we fighting against 3 players with another player on a scout? It's little things like that that are worth keeping an eye on. And honestly, I think that Thailand is another region where it's so hard to pick the 4 best players because they're just so stacked from top to bottom.
Yeah, I mean, players like Tigger aren't here. He's absolutely incredible. We're bringing in Kiss, which is super exciting. He is absolutely incredible. I mean, what he showed us at PGS earlier this year was beyond belief. Fluky is a known quantity, a phenomenal player, to say the least. He has always been a really good frontline fragger, great with those ARs as you just saw in those highlights. And of course, Vietnam has maybe the best player in the world right now, Himas. Absolutely just destructive in every aspect of the game.
Who was called out, by the way, by Team Norway yesterday as Himan wants to prove that even though they share similar names, that they have different goals over the course of today. And I think it'll be worth keeping an eye on if those 2 teams go head-to-head. But you brought up the fact as well about Kiss coming in. I watched APAC quals ahead of PGS at the start of the year, and I remember going, wow, this team looks phenomenal, and Kiss is a star. And then at PGS, the first couple of maps, they looked so nervous. But oh my, did Kiss just evolve to another level? And you saw players like Tig, Shrimzy, you know, even European, lots of European players saying, this Kiss kid is insane.
Yeah, they have really good mechanics. They have some really interesting decision-making that a lot of teams aren't maybe going to try, where they'll kind of take these weird semi-aggressive positions where they're going to hold some ground behind some of the other teams, let them do a little fighting, wait for their moment to strike, try to play for that late game. You know, that was for SMO at least at PGS. I think back to that Tago game that went south of Godok and that right near the river edge, and they were able to get a really good result there with playing that kind of style. So I think it is going to be a little bit different with obviously the national roster instead of his normal team, but this is a guy to watch out for. He can frag.
Yeah, I can't wait. So if you don't have him on your fantasy team or you've not said it yet, think about it. But another 2 teams that are, I really want to hear what they have to say, right? So let's hear what Thailand and Vietnam had to say ahead of today's games.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Team Thailand's Kiss of Death Kiss and Himas from Team Vietnam, a given name. How are you guys today?
Super good, really good. Yeah.
Super good, very good. What about you, Himas?
I'm very good.
Very good. All right. Well, APAC is looking stronger than ever this year. Well, how is this year going to be different for Team Thailand and Vietnam? You first, Kiss.
Thailand win.
Thailand win? Okay. Well, Himas, you heard that. What about Vietnam?
Vietnam win.
Vietnam win. Okay. Well, Sawadee Ka and
Cảm ơn.
Cảm ơn, Himas. Thank you. Say bye.
Well, man, a few words, right?
Yeah.
But effective words.
Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Win. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, but let's turn our attention back to yesterday's action. So going into yesterday, Poland were in the hunt, and a lot of people had ruled Denmark out. And we're just going to look at the day that they had as far as how many points and placements they were able to move over the course of the day. Denmark going all the way from 16th to 5th in one day with, what, 74 points?
Yeah. Once they got to Miramar, they just took over. I mean, you could see the confidence flowing for them, taking some really aggressive fights, some really opportunistic fights, looking for those third-party opportunities, getting deeper into games. And then, of course, the last game, even though Beamy clutches it out with that 1v2 against Norway, they were already secured at that point. But, man, what a cherry on top of the sundae there for them, because that was a thing of beauty.
Just make sure that they avoid C4s today, because whether they're using them or they're being used against them, it really doesn't work well for Denmark.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that one that Norway did was absolutely beautiful, just throwing the motorcycle at them. And the funniest part was Hyman, as he hits the wall and knocks himself, that's when the C4 goes off, and he's in that temporary invulnerable state when you first get knocked. So he's able to survive it even while wiping the team. So yeah, the first day was a little weird for Denmark, but they seem to be right back into what we thought they could do. And this guy right here, absolutely incredible.
I'm so happy because I spent all of our pre-show day talking about how good Keter is, and like, a lot of people don't know who he is, and I'm like, he's going to go under the radar, but he will come here and show what a valuable asset he is to Denmark. He dropped 1 kill on the first day, and I was like, either I have caster cursed him so hard, or I just don't know what I'm talking about. But day 2 yesterday, Keter showed up, big for his side, and you really need all 4 players to be at their best, especially this weekend now, because it's not about getting top 8 from this point on, it's about winning.
Exactly. I mean, you know, you talk to some of the players back there. especially like Marsalek, he was telling me, you know, they're so happy they got through here, obviously just barely, but now he feels like there's no pressure. You know, he's like, you're either first or 16th, or you're somewhere in the middle. And that's kind of how they're treating it today. They're coming out here, they're having fun. You know, a lot of players love this event because it gives them the ability to play with some freedom, with a little bit less pressure on them in some ways. So can't wait to see what teams like Denmark and Poland are going to be able to do after a strong finish yesterday.
My favorite thing about the whole thing yesterday was when Poland actually got over the threshold, they didn't know. I spoke to Marsalek. The players were saying very colorful language. They thought they were knocked out. They were disappointed. And then Marsalek saw the sign and he just started leaping. But let's have a look at our top 5 kill leaders. And Trick was obviously phenomenal yesterday. Beamy with a big day. But I want to talk about Michael, because he was part of the PNC roster that won a couple of years ago. Then he didn't get picked up, and then last year he came back in a disappointing event for UK. But yesterday and the day before, Michael was brilliant.
Well, it's crazy to think, like, how much value he brings to this squad as an IGL, and now as a fragger on top of that. I mean, we saw some great moments from him. That Rondo game, he was really stellar in some of his individual decision-making and some of the overall decision-making that the UK was bringing, the way that they were managing their space around them, leaving T-Bone behind. But Michael is kind of one of those point guys, was really impactful at closing out their win and making sure that they got here into this final stage.
And then Teddy obviously was brilliant yesterday as well. I feel like Teddy had Spain in a headlock at points. He was just ruining them all day long as we look at our damage leaders. But there is one player I think that's worth mentioning who didn't get into the top 5, and that's Fuzzface. He dropped 19 kills for Sweden. And for him, that is phenomenal, showing that he can still do it. So, you know, if he wants to maybe make a run back at full-time comp, he definitely can.
Please do. Please do. I mean, with what we saw in terms of his complete understanding of the game, his ability to read situations correctly. You know, I still am going to think back to that very first match at Erangel where, yes, he died going over the hill to 2 players of Japan, but that actually got Sweden much further in that game because he identified that 2 players had crept up underneath them because of his game sense, because of his understanding of the map. Things like that are so important, but I'm sad Sweden's not here. They had such a good first day, but looking forward to hopefully seeing more of Fuzz in the future.
Yeah, definitely. And it is so good to be in a situation like this for him to show what he can do. Obviously heartbreak in the end, because I think when we looked at it with 5 or 6 minutes left on the last map, he was, you know, Sweden were still in. It was last second. We spoke a little bit about predictions though, and I hate making predictions, right?
Yeah, me too.
It's so hard to do, especially in a lobby like this. But you've gone for Vietnam.
For today.
For today.
For the whole event, I'm going with China. But I think today Vietnam's going to come out swinging. I think with APAC having all this momentum, I think they're going to be the best APAC team here. So that's the team I'm looking at. You went with Brazil, though.
I literally seesawed between USA and Brazil. USA because it's the region I work with, Brazil. But then I was like, you know what? We're going to talk a lot about USA. Let's go for Brazil because I think Sparking is probably the best player we've ever seen come out of South America.
Yes.
And I think we don't even have to debate that anymore. No. And when you consider that they've been added by some new blood, obviously you've got BL who've come in from Rock alongside Santastico. Incredible players.
Yeah, no. I mean, this Brazil squad, I think, is going to do damage again. I mean, they always do well, right? But we're going to see an even bigger step up, I think. Sparking is one of the best players on the planet. So he's always hungry to win. I love talking to him behind the scenes because he's always got that fire in him, and it's just infectious. He's such a nice guy. So I don't blame you at all for thinking Brazil here.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that as it is a new roster, right? It's not the Brazil that we're used to seeing. So for them, I think they're going to come here with a point to prove. And all the graphics that we looked at anyway, Brazil and Argentina, historically overall course of all the PNCs, have won more maps than any other regions.
Yeah, and I'm not super surprised by that in most ways. I mean, again, players who are very experienced across both teams, across just about every level of PUBG esports. You know, you think to any possible event, those guys are going to be the ones doing it. In Argentina, I'm really excited for Capitan, his first time playing, and as an IGL, so he's really stoked.
Oh, we'll talk a lot about him later, but we asked some of the people at home as well who they thought would get the most kills. And we got 3 of these right. We talked in the pre-show, we were like, Tiggleton's going to be there, Salute's going to be there, Hemas. But we got Kiss showing up, and I love to see that.
I thought for sure we'd see like an Left or a Xiaowu maybe coming through, but man, that's great to see. Kiss well-deserved here because of how impressive he was. I thought maybe Sparking as well for, the Brazil fans maybe coming through with their survey, but Tiggleton, not surprising. I mean, he's got an army of, followers from his streaming, so he's definitely going to be popping off no matter what. He's looked really good this year too.
Yeah, rightfully so. Look, he's an incredible player, and I think that a lot of the time over the course of this year, he's not had to make as many big plays as he had to in the past because of the way that Falcons were playing, because, Shrimzy's on another level now, Kickstart's the same, and Tiggleton's always been Tig. He's always been phenomenal. He's got his head locked in the game, but I'm surprised that we didn't see any votes for the likes of Shrimzy, because you and I know he has been playing out of his mind for the last, I'm going to say, 18 months.
One of the most consistent players ever in PUBG esports. I mean, he is going to be a legendary player whenever he decides to retire. I hope it's never, but, eventually all good things. He is just a tremendously smart player, a tremendously effective player. He's done it across so many different events, so many different levels of the game. No doubt Shrimzy is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And if you're looking at your fantasy league over at Twire.gg, Shrimzy, a very solid pick. Yeah,
Shrimzy would be a great pick, I think, with the momentum that Beanie is bringing in today. It's definitely worth having a look at him. So if you're thinking about building your team, you've got a $100,000 budget, which is more than enough. Everybody's going to be able to build the perfect team they want, but the rules are 4 players, 1 player from every team, and then you captain 1 player who will get a bonus on their points. And then finally, you get to pick a bench player as your backup. And I'm obviously going to go for Avenger because it's the only time I'll ever get the chance to pick a colleague as one of the people on my team.
Yep.
And why not? Give Avenger some love.
I realized this. I have worked one event with Scoom back at the FACEIT Global Summit, so I guess you could pick him as well, and I could claim that, okay, it's a colleague, but I did not pick him. My team today, I'm going to say stacked as heck. Soul is dirt cheap. I don't want to, I assume most people are going to be picking Soul because of how cheap he is and just how good he is historically, but you participate in this event, you do well in it, guess what? You are going to win some prizes. First place, 10,000 G-Coin. You get a bunch of cool stuff. You get the Loot Cache and a Razer Death Adder V4 Pro, a super slick mouse.
And if you haven't already, if you win that G-Coin, you make sure to use it to buy and support these teams at the event, because crowdfunding, of course, is in place to increase what already is a wonderful prize pool that we have. And obviously we've got G-Coin all the way down to 300th place, which, by the way, I'm not in yet at all, because my picks over the course of the first 2 days did not go as planned. But I will say this, if you're watching at home, do make sure to pick Martin as your sub Avenger, because I'd love for him to be the most picked player at this event, even if he is just as a sub. Everybody get Avenger as your sub.
Sure. I don't want to inflate his ego too much, so I'm not going to join you in agreeing with that. But look, he's having a good run of it here with Team Denmark as their coach, obviously. Just being that guy to kind of fulfill whatever needs they have, and he's done a nice job of it, obviously.
And you know what? We all love G-Coin. That's not the only way you can get G-Coin at this event. There's other ways to do so. You can enter our bingo where you can predict the winning team, and you can get the highest score to win some extra G-Coin on that side of things as well. I know you've been trying to get me to play bingo for days. I might do it on the last day. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get there. And then obviously we can get some G-Coin for the special moments. And the other way, I guess, is there'll be codes. There will be codes in chat. You don't need to ask about them. They will be put up at random stages during the show, so make sure to be ready to redeem those when they are put up on screen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, easy ways to get a little bit of extra, money in the pocket there for some skins and some other cool stuff in game. So make sure you're participating in all that. Spread the word. Let people know that PNC is going on, and there's plenty of opportunities to acquire some little goodies.
And then finally, there are also drops, so make sure that your account is linked to Twitch to make sure you get those drops on your page as well, and make sure to show them off on stream. Why not? Why not tweet at me some of the loot that you get from those drops, and I'll let you know what I think, what you're able to do with it. But I am so excited because we're getting so close, and this is the part where I think that some players, who've been here before, the likes of Salute, their heart rate's going to be pretty low, but for some of the teams that maybe are coming in, some of the newer players, they could be really nervous. You brought up one, BDL, you brought up one talking about Team Argentina.
Capitan.
Capitan. I had a big chat with him yesterday. He is so excited to be here, and he's such a good guy as well. He's playing with a couple of his teams, but we'll talk a little bit. Tell me about your what you think about these pick'ems that we're seeing.
I'm curious to see how this has changed based on what we saw in the survival stage. I mean, still the top three not changing too much, but Vietnam starting to pull out ahead here, ahead of the USA. That is pretty crazy, but not too surprising. This is a really dominant region right now in PUBG esports. So they've been always just a few, like 100,000 ahead of the US, and they're going to maintain that position. But look at, there's a ton of pick'ems now. I think we've gone up like more than 1 million for China since yesterday. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I see that Argentina have crept up into the mix as well, which I think they should have been there anyway with their historic record at this event, and obviously UK got more picks. Now, I am sorry to all the Japan fans out there. Your team is not going to be winning at this point as they did not get over the line. And looking down, look at that jump from Indonesia. People saw how they played over the survival stage, and they voted in their thousands, and that's got them up now to 13th place.
A dark horse in this tournament for sure. Dead last in the pick'ems to now 13th, so that's a really cool jump. Well deserved with how they played. Denmark still in the same spot, even though they're getting more votes. I think they deserve a little bit more love here, folks. Philippines getting some much deserved love as well. They went from second to last up to that 18th spot.
Yeah, so keep an eye on how that changes and flows over the course of the weekend. And one of the teams, we'll have a look now at the co-streamers. So we're not going to name them all out because there's so many, but they are co-streaming in every different language you can imagine. So make sure to pop in and show them some love as well and join their communities to watch these games. And of course, there's some pro players in there that'll be co-streaming as well.
Absolutely. There's a ton of big names in esports that are going to be watching this, that are going to be co-streaming. Ton of big PUBG names. Saw Wacky Jackie in there. So really excited to have all these guys. Shout out to my boy Zophirs. He's one of the tie casters, one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. Big fan of him. So some great people that are going to be supporting us.
I think that region as a whole, everyone I've ever met from Thailand and even my time there, they're some of the friendliest people I have ever met. But we are getting closer and closer now to that opening ceremony. Before we start though, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. I'm gonna put you on the spot. I'm gonna interview you, Paper.
Please.
So Chinese Taipei got a lot of votes
Yeah.
in the pick'ems, but I think based on their style of play, they've got a style of play that's good for getting into the top 8. We'll talk about it actually a bit later because I think we're getting closer and closer to that opening ceremony. So Paper, you think they're going to have to change things up a little bit?
I think so.
I think so. Well, look, we are going to get ready for our opening ceremony where everything's about to kick off here at PNC 2025, and it's time to kick off the grand finals.
And today, history is written again by Team South Korea. They are your 2024 PNC champion. And the Korean team, back-to-back PNC champions, defend their trophy once again. Valiant effort, but Vietnam ends in Vietnam settles for second. Vietnam secures third place. Vietnam lands in fourth.
USA, they need to overtake Korea. Korea has 4 points. The tiebreaker is
Welcome to PNC 2025.
They are the champions here.
United Kingdom! Your 2023-24 PNC champions! Welcome to PNC 2025. Just barely. Welcome to PNC 2025.
hold on. Watch out, the furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk.
And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on.
혹시 모델업팅 좀
Smooth and original. Straight from the underground.
The brain's motivation neurotransmitter, dopamine.
Bọn mình luôn luôn cho top 4 mà. Bây giờ chỉ còn vô địch nữa thôi. Lần trước không có tôi, bây giờ có tôi, anh em sẽ vô địch được thôi. Lụm. Ok, đi thôi. Ok, làm cái đi. 1, 2, 3.
Listen up. We have got 2 goals to this PNC. First, we gotta win PNC. And second, we need to get a Aespa's autograph.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
중국 대표팀은 일단 최근 스크림에서 느꼈을 때 4명 다 자신감 있는 플레이를 하는 것 같고 4명 다 엄청 공격적인 것 같아요.
我觉得韩国队伍打法什么的都很完整嘛，然后打得也很好，但是这一次冠军该是我们了。
뭐라는 거예요? 한국 음식이 입에 안 맞나? 말 실수하네. 3등까지 줄 수 있다. 3등에 올려.
No.
중3 딱.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing, man?
Fantastic.
Nice. You need a new jersey, bro.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's not looking good on you.
It is what it is.
Yikes.
You know, it kind of sucks to not be on the same team, but it's also fun to come back as enemies. I mean, you got second place last year, but, you know, I'll lift that trophy for you this year, mate.
Didn't you guys get like 8th last year? Like, we only lost by 1 point. And you're IGLing this year, right?
Nah, that was just a fluke. We're the real deal this year, trust.
You say that every year, man. You gotta figure your stuff out. Korea's three-peat will be no longer. They will not win.
Yeah, I don't think this year's for Korea either.
We will make sure they will not win.
I'm down.
Guaranteed. Let's go.
Chúng tôi đã có nhiều lỗi đáng tiếc. ก็ PNC ครั้งที่แล้วผมรู้สึกว่าพวกเราพลาดไปหลายจุดครับ ผมรู้สึกว่าพวกเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับ
希望这次可以让我们没有遗憾吧。最后站在舞台上的一定是我们中国队。
Vamos competir com muita paixão e dedicação. Và chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị rất nhiều. Và lần này chúng tôi xứng đáng giành được chức vô địch.
1 year has passed and we're back in Seoul. And this time we'll make sure to defeat Team Korea.
And we'll show you what a powerhouse Team Australia can be. Please look forward to the birth of a new champion.
Esperen que nuestro equipo sea muy fuerte este torneo.
Survivor stage itu sama saja ibaratnya kita main scrim biasa.
I think the real games are beginning now.
Team Norway will make sure to take the trophy.
Esta vez vamos a vencer a Corea.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 간단하게 인터뷰 하나 진행하겠습니다.
아, 네.
팬분들한테 한마디 부탁드립니다.
저희 이번 팬시 되게 준비 열심히 많이 했고 잘 되고 있어서 좀 기대하시면서 많이 지켜봐 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
그러면 이제 한국을 견제하는 팀들한테 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
한마디요? 요즘 공공의 적이더라고요, 아주. 모든 팀들이 저희를 노리고 있던데 지난 2년간 어디가 우승했는지 잘 아시죠? 뺏을 테면 뺏어보세요.
Welcome back, everyone. And those videos and that intro, what a ceremony that was, Paper. But there was a theme. So many teams saying they're going to win this year, but there's only 2 teams on the stage with a star on their shirts, and that is Korea and Team UK. Do you think we're going to see a new PNC champion this year, or do you think Korea will get the three-peat done?
It's going to be really tough to keep this Korea team down. Some of the best in the world right now on that squad, no doubt about it. The return of Seoul to the global stage, he's going to be hungry, but my eyes really go to teams like Vietnam, like China, who have PGC winners on their squads, who know how to get it done. So absolutely, they are going to be forces to be reckoned with. And maybe, you know, with what we were hearing a little bit between Australia and USA, teams might be targeting Korea a little bit. Kind of actually hard to do in a PUBG lobby because you got to just kind of take the points where you can. But there is going to be a lot of eyes on that kill feed whenever Korea's involved.
Yeah, and I love how some of the players were talking about how they deserve to win PNC. Well, there's only one way that you deserve to win this event. Yeah, we got Himsy, we got Gunner represented and Kick, but there's only one way to deserve to win a PNC, and that's to go out over the next 3 days and earn it. And you know, every single player behind us, even if they're going into this with the underdog mentality, truly believe that they have what it takes to win it. And honestly, I think it is going to be the best PNC we've ever had. And that's a bold statement considering there was 1 point last year.
No, I think this is going to come down to the wire again. I mean, this is just such an unbelievably stacked lobby that we have here. 16 teams, 64 of the best players on the planet right now. You saw on the survival stage how hard fought it was, how every team made that one of the sweatiest 2 days I've ever seen at a PNC, and it only should get even more intense here over the next 3 days, over the next 18 matches.
Yeah, 18 match format, of course. I think it's the best because you truly know who deserves to win over that many maps. A 6 map day, it can come down to luck. A 12 map day, you get a little bit of skill, but over 18 maps, the cream truly rises to the top. But it is time to kick things off in Miramar. PNC 2025, day 1. We are underway here, Paper, and I cannot wait to get stuck into the action.
For sure. We're coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea, once again for PNC, and we begin our journey on Miramar, the Dusty Dunes. And I'm telling you, if what I've been hearing about is true, I think we're going to get hot drops probably most maps today. I think there's a lot of teams who have a lot to prove. We'll see, though. You know, teams in the scrims in the lead-up today just kind of were quiet because nobody fought for anything. They didn't want to show their hands. They didn't want to show their cards. They kept it close to the vest. So now my question is, are spots like Picado, you know, sometimes Hacienda, there's some other points of interest that do get fought over. For Team Korea, you're going to be seeing them go for the normal DN Freaks drops, so it's going to be Kantara here. For our defending champions, throughout the day, I've looked at their desired drop locations. It's going to be all Freaks ideas, so curious to see how that's all going to work out. But right now, I'm just seeing China over Picado. I was curious if the Philippines were thinking about making a claim or trying to make a claim.
No, you can't. Not against China. You can't. Not on your first day. You're really, maybe you win a couple of gunfights later on at the tournament, but the big one for me to point out straight away is that in the initial drop map that we were given, Germany and Thailand were going to hot drop over water treatment. Now, speaking to some of the players and having watched a lot of Europe, Germany do like avoiding early game engagements if they can, and with this flight path, and they know that they could get to water treatment, but their alt drop in Puerto was available. No point risking going for a hot drop on map 1. They've gone to Puerto, and you know what? The circle with the flight path we have, it's pretty good for them early stages.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to work with here coming out of Los Leones. You know, the USA is going to start there, but they are certainly not going to be anywhere near that initially. Once they get their gear, once they start making those rotations, they're going to be trying to claim some of those center compounds. This is one of those weird circles where usually it's going to end up somewhere around Picado, is typically where these circles like to go. Doesn't have to, though, as we do have an interview ready with Salute, the defending champion.
안녕하세요. DM프릭스 소속 살로트 우재현이라고 합니다. 이번에 2025년 PNC 국가대표로 참가하게 됐습니다. 최근에 있던 대회에서 좀 아쉬운 성적도 가지고 제 개인 폼이 안 좋았다고 생각을 하는데 이번 대회에서 꼭 그걸 떨쳐내고 좋은 모습으로 활약할 수 있게 보여드릴 테니까 재밌게 봐주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 사실 잘하는 팀을 견제하는 건 당연하다고 생각을 하고 그 왕관의 무게를 견디는 게 한국 대표팀이라 생각을 해서 이번에도 별일 없이 우승을 하지 않을까 싶어요. 제가 왜 국가대표로 선발되었는지 이번에 결과로 증명하겠습니다.
Terrifying, isn't it, when a team that won the event last year as a player going, yeah, I don't think I played anywhere near how I can. James in a spot of trouble here as Flood from Team Australia will fire the first real shots and anger here at PNC. And Australia, they will keep on moving inside the circle. Australia, by the way, great drops here on Miramar, getting power grid. That's a great staging post for them this event.
It really is. I mean, you see that this drop spot is often contested at the global stage. At PGS's, often Twisted Minds is having to defend that territory. One of the best teams on the planet, of course. So when you're looking at power grid, you're looking at easy access to a lot of early game, a lot of high ground, a lot of powerful compounds that Australia's already kind of reaching out to near that road that runs out of Picado to the northeast. So certainly a great spot to start, and I'm really curious to see how Tiggleton is going to approach being the IGL this year for Australia. He was talking to me a little bit about it, how he's not used to having to talk that much. Like he is normally a player who's allowed to be a little more quiet because, you know, he doesn't have to do that IGL role and he can just kind of rely on his teammates. Now he has to be much more vocal, and he found that to be a little strange at first.
And it is going to be strange when you've not done it for so long, but we're honing in on Simoy here and the rest of Indonesia. If you're just joining us today, they were exceptional over the course of the survival stage. Simoy was brilliant on day one, and Trick was phenomenal alongside Teddy on day two. They've dropped inside of Drumstick Island, way down to the south. They'll look to rotate into the circle in the early stages, but I think that there's going to be a level of confidence they're going to have that if they had have just been in the 16 teams and it was the old format, I don't think they'd be as confident going into today as they are now, considering that they dominated the survival stage.
Yeah, it is, you know, really encouraging for me to see Indonesia play that well, to get that level of confidence on a global event. But they need to continue that. They need to find ways to build off of that momentum. Don't let go of that success that you were able to find. Again, I will say this until the cows come home. It was the best performance I've seen from any Indonesian roster, however you want to cut it, whether it be at a PGS or a PGC. Here at PNC, that was the best I've ever seen from that region. I need to see more. I want to give a quick shout out to Setsuna, who is putting up a ton of damage for this squad, and a lot of it was with the DMRs. He was setting up like the players like Teddy, like Simoy, like Trick for success with his initial opening of space and kind of softening up some of those targets. But look at this, Gumin on his own.
Yeah, doesn't have a vehicle. He's got to get out of there really quick. He's going to stand and fight his ground. Here come Norway. Gumin almost getting the first shot on ENC, but he's going to get the first knock of PNC, but James is there to trade it back. And now Korea Soul running up with the nade in the back pocket, looking to get some revenge for his fallen comrade. Norway, they're going to go for the res, but Soul seems to be reading the movement. He tosses the nade inside and it hits the target. Heeman's going to fall. He's going to get flushed out, and Soul is fighting back.
And look what he's done. He's broken things open here for Korea, raiding with the Panzer, looking to put it to good use. And there's a buggy that just drives in right in front of him. They're going to storm through. Salute, just run around in tens, puts him on the ground, makes short work of that prone player. But Himas from Vietnam, from afar, looking to get involved, looking to stymie Korea early.
Yeah, Himas has got James in his sight now too, but James has got some explosive utility of his own, and it's perfect. He'll get the knock onto Salute as these two sides continue to do damage to each other. At what point does Himas say maybe it is worth Vietnam pushing? The team is too far away, so really he is just on Overwatch. James gets the first aid off. Seoul will get another confirmation on the board for Korea, but Norway not done fighting just yet. But Seoul gets it done, and Korea with the opening squad wipe of PNC.
What timely play from Seoul. The initial grenade just perfect. You know, Gumin there, able to get that first knock and saying, look, I'm dead, but you've got an opportunity here. Now, Alo down, he runs into Germany over in Los Leones. This is what I was kind of talking about earlier with those rotations that were going to be available to Germany, but a late kind of positioning from Alo, maybe playing a bit of an anchor spot, costs him, and he's down. Purdy Curdy, though, looking to try to return the favor. Germany just going to set up inside of this apartment building. Purdy's above them, I believe, so This is going to be interesting. They're looking to maybe clear this building out. How does Purdy get through? Shrimzy quite a bit ahead of his IGL.
Yeah, the only way that there was any way the rest of USA were getting involved there was if Kurt was able to get a knock or two. They're going to play as a 2 for the rest of this game. We've got another bit of action here. Team UK pushing on to Vietnam. Tan Vu, of course, takes the first bit of damage in this fight, but Michael with a FAMAS already, and Hemas gets the opener of this engagement. T-Bone is going to fall. Hemas will flush that one out, but UK brilliant at bringing players back once they've been dealt with already. But this is going to be tough here, Paper. But Fex will get a knock of his own.
Yeah, Fex being really patient here behind these boxes. So the stuns come out, a good grenade does a fair amount of damage. Tambu able to finish what the grenade started. So just one player left here for the UK, and it's Vard quite far away from this fight. Looks like he is just gonna wait for his opportunity to try to see if he can grab the blue chips and get the recall through.
Yeah, 10 players have fallen already in the opening 8.5 minutes here on Erangel, which has completely had a revamp to its tempo at the highest level of esports here in PUBG. And you'd think that the lobby will get a little bit of room to breathe now. You'd hope that all those players falling is going to create insane amounts of space inside a zone like this. And one of the teams that'll look to take advantage of that is Denmark, because they're going to share the area around Cantera with Team Poland.
Yeah, so curious to see if anybody's going to find any significant damage between these two. They're quite spread out, are both teams, so it's going to come down to some of that long-range shooting, some of that DMR damage, to see if they can find any opportunities to try to make a stronger push somewhere. Xiaowu going to be up on top of the mountain here. Delwyn going to be sneaking underneath him. I mean, this is a Delwyn specialty. He is such an aggressive player out on his own. He is willing to take some space and catch his opponents off guard when they don't expect him to be there. And Xiaowu, though,
third viewer.
I think he's actually shooting at the Philippines way over on the other side, but for the likes of Vietnam, they're just checking. They're just doing a little bit of scouting here for Delwyn to set him up for success.
Yeah, Delwyn's just creeping up over that ridgeline. Xiaowu on the other side, spotting around the open, but Delwyn takes a ton of damage. One more repeat, one more shot to do it, but he misses every single one. But the fight's not over just yet. The nade's there, and Delwyn will find the knock, and Xiaowu will go down. This should be a point on the board for Vietnam to get them up to 4, but Xiaowu had no clue that Delwyn was creeping up the ridgeline.
He's so good at moments like this, and he's such a brilliant leader for the Expendables, and you're seeing why, because not only is he good at taking space, being that recon player that is so valuable in PUBG esports, but he's capable of finishing what he started. A little bit whiffy there on the initial spray, but that's a-okay because he had Xiaowu in a dead-to-right spot. Poland going to be grouping up. You can see Denmark wants to gain a little bit of territory behind that, just going to backfill a little bit as Gustav into this concrete god compound. Poland, though, going to be happy with what they have for now, as this is pretty central in phase 2. We did shift to the east, away from Picado just a little bit, and a lot of interesting terrain to work with here around the craters, around the graveyard, north of Los Leones. So this is shaping up to be a really interesting start to PNC.
And if you are eagle-eyed and you're looking at the Poland roster and say something looks different, yes, Domint is back in today, and Pufa has gone back into the coaching role. So they have made a change going into today. Whether or not this is the thing where they're going to alternate the team every single day, or whether there was just something in particular about day 2 that made them think Pufa would give them a better chance, they have made a roster swap. And I love how we're seeing teams like Indonesia play in positions like Picado where you might not usually go this early, but because you've got the recall system in that position, it means you could play there, and if you do sustain a knock from long range, you can get that player back.
Yeah, exactly, and also that's a really nice spot on the edge of Picado because it gives you a ton of zone control to your east. You're going to be able to keep track of any teams that are going to be setting up on the outside crater that's to the west of Kantara. A little bit of attempted damage. Are they going to drive?
They got it.
They got the tire. Oh, Jaiwei's in trouble now. Jacob circling around him. The spray there gets him weak, and Fluky from afar able to finish what Jacob started.
Yeah, we talked about how we thought Thailand would be a little less aggressive, but there's some things that you can't iron out of a team. And I loved how you had one player, Fluky, up on high with Ross focusing on the tire, and Jacob was like, yeah, you put the pressure on, I'm going to cut him off with a vehicle, I'm going to get that knock. That's a level of confidence in your own ability and your teamwork that is just so good to see.
Yeah, and that shows great communication as well there for Team Thailand to be able to set up plays like that, to catch the trailing player of Chinese Taipei, who are now going to make a wide wrap up to the north. A little bit of space available for them up there, but you know, fighting uphill the rest of the way, most likely, depending on what the next circles do, but going to be a little bit tricky for them. Germany still hounding the backside of USA. Kickstart and Trimsy, the duo for the Falcons, just going to be chilling in a house, trying to lock things down, trying to see what points they can salvage out of this one. And now Thailand making their move. They're going to be coming in towards Los Leones. You have Argentina and Germany down here. This is actually going to be a little bit tricky for them. So let's see if they can suss this out and find a successful entry.
Yeah, I think just looking at the terrain, this is probably the best way. Even though there's more teams here, it's the more playable part of the circle. You look north of where Brazil are, at the very north side of the circle, there's a lot of open ground, a lot of fights that maybe you don't want to get into. We're looking at Thailand's POV of what they know, and you can see them. They're saying, right, we know that there's a 2-2 split between Argentina. You can see them highlighting that, and they're kind of showing what they think their best path into the circle is. And that's one of the things that I love and the addition to observing inside of PUBG lately, is being able to see exactly what those players think or know and what they're communicating to themselves as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a nice change as the circle going to keep Picado inside of it and go towards that other crater where Vietnam has set up shop with a couple players inside and outside. China going to be on the western edge after losing Xiao Wu early, and it's going to be Indonesia defending the only recall system that's in the new circle, trying to keep anybody from getting their players back in. We saw how pivotal that was during the survival stage, especially for like the Philippines, who had a big comeback in a game where they were able to get 3 players res. Seoul out in the open for Korea. Gyumin not able to be res, no res station available. Xavier did find a knock on a 10 trip for Taipei. That's out by Minas Generales.
Yeah, that's a long-range knock, and it's a bit more aggression from Chinese Taipei that we weren't used to seeing over the survival stage, but it's a very tough one to flush out. They should be able to get the rest, but here comes the Pow rush. He thought about pushing up, but Calves, as you would like to say, Johnny on the spot, saw the push, and is able to push them back the other way for now. But this fight, I feel, is not done yet, as both these sides want to go, and I think that Philippines, Chinese Taipei, they want to do this so Philippines cannot get up into the sky with a C pickup.
Exactly. This is a really nice aggressive play. You're making it so Philippines has to...
Oh, the sandstorm.
Pick something, you know, make a decision. But this actually makes it easier for them. It's going to be harder for Malrush to get close, so he can really identify where they're at. Maybe a well-timed in-place grenade could end the Philippines, but they're already up in the air. So that is going to be safety for now for them. That is a huge win. That dust storm couldn't have arrived at a more opportune moment.
Usually when people talk about PUBG timing, it's in a negative light, but for Philippines, that was perfectly timed. It gets them out of dodge, and now they can focus on moving into the circle. But the question is, where do they drop? So they are going to be on foot from this point on. Denmark, they're starting to turn their attention towards Poland, who they've got surrounded on all sides, as Manchesters and Domi will take a little bit of damage. With us, Ace left is actually able to take 10 trip out of the sky.
He is one of the best in the business when it comes to just raw skill. Aches Left has that in spades for sure. Everybody on Team China does. Ming Ming, absolutely stellar. Lil Ghost, a known quantity with multiple PGS wins. You know, but here for the Philippines, a little bit of a rough start, but they're able to at least get 3 players, well, 2 players down, and CJ's trailing in a vehicle trying to drive to regroup. He's under fire. A grenade there from Ketter. He's going to get a knock onto a Poland player, and they're splitting a big 2-2. So Denmark has an opportunity here to really do some damage to a team that's been harassing them for a lot of this. And in fact, they are. They've got the 2 players here down, Marsalek and Cappy, trying to get back.
Yeah, the question is, how aggressive do they want to be? If I know Marsalek, the answer is just yes. Aggression, yes. He takes some damage, though, as Posa from Brazil is able to target from the other side of the fight. Brazil with a 2-2 split, very close to the center of the current circle and right in the center of this one. And that adds even more value to this Poland-Denmark fight now, because they've got a brilliant position as well.
Yeah, this is so important. Cappy finds a good knock onto Dofi. Now, Posa taking his opportunity to try to do some more damage. That's a confirmed point there for Poland. Grenade being thought about here by Ketter. Goes just a bit wide. Cappy there, ears ringing, but he answers right back with a big grenade of his own. That's going to push Ketter back into the house to go for the heal.
Yeah, Marsalek still on Overwatch as well, but a spray from Gustav does a ton of damage up on high on the hill. Over by the other side of the circle, Chinese Taipei locking horns with Korea right on the edge of the circle. Soul with level 3 gear. So that guy does not need any buff whatsoever, but the level 3 gear will help even more. Nade toss, that could be really, really good. It's brilliant. It's right on top of him, and it's Soul with a nade once more. He's so good with it so far today.
Look how fast he was to get that initial damage and follow up with the frag, and it's perfect in every regard. It's hard to do it better than that. Malrush trying to throw every smoke that he can. Meanwhile, this fight's still going on. Beamy trading with Cappy. Cappy going to be flushed out, so just Marsalek left here for Poland. And he is stuck in an awkward position. Alive, firing, looking for points, actually gonna claim Leo. So that's not gonna go to Team Korea. That's a nice find for him.
Yeah, and that's a good salvage because he's not going to win the fight with Denmark at this point, so it's all about finding whatever bonus points you can find. 46 players still alive after 18 minutes in the double blue zone. Malrush, it was nice knowing you. A salute. We'll get another knock for Korea as they are kicking things off the way the champions should. Philippines now locking horns with their rivals from inside, but here come China. They thought they'd get a clean fight with Indonesia, but China start pushing up here. Here's where that Calv's going to fall as well as Lil Ghost will get that knock. Philippines, it's all going wrong.
Oh, they felt like they had such a good fight, but then China shows up to the party. Lil Ghost tries to hold the spray down, he loses, but Algenbot's actually gonna get taken down from afar by Thailand. So China's Ming Ming gonna scramble to try to get these reses, and it looks like he's gonna be given the opportunity, I think. Indonesia not driving in their direction, so Indonesia happy to let them lick their wounds and take another fight there. They get a knock on to Luke 12 over towards Vietnam, who is sitting on top of some Argentina players. They've already done some serious damage to them. Luke 12 all but out at this point. Tiggleton, Monty trying to protect the player as best as they can, but Trick lining up with another big grenade, and he's got that point secured.
Yeah, Indonesia 3 players up. Australia now the exact same as Flood, Monty and Tig will look to combine. Tanvu, he's going to fall, but Capitan was a lamb to the slaughter there with a Panzer as a solo inside a building. But back to Indonesia. The longer this fight goes on with Australia, the more likely China are to get involved, as Tiggleton will get a knock on this salute. A big one for the fans there at home. But Australia, you got to be careful. You have 2 teams pushing from the south, and you have Korea just over the edge, and Trick will get a big knock on the Flood. And there's just 2 players up for Australia now. But here's China going for that backfill on Indonesia.
This is a really smart play from Australia. That knock there opened up some space for them to try to press this fight against Indonesia, knowing that they're going to be sandwiched. Aches left knocks again here by Setsuna. But a quick knock there. It's actually Soul from Korea who finds Setsuna behind the car. Tiggleton up and over, gets Trick, and Australia able to get a point on the board, but they have big threats looming on their north and on their south.
And Monty is down, and you got to be quick because you can see the nade in the hands of Salute, who's already been doing damage alongside Soul with that throwable utility. Here come Thailand as well. They're going to wrap up onto this one as they send in towards the circle. Gustav will finally deal with Marsalek, as then there were 10. But China, Australia, Korea, all going head to head, and I think that Australia are in a really bad spot. And look at that, a double knock as it just 2 players will fall. Ming Ming doing the damage now, and Australia fall in 10th, and they're followed out the door as well. 8 teams left alive, and China and Korea will now probably go head to head here on the edge as well, with Vietnam not too far away.
And I told you Soul was itching to get back on the global stage. 6 kills already for the superstar. A grenade actually bounces up, does quite a bit of damage. 2 Aches left in Lil Ghost, so they're gonna have to prone it down, try to get some heals to go through. Himas with a FAMAS, absolutely deadly with it. And there is some long-range shooting, and Soul again gets the knock. It's on to Ming Ming this time. 10 kills already for Korea, and it is a shooting gallery down into the crater.
Like I said, this is how a champion should perform at this event. But the game is not over yet. We're only now entering the placement point window as Vietnam look to push towards China. Himas and Tanvu will start tossing utility that way as USA are wiped at the hands of Germany and Brazil. Good nade from Himas picks up another point for Vietnam. That's 8 kills for them as well, as 2 of the favorites are going to work here on Miramar. Lil Ghost will step up over that ridgeline. The fog of war, the mist is transcending, but Tanvu is going to put that C4 in place. 15 seconds until boom time for them, and he's going to put it in the rock. He's not going to do anything. Lil Ghost, don't go close. Don't. He's fine.
Just listen to the beeps. Just listen to the beeps.
He just
needs to be You just need to be far enough away from the beeps and you're A-okay. I love the attempt there. Aches Left and Lil Ghost just clinging to life down here as both Korea and Vietnam looking to put the pressure down on top of them. But now Korea has another threat. It's going to be Denmark over to their east. Brazil staying quiet underneath all of this, and the circle is going to shift a bit up to the north. So uphill sledding here for Vietnam and China to get on top, to get up this hill a little bit. Let's see if they're going to be given the opportunity. Korea very keen to try to make sure that nobody's going to encroach on their territory, but it's flat up here. There's going to be opportunities for the likes of Germany, Brazil, maybe Denmark to try to harass them while they look to put some fire down. Good shots there from Germany. Brazil going to be backing off.
The two European teams looking to combine together to do damage onto Brazil, sparking down to 32 HP as the nade will start to get tossed and a barrage of utility thrown at the Brazilians. But Posa will be the first one to find a knock. Mika will fall. A second nade, exact same place. Confirm out your point, but this one bounces a little too high and Zerath will get away with just about 1 HP and a dream. But Denmark get closer. China will get dealt with by Vietnam as they now steal top spot after game or during game 1. 10 kills for them now too as Germany look to regroup. But look at Denmark are playing this so well. They know they don't need to get aggressive on Brazil first because Brazil will deal with Germany and then they can deal with Brazil.
They want to see some knocks both ways. They want to see a door open to give themselves an opportunity to make an aggressive move, but it's been a bit of a standstill now here on the edge of the circle, but phase 6 going to force the issue in just a minute or so. As Brex trying to army crawl his way a little bit further forward, looking for Brazil players to see if he can do any damage. Raining, watching all of this from afar, making sure that the flank is clear for Korea so they can harass Vietnam on their way up this hill. Himas just barely able to find a ridge to prone down behind. Not seeing much in the way of util left here for Germany, so they're going to have to find their moment, but they're turning their attention north. Could be a three-way battle.
This could be big for these sides. BL will get another knock. Mika will fall for the second time as Brazil continue to fight. Sparking will get up with Braxco. You gotta hit those Brax as Posa will 180 and get the knock the other way. Brazil still battling, still fighting, and now we're seeing Denmark close the gap. They're in a bowl. Bibi will find Sparking. Gustav another. Keller, Posa, and Brazil will fall. And now they turn their attention to the Germans. Mika back on his feet. But Brax is going to fall. Red for Denmark stealing all these kills away. They're up to 9 kills now too as they look to find some more. Is that nade perfection? Close, but not close enough.
It doesn't get any better than that on that push for Denmark. That was so clean, and now they're keeping Germany completely pinned. One down, but Mika ready for Ketter's push around the corner. Just Gustav on his feet. He's able to win one at 5 HP. Just wants to confirm this point. Able to at least do that with some help from the smoke at his side. Germany actually wiped out by Vietnam as they do end up getting up the hill. 4 players still alive. 3 here for Korea and Denmark on their last legs. Gustav trying to hide. Raining having none of it. Oh boy, Gustav once again on a sliver of HP, able to get back behind the shack.
Yeah, Korea want the kills, but Vietnam, they want the win. They're locking up a little further away as Korea begin to just wrap around this team. The BZ not good. Oh, Delwyn's going to do it again. Delwyn back into super stealth mode, creeping up over this hill, getting closer and closer. The Predator is hunting, and there'd be music in a show, and Delwyn strikes again, and it is Vietnam and Korea battling for the win. 13 kills for Vietnam, and it's 10 for Korea. But can the reigning champions, the hometown heroes, lock it out in game number 1? Look at Vietnam. They're bled dry. No explosive utility whatsoever for them to work with in this battle with Korea. But maybe they can salvage some from these crates.
A few things being scooped up here by Salute. The nice thing for Korea is they've got a ridge line on the eastern edge of the circle that they can hide behind right now. So it is cover temporarily. Getting further forward going to be pretty tricky. Vietnam's going to have that extra player to create that extra angle, and you can see Salalzi on the map going to be that player for Vietnam to try to find that flank angle. So it's going to be a lot of pressure again on Raining. We've been seeing that he's been the guy to really be the one to watch for those aggressive maneuvers around the edges, and you never know where the hell Delwyn's going to pop up at. So got to be really proactive with your information gathering, making sure that you're checking every angle possible here as Korea, because pretty likely that when we get to another circle that it's going to be a little bit tricky to move forward, as Vietnam has a great ridge line, and they're basically guaranteed to at least have a couple players in.
Yeah, you look at this circle, and Korea, at this moment in time, they're in, yes, but as you point out, not an incredible amount to work with. Salute, he is creeping not too far away now from Delwyn. It'd be curious if Delwyn was to get caught out by his own trick. If Salute can just creep close enough to open up that line of sight. Korea really need the first knock in this engagement, because if Vietnam get a 4v2, they don't throw those. Korea just creating some cover for themselves. One of my favorite additions to the game is the deployable cover. The fact that you can make positions that were once unplayable now somewhat playable to try find a victory.
Absolutely. It is hands down one of my favorite additions to the game as well. So you got some smokes coming down now here. Seoul trying to create a little bit of space. Raining as well, wants to cut off that extra angle. Circle is just going to center up for phase 8. So Tanvu Himas going to be the front liners for Vietnam. They're going to try to lock it down there. Not much utility left either way. A few frags here and there. Raining down to his last one. Saw Molly in the bag for Salute. You've got a few smokes, a few stuns. So util here for Korea to make something happen. But Vietnam has the extra player. They're going to try to load up, try to see if they can get lucky on isolating a Vietnamese player. But Vietnam wise to that game, and they're going to fan out. Stuns going through, but nobody's really been able to find that moment.
Raining just using the smoke as cover to the rest of Vietnam while he creeps closer and closer to Delwyn. But Delwyn spots out Raining, but that also reveals his position. And his gloves off now between these two sides. Delwyn will be the first to fall as Seoul gets that knock. 3 versus 3 now here on Miramar. Yeah, look at where Salute is.
He's gone to the edge. He's made such a brilliant rotation. He went out into a little bit of the blue, but he can't connect the shot to Tanvu wise to it. Raining steps up to the plate now. That's Himas down. It's a 2v2, 2v3 in fact. Korea's still got all 3 up, but are they going to give Vietnam the time for these reses?
He's going to go for it. It looks like Vietnam want to get back up to a 3. 1,000 damage for Seoul now as Tanvu desperately tries to hold them back, and Sololzi will find a knock on the Raining. It's 3v2 now as the pendulum swings back the other way. You can see the spray from Salute. He finds a ton more damage, but Korea will be down to a 2 now. Smoke in position, blue zone at their back, but this time it's Seoul. He's going for the wrap around the other side. He is trying to stab, and maybe Tanvu could be the one. Tanvu really needs to keep eyes on Seoul here. Vietnam don't want to lose another player.
It's the old Donawa duo. Seoul got a brief glimpse, but didn't really get the opportunity. Salute still trying to pepper players down with that 3x AUG. Hasn't found tremendous success with it. That FAMAS from Himas, absolutely scary. And he's going to try to get underneath Salute. Seoul, though, doing good damage, pressuring Sololzi back, at least trying to create a little bit of an opportunity here for Salute. The problem is Himas, I think, is going to get the jump on him.
Yeah, this is looking so bad. Damage from Salute from the other way. That should be a signal for him to push up the hill, and that's exactly what it is. Himas gets one. He turns his attention to Seoul. He's in a 1 versus 3 now. The Korean as the Vietnamese will look to flood in. 1,100 damage, 15 kills though for Vietnam as they look to start off PNC in dominant fashion. All they gotta do now is wait. Do not give Seoul isolated 1 versus 1, but they give him the first, a headshot, but Vietnam, they take the first win. It's not going to be a miraculous start for the reigning champions, but it's Vietnam who kick things off the perfect way, and what a win that was.
Yeah, that was really, really well played by them. They had a tough moment there where they had to go uphill while being underneath Korea's gun sight, so they're able to find their timing to get up there, to get themselves into that winning position, keeping all 4 up, keeping China at bay in the middle of the map. I mean, really impressive stuff. Delwyn getting it kicked off against China early with his classic, quintessential, sneaky plays that break things open, and just a great game back and forth.
I can't get over how big of a gauntlet that's just been thrown down to the whole lobby. 20 plus points for 2 of the favorite teams in game number 1 is insane as we get a look at the highlights from that matchup. But you couldn't have asked for a better start. Things looked like they were going to go wrong there, but Gu-Min, by getting that first knock on the Norway, how different this game could have been for Korea if he didn't hit those shots.
Yeah, and Seoul isn't going to miss his opportunities when he's given juicy targets like that. Those shacks, so easy to get grenades in and basically unavoidable if you're stuck inside of one, that you're not just going to get knocked. A little bit of a nice play here from Thailand early to get that pick onto Chinese Taipei. Philippines, I thought for a moment they were going to have a good fight against Indonesia, but then China showed up with a well-timed backstab. You know, some really good stuff from them in terms of finding their moments, even though they lost a player early. Aches left, able to survive despite multiple knocks, so they were playing measured aggression, I would say, and doing a pretty darn good job of it.
Yeah, they were really good, and I think that a lot of teams had good, like Brazil had a very good game. Denmark were brilliant. They did show a continuation of the form from yesterday, but they just found themselves on a section at Circle where there was too much foot traffic. And Korea, as we know, are not going to take up an opportunity to third-party a fight. They did it to Australia, and then they wrapped all the way around to the other side of the circle to do it to Denmark. And the timing of that push from Denmark was perfect too. Brazil were gone within 3-4 seconds.
Yeah, it's hard to do it better than Denmark did there. That is just so well executed, so clean from them. Even though they don't get too much further, that was a really nice moment for them. And Seoul, you just never know with him in the lobby. It looked like for a moment Korea was going to be able to break things open, but Salute just couldn't really make that off-angle work. He couldn't find that 3x spray with the AUG to really get a ton of damage in. So a little bit frustrating for them, but you can see some smiles on their faces. They know they gave it a good effort.
And the best thing about it is the second that the damage was dealt onto Salute, the call was made for Himas to push. He's low, get over the hill, get the knock, because we're still in a 2v1 against Seoul, even if you get traded back by Seoul the other way. So really good comms. But what a start that was. Let's have a look though at how many points the top 4 teams were able to garner in game number 1. 3 teams with 10 plus kills. 3 teams responsible for wiping out more than half the lobby.
Look at what Vietnam is doing there. Their grenades so impactful. We saw time and time again that they were getting tons of damage and finding their moments to just put teams on the back foot with those frags to start some of those mid-game fights where they were getting really active. Korea just, I suspect a lot of that damage is DMRs. They were making life miserable for those teams from that edge position. Just a solid game from Denmark in terms of decision-making, in terms of being patient, finding their moments. Let's see who our man of the match was for Vietnam. It's going to be Salalzi with 5 big kills, 600 damage. What a start here for Vietnam.
Crazy when 5 kills and that much damage is only 28% of the points your team got. Every single player for Vietnam could have gotten man of the match in that one. Like, that's a tough one to call. But boy, were they brilliant. But I want to give a shout out to Delwyn. Like, look at how he was able to creep his way into multiple fights and get that initiating knock. He did it to China. He got a point earlier as well in that gunfight with Korea. Brilliant.
He's really darn good at doing that kind of stuff. I'm so impressed with Delwyn throughout this last year, really. PGC in particular, obviously being a champion there. And they get themselves 26 total points, 17 for Korea, 16 for Denmark. And then it's a pretty steep drop down to Germany and China, who had really solid games, but these other 3 teams just sponging so many points at the top of this. What an explosive start to this one. I mean, once things kind of got kicked off, it just felt like it never ended. That mid-game in particular was just wild.
Imagine getting 11 kills and 3rd place and still being 10 points off the team that got top. That is how good Vietnam were in game number 1. But a shout out as well, like Germany did really well. They brought the aggression to the USA at the very start as they got 2 kills onto Alo and Kurt. They were able to do some damage onto, I think, Poland at one point as well. Like, it was a good start for Germany coming through survival stage.
Kind of curious what happened in that situation there with Alo and Purdy, just maybe not anticipating that would be the rotation path there for Germany, or just never heard it coming. It didn't have an escape route or something. I'd have to go back and watch the VODs a little bit to figure that one out. But usually, especially with Purdy Curdy there, I wouldn't anticipate that you got caught off guard like that unless Germany did something really sneaky. And it's Chris, it's Germany, so that's probably what happened.
Yeah, like Alo was caught outside camper stack, and camper stack's a great position, right? You get lines
What
of
is that? You're gonna
So
you
camper
use
stack
words.
is the 5-story apartment building on the edge of Los that looks all the way over to the west. We call it camper stack because people tend to camp at the very top and just look over the whole of the map.
I see.
So it's a great position to play, but only if you've got 2 or 3 players up.
Sure.
Right? You're up there all by yourself against a 3-man. Unless you've got a Panzer and the team are grouped so close together, you don't win.
Yeah, no, it's true. So I just suspect something sneaky from Germany. That's at least my initial inkling, or just they were so fast to get there and it just caught America completely off guard. But yeah, not bad at all. If you weren't one of those top 3 teams, if you're getting 6, 7, 8 points, you're very happy with that game. Argentina off to a bit of a slow start, but I don't think you can hold them back for too long. They had that explosive day 1 the other year, and they're a team that has some great fraggers there. You can see here for Argentina, really good finishes, always in that top 10 spot. Brazil, you're not going to hold them down for too long. I don't blame them for what happened in that game. They were gifted that crater, that little dip that's up on the top of the ridge, and they were able to lock it down for a bit. Of course, there were just a lot of hungry teams around them who were given the opportunities to punish that fight.
Yeah, and I think that as well, you talk about Argentina, they got third-partied by Brazil. Long-range shots from Posta got a knock, which really inhibited their ability to hold their own in that fight where they got wiped. So things like that just happen inside of PUBG. This is where I want to talk about Brazil again, because you brought them up. It's a almost completely different roster than what we're used to seeing, right? There's no Gizera for what feels like the first time in a long, long time. This year, we've seen the players from what used to be working in silence who got picked up by the Org Rock. They did really well on the second PGS of the year. The first one, of course, they didn't quite play their best, but they won a couple of maps the second time around. They earned the right to be here. I've been a massive fan of BL and Santa for a long time, and I think alongside Sparking and Posa, they're going to be really good additions to this Brazil team.
It should be a really well-balanced Brazil team. I mean, Sparking, IGLing, and also just one of the best fraggers on the planet. Biel and Santastico, we can see, like you're talking about at PGS, what they're capable of. I mean, Santastico winning that nice 1v3 versus BB team. Absolutely insane stuff from him. And then Posa, one of the best salvage point players I've seen in quite some time. His ability, his knack to just sort of rat things out and get you those extra 2, 3, 4 points is unparalleled right now. You don't have Loki in the game anymore, so now I'm looking at Posa as that new guy who can get it done by himself.
And then we spoke a lot about the teams at the top and how well they're going to feel after game 1. If you're USA or Team UK or even Australia, you didn't have the best game number 1, and then you look and you see how many points Korea and Vietnam picked up. But you've got to stay calm. It's 18 maps. It's not a 2-day event. It's not a 1-day event. There are so many maps still to be played that you've just got to get into your mindset that it's fine. That one's done. We can't affect it. Let's focus on the next.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And it's easy to do it at PNC, I think, because so many, players, yeah, there's some level of pressure on you, obviously. You want to win as much money as you can, of course. But at the same time, this is a more fun event. Everybody comes into it a little bit looser, a little bit, take it a little less seriously, let's say, in terms of just like, hey, you still want to win. They're still going to give it their all. But when it comes to, after the round is done, there isn't that whole, oh man, what is wrong with our team? Like, what's going on? They're like, guys, that one just didn't go our way. Easy reset there. As, yeah, got some USA fans.
It's Kick's hair, isn't it? That's Kick's hair.
No, it's Shrimzy's hair, actually.
Oh, Shrimzy, is it?
Yeah, for sure, that's a Shrimzy sign.
I didn't even think about who was holding the sign up. That's
Yep.
my bad. I should have thought about that. That's my fault. I apologize, the viewers at home, but I'm not going to apologize for this. Game number 2 is about to kick off. We're going to Miramar for the second time today, as we have a little overlook at Los Leones, which has been the drop spot, especially in the Americas and globally, for Kurt and Liquid for the longest of times, and well, it's no surprise to see that USA will be taking that spot here at PNC.
For sure. It makes a lot of sense, as a lot of these teams are going to be leaning into their drop spots in terms of who their IGL is. That's going to be where they want to operate from. I think a lot of players, if you ask just your average fragger, they don't care too much where you're dropping for the most part. Like, they're happy to just be told what to do, where to go, and then how to play from there. Just let the IGLs do the talking, do the thinking. They're going to do the shooting. So certainly for the USA, it makes a lot of sense. Australia should be power grid. Again, you would assume. Are we going to see any hot drops? Doesn't seem likely, as you talked about. Germany does have that all drop in Puerto Paraiso. So again, that one going to be claimed by them. Looking north of the map, I see Philippines and Poland kind of thinking similar ideas near La Coberia. But I don't know if that's actually the end game or if it's just going to be an Oasis drop here for the Philippines.
Yeah, they're going to extend out towards Oasis. Poland will get La Cabrera to themselves. Thailand aren't too far away. We know that they'll be taking water treatment over the course of this weekend. as we get ready for the first circle shift of the day. Remember, if you do want to keep an eye on what is going on the map at all times, ! map will bring you to the map feed. If you've got a spare screen, a spare device, it's always good to keep an eye on what everyone is doing. And it's also a good time, I suppose, people, to let everyone know at home that some player POVs are available in team POVs if you want to follow a particular team as well.
Yeah, PUBGsports.com, and you can check some of that out. But we've got an interview with Tiggleton, the leader for Australia.
Our team has a really high skill ceiling, but we struggle to come together because we all play the same role on our own teams. So it's really like a chemistry issue for us, but I think with a little bit of practice and over the years, we'll get better. And we'll show you what a powerhouse Team Australia can be.
I think Team Australia is not as strong as people think they are, and it will be very easy to defeat them.
Team USA, they're all right.
I think they'll be top 24. I think they'll be within the 6 to 12 range.
Shrimsy, I think the score is 1-0 right now, but I'm coming for you.
I am on the same team as Tiggleton, and he is not in IGL at all. He's all aim, no brain.
It's just not true.
Seems like they're having a little fun, Trimsy and Tig. Obviously, those guys very good friends, so a little bit of friendly banter there, and all aim, no brain. I'm not so sure. I think Tiggleton's pretty smart. He's got some really interesting thoughts about the game, and he was the one who was convincing me that Nedex was going to be a force to be reckoned with during the Survivor stage.
Yeah, told me that any EU team that's looking for a player will be insane not to pick him up. Marsalek will look to pick up his first point of this second game of the day. He's got Tentrip in his sights. The door's been opened. Tentrip, oh, that's great being Tentrip, dude. Tentrip thought there was somebody there, and Tentrip will shut him down. He opened the door. He put the barrel of the gun out there to force Marsalek to shoot. Step back inside. I think the words there are hook, line, and sinker.
Well, the whole way through, I could tell that Tentrip was wary of somebody being here, whether they saw it with the drops or some piece of loot, got picked up off the ground and gave it away, not sure. But regardless, that's really good diligence from a player who really stood out, especially on day number 1. He was your top damage dealer on the first day of the Survivor stage. And you can see that Tentrip is the real deal here for the Philippines. And now Poland not happy that they lost a player, and they're going to try to pick on poor Tentrip, who is all alone, and he's actually going to use the backside of this hill to try to get through. I think he's got a little bit of cover from Calves at range to try to get him an escape. And let's see if he can get that. Oh, he hits a headshot. Oh, just far enough out that it didn't get the insta knock.
That's 99 plus damage. You saw the 100 come up on your screen. He was within I'd say he's less than 1 foot away from finding that knock. But it's great from Tentrip. He's staying inside this fight. He did not elect to fall back. I'm just surprised that the rest of the Philippines have not come. And I think that Calbs has actually gone to pick up his teammates to give Tentrip a little bit of a hand. This is a 1 versus 3, yeah. So all Tentrip had to do was stay alive and keep pressure on to allow Philippines now to join the fight.
Yeah, some nades are starting to come out now from Poland. Feeling like they're not going to be able to get it done with just the guns. They got to find another way to get Tentrip down, but reinforcements have arrived. Calbs at range, not able to really find much either way. Dummett not doing too much damage there, but that's Tentrip again with that Dragunov.
This is just deadly from Tentrip. He has stayed in the fight. He's going to toss a follow-up nade, but for Poland, it's all going wrong. CJ getting within nadeable distance. Cappy is going for the res. Domit needs to keep the pressure on to stop Philippines from surrounding them on all sides. But it ain't that easy. Elgin Bots gets some help from Tentrip as Cappy falls, but Domit will trade it back the other way. Matchsters and Domit now 2 players up against the 3 from the Philippines. They're outside the realm of that BZ nade, but Domit doesn't even have a sight on his AUG.
See if they can get the res, the heal to come through for Poland. Domit, CJ knows that he could find it. Tentrip actually dealt with CJ quick to trade though. Looking to go for that flush with the AK, has to reload it to make sure he's got extra bullets just in case the last player from Poland shows up. But it's actually going to be Thailand now, looking to go for the flush onto Tentrip. Algenbots did get rezzed. Oh, he sees the feet there to try to finish what he started. CJ doing a nice job on point. Can this last Poland player get anything else done?
He's 1 nade. He's inside that shack. If you throw it right, you can find CJ. He's just around the backside of. No, I think he might actually be in it, but Magsters, he's got no meds other than those 3 bandages, and they take so long to get back up. So you'll see Indonesia, they've got 3 players back up. Chinese Taipei are going to put some pressure on from one side, and you've got all these teams condensing on this point, and the winners of this fight have got a lot of work to do to get back the way they want to be, because you're slowing all your, your loot phase has been slowed down, your rotate phase has been slowed down, your feet are now caught in the mud. But for Magsters, he's only 2 or 3 bullets away from falling in this game, and I think he's going to get himself one. So there's the headshot here, Paper, and he's going to dip into the next room. He's going to peek once more, but I feel like this is going to be it for Poland.
Oh, whoa, he gets another. The headshot hipfire spray onto Calbs. All of a sudden, what looked like he was just going to lose that battle.
The rezzing.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Is anybody else going to get involved? My eyes on Chinese Taipei and Thailand to see if they're going to find an opportunity to strike here and secure some of their own points, and he can't get the final one. 10 trip holds strong, and the Philippines will get back up to 4, but that is so much damage that they've taken. A bunch of knocks, a bunch of damage done to those helmets and vests. They're going to have to find some replacements.
A 10 for his performance, and a triple is the number of kills that he got in that fight for 10 trip, as they get a great start. And another team that'll be looking to bounce back from what wasn't a great start in game number 1 is Team USA, as they have decided to wrap all the way from Los Leones to the west side of the map, and they're going to go up to the north, realizing that that's going to probably be their best avenue of access now. Teddy's trying to pop a tire onto Alo to spin him out and be able to pick up maybe a cheap point for Indonesia, but I think USA have made the right rotate. On the other side of the circle, if you have the maps movement, I think that UK should do something similar. Go way up towards Campo Militar and push in towards Oasis from the north. But I guess I like to talk about this paper as like the inverse donut effect, where all the teams push to the middle and it leaves loads of space on the outside for these late rotate teams to find somewhere to play.
And this is all just map knowledge, looking at the heat maps of where circles are likely to end up. That's why you have all those teams flooding into those parts of the circle, because they know that this is like they're playing the odds, right? They're playing percentages of where things are likely to end up. So what do we value as priority? Real estate in those spots. Where do we think we can play the best from? Make future rotations if necessary. All those things coming into the minds of these players. Korea setting up a bit of a split. I believe this is a 2-1-1. Gyumin out on his own, closest to the center. The other players just guarding the road that runs from Campo Militar to La Cobreria. Shrimsy's got a bull, not his typical favorite choice of weapon there. It seems like loot was cut a little bit early here for USA to make that rotation, to make sure they could get ahead of some of those other teams, because they knew coming from Los Leones, if they're going to make that wide wrap, they might be running into some other squads. So as we saw, Indonesia was just a step behind them, had maybe an opportunity to pop a tire or something like that, like you were talking about, but not quite able to get there. And Vietnam just taking their time on the edge of the crater fields to see what's going on.
Yeah, loads of space for them to play in and around this position. They're going to be feeling pretty confident as well after what was a brilliant game 1 for them. And yes, you've got China not too far away in the other section of crater, but you'd like to hope that maybe Australia will keep them honest as all those teams start to just line up on this section of the map. Argentina, they're going to rotate in from the south. They've got about a kilometer of space where there's nobody except China. But what a shift that is. And every single time the circle pops and Korea are somewhere near the center, you can hear the audience give a massive cheer.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. And now Korea going to opt for, I believe, more of a 2-2 split potentially. We'll see what Gyumin and Salute want to do. I would expect them to maybe play together a little bit. Reigning in Seoul here, going to be watching Team Denmark rotating out to their east, heading more towards the Oasis. So a lot of teams going to have to figure out ways to get into this new circle, because it's shifted quite far to the northeast. So Vietnam on the move, China's going to be on the move, USA, Germany, Argentina, Australia, all needing to find some open space. And, Australia a little bit late to make this rotate. So Tiggleton opting to kind of say, hey guys, let's watch what some of these other teams do. Let's try and play for backfill, maybe on that southwestern edge of the new circle. Oh, this is potentially dangerous for Brazil.
Yeah, I think James just gets out of there, but I think you've got Thailand to worry about, who are just above your position. And when you get downrange, downhill from a team like Thailand, if they have got the nades and the utility, you could be in a ton of trouble. Australia, though, you spoke of backfill. I think they're going to take the position that we just saw Brazil vacate, which is a very good staging post for them. And China, well, they're going to go wrap all the way up around the north, and they're going to push in towards where Indonesia are. And Kickstart is going to catch out Zhao Wu on the rotate in, and Team USA will get their first kill of the tournament as well. And that's good for Kick, and that's good for USA. Bad news for China, though. You losing Zhao Wu.
Again, he's early gone for China. That is painful for Zhao Wu. He is such a talented player. I mean, that end game he had, I can't remember, 1v6 at PGS 7 was one of the best plays you'll ever see in PUBG esports. I mean, just straight up godlike stuff from him. So not having him available as these games wear on for China is painful. Yeah, that's not good.
Tire pop, that's just sitting ducks now. DraftKing, he's going to try to run out of trouble here, but for Argentina, Capitan slams on the reverse because it's all he could do, but DraftKing is going to get knocked. 2 minutes until he bleeds out if he can stay inside the smoke for now. But yeah, Capitan, the vehicle's explode. He's just trying to reverse as close as he can to get into some cover. The explosion will create some, but that's why you aim for tires on vehicles like the Murado, because you're not going to get the kill on the player on side when they're driving at full speed, but you pop a tire, it spins out, it's free.
Yeah, it's so hard to shoot through the Murado's windows. They're so narrow, and anything that isn't windows blocks bullets in PUBG. So like you have to find ways through, so you're absolutely right. The tires, the correct thing to go for there. What I love about that fight, Tiggleton stayed up on top of the crater on the edge. He knocked DraftKing from probably 600, 700 meters, so that is an absolutely disgustingly good long-range shot from him to give Australia a little bit of extra breathing room and to keep Argentina pinned on the outside of the new circle.
And that completely changes Argentina's rotate now as well, because Ribo will need to go pick up Capitan. Emmy is going to wait further ahead, and they're just going to wait to see where the circle shifts and make their decision from that point on. Now, if they want to, they could get the tag because Australia look like they've now moved on and maybe get the res off and water treatment. But I want to give credit to Denmark because that's 2 circle shifts in a row where they were the very first team to get on the move, and they're now getting so close to the center of the circle. They've got all the mountains and ridge lines to play. Really good early decision making on the circles by Denmark, and UK did make that rotate I expected from them as well, as they'll now backfill the position that Denmark held just a little while ago.
Ooh, that was close there for intent. Korea has to back off of that, though. They can't really try to go for any more damage. They're getting shot at range by Brazil. Philippines had spread way the hell out. They're leaving one player. It's just Algenbot's out here by himself, and he's doing work. He's got some kills. He's got some points.
He's just kind of him, right? He's been so good over these few days. Again, shout out to Kira from the Americas, who said that Algenbots was going to be big at this event. The blue zone nade is perfect. That should deal with Mao Rush if he can get out of that line of sight. But as you said, Algenbots is doing it all by himself, but eventually Australia have said, no, that's enough for you. He'll have to be forced to fall back. And that's got to be frustrating for Algenbots too, because he did so much work, but his team weren't there to help him capitalize it. And now his teammate Tentrip has been knocked way up to the north, and he's probably going to be forced to back off Chinese Taipei and join the rest of the team. China.
Oh, that's another great moment here for Indonesia. China didn't have many good options left. They were just driving around trying to find something free. They took a gamble trying to challenge Indonesia, and these guys have been really strong this event. So they are right back to where they left off during the survival stage, getting 2 quick knocks and kills onto the Petrichor Road duo of Axleft and Ming Ming. And Simoy looking for more, but as we can see, nobody really that close unless it's Chris gets crazy, which it's Chris, so possible.
He's having a look anyway. He's having a look. It's what he likes to do. Argentina, don't stop there. Brazil, stop with the LATAM on LATAM violence, guys. You wanna give yourselves a little big up in this event, but I guess, I did speak. This is the first one I've got. You got one on day one. I've not had a BRDM yet.
Yeah, we got it. We got it. This is not the player I want. If I'm everybody else in this lobby, if you're a fan of Germany, you're thrilled, because this is the absolute worst person I'd want to see in this thing. You know he's going to come up with something wacky that's just going to catch everybody off guard with it. Brazil, preempting the next zone, wants to get an emergency lift ready to see if they can get ahead of the curve, if there is kind of a hard shift on the circle, or use it to get info if the circle just kind of sticks in their favor. So that's what you're looking to see them do, as they are, well, there's a lot of players attaching to it. Let's see. They do all... Oh, it shifts towards them, though, so they don't need to leave. Yeah, you stay here. Maybe throw one up for info.
Yeah, I like how it was Argentina right behind them with the other one that's basically following the exact same flight path. But I think for Brazil, you're happy. Denmark are still in a really good spot. Korea, I'm going to say, are in a really good position as well. And the best thing for Korea is they do have a recall system in that compound as well, if someone does crash and they find themselves in a spot of trouble. But Draft King, he's going to fall. Pick your poison. Do you go towards Vard's running his way? He's going for the shack, but it's James with a headshot. Draft King falls, and Argentina are back to a 3. Make that a 1, make that a none. Korea are going to wipe them out, and the Argentinians will fall.
And look who it is, it's Seoul again. 3 kills for him. My God, he is just so damn good at this game. It is just brutal going up against a player of his caliber, and Argentina finds out the hard way. Here's that BRDM. Just keep it safe at this point. I mean, you would love to just get this thing into the late game. Meanwhile, everybody else is going to shoot the hell out of this. They don't want to see it anywhere near that Phase 7, Phase 8 circle, because it becomes exponentially more difficult to deal with. And it's already starting to smoke a bit. You know, teams are going to be, I think, really proactive at destroying these. And yeah, this is going to be the end of a BRDM. Takes quite a few bullets, but if teams combine for it, oh no!
He's stuck.
Is he stuck?
He's stuck. Brax is stuck. And
can you knock him and pick him up and grab him out of there?
You're going to have to try to do something here, but Brax is stuck inside the middle of the circle.
There we go.
Oh, okay, okay.
And I did want to point out, just before that BRDM blew up, Germany were trying to repair it. They had a repair kit, and they were attempting it, but once it started to flame, it was get out of dodge. But for Brax, that could have been so bad. And here, we're going to get Soul's POV. He's so damn good.
He is. He is. I mean, he had been the best player on the planet for a couple of years. Now with him shifting over to D+, they haven't been able to find success as a team. CJ there finding a nice knock through that window. Michael as well finding a knock onto Denmark. Denmark making some proactive moves, but losing a couple players trying to get into this next circle. Himas just on point with that first grenade. The follow-up from Tanbu, perfect. Taking some damage from the Philippines, though. Gonna have to scramble to safety. Vietnam, a clean push there. Yeah, Tanbu does get knocked, but man, that was really nice stuff from them.
And our good old buddy Algin Bots is starting to look this way again. He's heard the action. He thinks he can take it because he's Algin Bots. He's just him. As Sparking and Posa will deal with Tig. USA on the move as Himas will look to pop a tire. Vietnam's other teammates have spotted out the Philippines. Kentrip is still up, but Delwyn will find that knock on to CJ. 3 kills for them, but Calbs is there for the trade. And you can see this is a big fight. Algin Bots has got to get there quickly, but look how close Sololzi was for a second there to Calbs.
The Philippines is such a tricky team to deal with because they fan out so wide in these fights. So Calbs had kept his position hidden. Now Zera stepped, oh, nice grenade from Beamy right into the chin of Setsuna. Beamy finds 3! Huge stuff from him. He is taken down off to the side by Simoy. 1 left here for Indonesia. Stolfi just looking to clean up these points, but grenades are out. I think that just missed the backside of Keter. Simoy, a chance here to do something special. Denmark looking to get the res onto their superstar. Should be coming through. Simoy just trying to stay hidden, looking for his moment.
And if this takes too long, Lil Ghost might get the opportunity to pick up a point or two of steel if he thinks that's the only way he can get a best salvage case possible. Doffy with the M249 steps on up, but Keter will shut down Simoy. 12 teams left alive as now Alo will get the knock onto Flood as USA and Australia go head-to-head, while the other Australia members are getting really close to Brazil. And keep an eye on that rotate as Korea will lose reigning.
Ah, that's tough. That's tough for Korea. Michael just out in the open, 1v1 winning. Oh, the kiss, the Panzer! The kiss of death is striking. He has tons of damage done. He's looking for more, looking around the backside. It's actually Germany who's helping out a bit here. Brazil is falling, but Sparking is there, and the grenade from Kiss spells his doom.
He gets it done. Brazil explosively dealt with at the hands of Kiss, and Korea, well, they're looking from afar, but they can't get closer because Thailand are the team that they need to deal with. But Kiss, what a way to announce yourself to PNC after showing the world what you could do at PGS. I'm looking elsewhere though. Australia, Luke 12. Is he going to make the move towards Kiss? He's going to hop on. He's going to send the bus. Monty's going to smoke it out so they can get closer and closer without being popped. Luke's got the momentum. He's got the pace. Kiss gets the knock, but he should not fall. Luke 12 trades it back as Kiss gets a bit of his own medicine, and Monty, he's not quick enough to get the res as Germany will steal that kill away. But for Australia, they've bought themselves a position inside the circle, and I don't see anybody nearby for now.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to get the points where you can there, and for Australia, they didn't have great options, so that's a guaranteed knock on to Kiss. That's a guaranteed point there for them. Might as well take it. Don't mind that play at all. Korea, though, stuck on the outside of the circle. The UK has done a fantastic job of harassing them and keeping them pinned down, not giving them the opportunity to open up any extra space. So they are going to be tucked in on a bad edge. They're going to have Thailand in the compound underneath. UK full force up here to the north, and UK still doing damage. Keter knocked by Fex, trying to find an opportunity to go for the res. Lil Ghost out in the blue, actually just barely got a heal off. He is going to be sitting out there just trying to survive as long as he can, but he can't get into the placement points. Fex is going to suss him out.
Yeah, better map 2 here for Team UK. A couple of kills on the board, and in the top 10 now as Korea start their move, but they've got to thread the eye of the needle here between Norway and Team UK. This place will erupt if Korea get the first knock on the Team UK and maybe buy themselves a position in. But Michael will get a perfect nade. One of the kill leaders from the survival stage will find that knock. Salute's down to just 22 HP as well. And for Korea, you can't even blame this. There's so little they can do from this spot.
No, this is an impossible position to be in. Salute, looking for the opportunity, going to switch over to that SLR and then go for the shots, but can't really find the mark well enough. Soul going to be sticking the res onto the IGL. Salute in trouble. Salute able to answer back, though. Able to find one. Now you've got a bad fight here for UK. Michael continues to be just absolutely incredible throughout this event. Salute and Soul. Soul just looking for some nades there. Salute is going to go down off to the side. That grenade really good, though. Right on the money again.
Soul literally with just perfect nade after perfect nade. Michael is down now as well, as Soul will reposition Korea, giving themselves a chance to get inside the circle. Norway have got Denmark not too far as Gustav will start stepping this way. Steps inside the fire and the flames as he will start losing HP. And Germany from way afar getting knocks on the Norway. Everything is conspiring right now to give Korea a chance to get into the zone.
I think that was Denmark's own molly there. Not sure if it got shot out of the air or a grenade landed or something like that. As the smokes begin to expire around Seoul, he is trying to find his opportunity to strike again onto the UK or Norway. Michael in no man's land still. Rez probably not going to be able to come through. Korea just cutting off the space, making sure that it isn't going to be possible for them to get back. Beck spotted up over the hill. Soul thinks better of the spray, thinks that the grenade might be a better one, but Fex reading that nicely, repositioning back over with Vard, who had taken a ton of damage there, looking to try to hold the line as Norway still maintaining their ground, still maintaining their space. Denmark still tucked in just to their north.
Yeah, and Vard will get a knock on the Dauphin now as well as Denmark push this way. Human will look to help, but Vard gets a knock onto Human, and Soul steps up, but Keter gets the kill. And Soul, the last player up, turns his attention to Heeman. 4 kills for Soul now, as he's so close to double digits for the tournament after just 2 maps. Here comes Keter now, but he's going to fall. Down go Korea in 8th place, and they're followed out by Australia as we've got 6 teams left alive, and Norway will look to deal with their compatriots inside the Scandinavian countries as 8C spots out Keter, but Keter's not going to go down without a swing, and he does bring down one player with him, but Dofi looks for the trade.
8C trying to hold on for dear life. He got Dofi so weak, throws out the stun, trying to go for the flush. Gustav there trying to prevent it, and he will, but it does fall eventually Ketter down, but 5 kills in this match. 9 total so far for Denmark. Germany, look at this split, 2-2. They are controlling so much of this circle right now, and they are doing a great job of just keeping everybody at arm's length and forcing all these fights out on the edge. But USA has a good chance themselves. 3 up, southern side of the circle, all to themselves. Himas with an AWM with 4 kills already in this game. I mean, 35 points in 2 games already for Vietnam, just missing there.
I always love it. Every time I see any bolt action rifle, I beg for the headshot. The smoke grenade, though, will come in perfect for Gustav. He should be able to use it to get out of trouble's way. The Germany 2-2 split, as genius as this could be, is now forced in place as it's going to be so hard to collapse, but Brax is going to attempt to do it. He runs back this way. USA, they can mountain climb their way up this hill, and they've actually got so much cover when they make their way up that they could find themselves in a really good position. I think the wild card in this lobby is going to be Vietnam. Up on that north side, if they turn their attention to Germany and catch them cold, Germany could be in a ton of trouble.
Well, Germany has a lot of threats they have to worry about. They have USA underneath them, could find those weird angles that you don't expect them to come from. You've got Thailand hiding over on the eastern edge, and you've got, like you're talking about, Vietnam above you. And if Vietnam can clear out Denmark in particular, they might just go back-to-back to start this off, because they're going to open up a ton of space for themselves to work with here, and they're going to have great angles on their opponents. Let's see if they can do that, but Denmark very wise to this game, and you would expect with a guy like Gustav on your team, he's going to know how to try to keep you as safe as possible for as long as possible. Just a few shots ringing out, but this circle, I think, going to be quiet for a moment. Everybody's going to find at least some safety, I believe. Gustav dueling with Salalzi, but no damage done either way.
And look at it as well, like this time around, Salalzi not quite as many kills as he had in the last map, but we are nowhere near done yet. Germany with another circle shift that goes their way as the USA just keep on climbing. Look, they're getting up the hill, they're getting closer and closer, but Braxco is danger close. It's on the other side of that ridgeline. Remember, this could be a very different game for Germany had that he stayed stuck beneath that BRDM, or had the explosion or even flipping vehicle knocked him.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It would have been much more difficult to control all of the space that they have been for so long. Quiet before the storm right now. Everybody looking for their opportunity, looking for that extra advantage. Brax out in the open, takes a little bit of damage trying to figure out where the hell USA was. Shrimzy letting him know, follows up with a grenade. If it's on point, he's done. But yeah, that is cooked about as good as it gets there. Shrimzy opening up a little bit of extra space. Here's some shots above him, looking to see if Zareth or anybody from Germany pokes their head out. Alo has to be a bit careful. The point stolen though. Rossida Jr. actually gonna get that.
That's always the threat whenever you get into gunfights in this position, but Denmark have now closed the gap towards the ridgeline as well. Gustav eats a headshot, loses his helmet, but he's still alive and inside the fight, and that's all he could ask for at this point in time. 5 teams left alive: Vietnam, Germany, USA, Thailand, and Denmark. And Denmark are in 2nd place as things stand. They have 9 kills in this game, and they're pushing towards Thailand, and they have the high ground.
Yeah, they're really playing such effective PUBG, such smart PUBG today, as we saw it the second day. A little bit of luck starts to go their way, but a grenade there from Rossida Jr. Alo actually going to take down Jacob behind him, so just Rossida on his feet for Thailand. Gustav able to dodge that grenade, has to go out into the blue just a little bit to do so. Thailand thinking about the res, you are going to get the flush, and Gustav going to try to punish this, knows that Thailand's weak, wants to get every extra point. If he can knock Thailand out, that's going to be placement and kills, and he's got him out in the open, but Rossida turns on him.
He had the opportunity there, but brilliant switch from Rossida. The res happened in the perfect time, and Thailand are back to 2 players up. Brilliant for them as they now free up so much space, but a good nade from Salalzi. Here comes the Vietnamese push. Salalzi with that first knock. Zareth will fall. Rossida knocked on the south side by Alo as the USA look to keep the South safe. But Mika needs that next knock. Tanvu and Himas turning their attention this way as they will get a knock and a flush to Lolzy with another one. Thailand eliminated by USA. And Germany with just Chris left up, but he's going to go down swinging a knock on to Tanvu. But here's the Lolzy. Germany will fall in third, and it's USA against Vietnam for the win.
Looking for the USA with Vietnam having a player down to try to do some damage here, but the terrain not in their favor. Still a lot of those rocks. Finally, Alo able to start swinging out into open space, but it's so well held by Vietnam. They were so aware that he could be there. So Lolzy, though, gonna get traded. Himas has Trimsy down. It's a 2v1 here for Kickstart for the USA. Up and over, Himas able to take this challenge. Kick, though, is good for it, but here comes Tanvu, and he's got it done with the sawed-off.
Oh, so close for Kick, but Vietnam victory once more. 22 more points added to their tally as they are really showing PNC what they are all about. Probably, arguably, have the best player in the world in their roster. And as of right now, they are playing like the best team in the world.
Yeah, and they've got two players from the current reigning champions on this squad as well, and you can see that they are all on the same page. They're making really good decisions right now. The firepower is crisp. The aggressiveness is there. Like, they know when to pick their moments, and I love the switch there to the sawed-off at the end. That is so heady to take that win, to secure that moment against Kick.
Yeah, and it's just little decisions like that that really elevate these players as we take a look at the highlights from that game. We'll be back in a few minutes for game number 3.
확인 먹고 가. Can't put a pot on this. Space. Holy fuck, what are we on? False now. I've never. Come here. Fuck.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Dominate with speed. Octopus 8K HE. scanning every key at the speed of light. Customize every key and setting to build a perfect keyboard for your play. Superior keystroke feel. Experience speed like never before. Octopus 8K HE. Azra.
Smooth and original. Straight from the underground. Listen to the real funk. Hold on. Watch out, the furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk.
And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on.
혹시 모델 워킹 좀
Smooth and original. Straight from the underground.
Day one of PNC is well underway here inside of Seoul. And if you're just joining us now, having missed the first maps of the day, well, all I can say from my notes is Vietnam are very good.
Yes, this is a tremendous start for them, winning both Miramars to start our final stage here on day one of the grand finals. And man, Himas is just unbelievable what he's capable of. I mean, so efficient there with his kills and his damage. Just a tremendous individual player. Tanvu there to clean things up, but this is not what anyone else in this lobby wanted to see, was seeing a team as good as Vietnam off to this strong of a start.
Yeah, and honestly, I think for the team behind, like to change that graphic, the stats are almost the same as what Sololzi was able to do for the team in game at number one. But looking at the overall standings from that match in particular, 22 points, not as many as they got in game number one, but if you were to offer them another victory and another 22 points, they're going to take it every day of the week. But Denmark, for the second map in a row, picking up a really nice tally of points.
They're having a great day. I mean, they're playing so well right now, controlling their space beautifully, taking great fights, finding their moments. Ketter had 5 kills in that last game, doing a ton of damage, stepping up for Denmark. And, you know, okay, you're 20 points behind Vietnam, but, you know, you never know. We're switching maps. We're switching gears a little bit. Generally, kind of teams that struggled a little bit on Miramar start to pick up the pace. So we're looking towards some of those other teams to get it going. And USA at 5th with 12 points. I mean, so top-heavy, so hungry, so aggressive is Vietnam. And everybody else now going to have to start playing some catch-up.
If Vietnam get just over 20 points over the next few maps, they've done better than what Denmark did yesterday and what was a phenomenal day. And Denmark are playing as good as they played yesterday as well. And that is one of the things that I think is worth talking about. I feel like the teams that came through the survival stage, even though I'd argue the survival stage can be a lot harder to read because some teams are newer, so you don't know what they're going to do, but it does mean that you're a lot more warmer and acclimatized to going straight into this venue and performing on day one of grand finals.
Yeah, this is always a huge discussion amongst teams is, do you want to play, you know, early so you can get some of that momentum, get your feet underneath you, get warmed up a bit, or would you rather just go directly into these later stages? That's a big question. Philippines playing really well in that previous game, took in some good fights, winning some good battles, but now it is time for game number 3. It's time to Tago here at PNC. Our first look at it here for the final stage. Can't wait, cannot wait, because that was just awesome Miramar. 2 games, just action-packed.
Yeah, if you're a Vietnam fan, you're loving things right now. But if maybe you're a fan of the likes of Argentina or Norway, it's not quite gone the way you would want. But no better time than the present to remedy your woes and get things going the right way. The flight path, very player-friendly indeed, going from the northeast down to the southwest, finishing just north of Ho San Prison, which should give most of these teams access to their primary drop spots. And I always like to point out some early jumpers. All 3 maps in a row, Germany are one of the first teams off the plane. They want to get boots on the ground and be able to react as soon as the zone pops.
Yeah, and they're going to take their time with it. You know, they're going to get themselves a little bit of extra gear and then make some late rotations to find that open space on the circles as the game kind of wears on. And they've really done a great job of it throughout the event. Obviously, they were in the survival stage. I love the way Germany plays personally. It's kind of reminiscent of you know, some of the older Na'Vi teams and some other teams that you know do that. But Chris has been around for so long. Like he is a known quantity. I know exactly what he's thinking in a lot of these games.
Yeah, and here we go, our first proper hot drop of the grand finals. Team USA and the Philippines are going to go inside of Palace. And If you would have asked me 2 or 3 days ago, I'd be saying USA would win this all day long, but having seen how the Philippines have performed, they have a really good chance in this hot drop as well. And Tentrip picking up the SMG straight away. I'm trying to work out who's the more aggressive team in this hot drop. I'm going to say Philippines. The USA have dropped all condensed, whereas the Philippines have taken a lot of space. And here's the first shots in anger, and Alo almost losing his head.
Yeah, that was darn close for Alo. I don't think he was quite expecting that Algenbots would be wrapped out that far already. Purdy Curdy taking some damage. It's up on the roof. That Tommy gun put to good use by Tentrip. Tough to read right now how the Philippines are approaching this fight, and the USA is paying the price. You expect them to kind of try to fan out early, to try to take space. That had been their MO in the survival stage, but this one, they're being a little more tightly grouped. They're kind of trying to put the pressure onto these weaker flanks of the USA. USA trying to reinforce a bit, but Alo stuck here out on his own. The other two members, Kick and Shrimzy, quite a bit far back.
Yeah, Alo as well with that damage. He's got no other meds, so he's going to wait for the health to tick up. Calbs has wrapped all the way around the south to the other little compound adjacent to Palace, which will give him an angle and lines of sight onto the south side of Palace on whether USA move this way. But this is what you expect. Teams getting up onto the roof lines, having a peek this way. Tentrip is going to be insane, but the problem, if there's any problem with those SMGs, they don't get the headshot bonus that the DMRs or that USA are going to give them, which gives USA a firepower advantage in these fights.
Yeah, so USA opting with losing a player early to try to put the long-range weaponry to good use. So the Philippines maybe going to have to rethink this one just a bit. You can see that they do have a flanked-out player in Calbs trying to find that off angle. Thailand is going to scooch in around the outside of this to look to see if they can be some vultures, pick off some of the carrion that may be available if this fight gets really hot and heavy. Just wait and see what exactly these teams want to do. Level 2 helmet scooped up there for Tentrip. He still has that Tommy gun in play, looking to try to take some space. So it's going to be on Kick to try to keep his eyes onto him. But there's quite a bit of cover there for Tentrip to make his way forward. The real issue, as we know, but these teams do not, is that Thailand is danger close.
Yeah, and I love this too. Look at the way they're playing. 2 players in the middle, 1 either side. That means the 2 in the middle can move where they need to help either of the solos if needs be. So it's really clever from Thailand. Kick's got to be so careful, but Thailand don't want to fire until they're guaranteed a knock. It's not worth giving away their position until they're guaranteed points in the fight. Now, USA still playing in each other's pockets, which I think they have to do whenever you're down 1 player. And Philippines still putting the work in. A nade does a little bit of damage. And you know that the voices are telling Kiss to fire, but Kick's been in the game long enough to know never stand still.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not going to give him the chance until a player of the Philippines gives him the opportunity to go for some shots. So Kiss just going to have to wait things out. Did see a Panzer in Thailand's back pocket as well, so they could let that loose. They're close enough where if they can judge the distance correctly, they could arc a shot in there, maybe get a quick knock onto the USA. Alo just going to hide in this corner, trying to play a tricky off-angle position here. Let Shrimzy, let Kickstart identify where the Philippines are going to be coming from, and then make your moves off the back of that. The Philippines, though, very wary of this, and rightly so. Got some great players, but look at Rossiter Jr.
Yeah, he's crept right up onto the wall, and the USA have been waiting for Philippines to push aggressively, which has not happened, and that has allowed this, but we've got a crash elsewhere. X left. He's got to be so careful, and he's going to get the first spray off, and Gustav manages to avoid the fire and the flames, and X left, he's going to absolutely beam onto Beamy. How do you win that X left? And Denmark, well, Gustav, he manages to run away, but poor Beamy will fall. Now, X-Left will fall back to get some meds on, and the rest of China are going to collapse onto this position. Gustav needs to smoke off this area to get Beamy back on his feet, but X-Left has played this so well and allowed all of China to regroup into this fight.
Oh, that grenade, if it had just been cooked a little bit more, could have gotten a knock. Dofi there, able to put some more damage in, but Xiao Wu on the off angle. Ketter gonna respond on the Ming Ming. Lil Ghost finding one of his own. Here we go, back over to this fight. Rossiter Jr.
No!
Oh, he can't get it through. He can't get it through the wall. Alo doesn't take any damage. Alo's gonna take Rossiter Jr. down. Kiss does get kicked. Alo is gonna be in trouble here. Back over to the fight. Gustav looking for another angle onto Xiao Wu.
This is big for Denmark. They've had a brilliant start to the day. China, on the other hand, Things have not gone their way, but what a need that is. And it's actually going to be Korea now third-partying this fight, as Seoul has got Gustav in his sights. 2 members of China down. Little Ghost will deal with Gustav, but he's the last player up. And I'm going to say it, you know Korea want to wipe China here. There's nothing better than wiping out a country that is so close geographically to you.
Oh, absolutely, and you know China's going to be a threat in this event, so you would love to just hamstring them early. I was kind of curious if Korea would get a little bit more aggressive. You knew that 2 players of China were down there. They should only have 1 left if your kill feed tracking properly. Yeah, Kuming looking for that off angle. Meanwhile, Vietnam taking good fights once again. A couple players of Norway down here. They're trying to find some level of safety, and they're not being offered much. It's actually Argentina's Capitan who is going to take James out of the equation. Salalski as well, good for 1 himself. So Norway has to try to find some level of safety. Ken intends get back over to 8T or vice versa. This is not looking good for Norway.
Yeah, Delwyn's going to crawl through the smoke as the wall continues to be thrown, and Tens is going to fall back, so it looks like Norway have given up that fight. Gumin, though, he's going to catch out Little Ghost, and the trap is perfect. China -1 more. It's down to Xlift and Xiao Wu, who will look to fight back for their side. But for the rest of Korea, this is more points on the board. Sitting in 3rd place in the leaderboard after 2 maps, and yes, it's incredibly early, but they are going to know where they are, and they know who they're fighting. But can Xiao Wu catch out Salute? Because this is the thing. This is where that player hiding has the advantage, because Korea have to corner check so many positions, and it will give Xiao Wu the advantage.
Xlef just took a bunch, but Xiao Wu, just like you said, had that hider's advantage. He's able to claim 1 before Rating gets in there and deals with him. Xlef able to get a first aid through, but he is just trying to get the hell out of here. The terminal, he's looking for the bus to get the heck away, find a new home. Looks like he has done so. Korea there tried to get through it as cleanly as possible, but losing 1 early again. You know, we've seen what they can do getting into those late games, but you'd love to have that 4th player. Is there going to be a recall in their future?
Yeah, there's one not too far away in Terminal, but I wouldn't be surprised if Xlef thought about staying in the area for Korea to leave and maybe then pick it up to try and get his teammates back. And I think Xlef's going to do that, right? He's going to stay somewhere around. Maybe Korea go for it. That could be a free kill or 2 for him. Or if Korea get bored and leave, which is what they've done, he can potentially go back and bring China back into the game. But he doesn't know. Like, how is he to know they've left until he moves over to that section?
It is a tough gamble here for Xlef. Korea taking the safer res option, going back to Yeongchun to get a player back. So not too bad at all in terms of taking a good fight, finding a good opportunity. I feel a bit bad for China, to be honest, because they were just kind of looting and doing stuff, and then Denmark just crashes in there. Rossiter Jr. also going to be called back in for Thailand as they were able to get away from that fight. The Philippines survives, USA goes down, and we are going to get the res. That brings a round of applause from the home team crowd. He's going to have a bit of a drop, but I think he's okay. I don't think Korea really is going to do much about that, raining in his car. So, yeah, should be A-okay for the IGL of Thailand.
The Art of War, a really famous book that, you know, comes from this part of the world, talks about knowing your enemy. And look how Raining knew that Xlef was probably going to go towards that recall system, so he doesn't even take the risk. He goes north to Yeongchun to not even give Xlef the opportunity to catch their players cold. It is so good situational awareness for South Korea to make that decision. And one of the teams that typically tend to play a bit more passive and play for the late game has always been Chinese Taipei. They're pushing into Terminal now as well, and I think that this could work out for them, at least for getting into the placements, but a lot of teams seem to have similar mindsets.
Yeah, it's going to get spicy around Terminal, seemingly. The 2 surviving players of Norway going to find their way to the north side of this city. Xlef just going to hide in a shack. He's got to just be kicking himself. You know, if they could have just won that fight a little bit cleaner. Oh, God, Vietnam. Oh, the drive by Tanvu from the side seat against Marsalek. They're going to crash in here. Poland. Oh, Matster gets a couple, but Salalzi finally able to put him down. The extra numbers gonna end up in his favor. What a turn there from Cappy! Surviving with 10 HP, keeping Poland alive.
One of the nicest people in the game doing damage, but the nade from Mao Rush will wipe out Masters. Vietnam are looking like they might not get a victory in a map for what could be the first time today. Mao Rush will wipe out Tanvu, looking to do more damage as he looks inside, but for Vietnam, this is not what they had in plan. With just one player left standing, Cafe, can Marsalek get close enough? The answer is no, as XLEF from China will pick up another point for them as reinforcements will come in from the sky as the second buyback recall plane will come in from above. But I'm looking elsewhere, right? Look at where some of these teams are going to go. Thailand are going to wait it out on the north side of the circle. But Chinese Taipei, 4 kills after this amount of time. This is so much better from them from an aggression standpoint.
Yeah, you gotta love that from Mao Rush. Just so opportunistic there. Saw the kill feed light up, heard it right next to him. Immediately went to pounce. Korea, though, hunting with some Panzers, looking to see if they can get some damage for themselves. They're hearing the same kind of thing going on. You're hearing all this fighting. Aches left, though. Oh, he would love to get a few extra kills onto Korea after they third-partied that fight earlier. Oh, no, no, no. Trick there. Just cars flipped. Danger. Oh, this is bad. Oh, no. T-Bone really clean shooting, and he's going to get some points.
It looks like they T-boned each other, and then they got T-boned from afar as he was able to pick up those 2 knocks, and those should be 2 points to Team UK. Smoke grenades are being sent out, but there shouldn't be enough time to get that res. And there you go, Teddy will see that point delivered. And this is what you'll see with a Panzer. Korea will send 1 player with a Panzer, 1 player behind them. So if you fire the shot off, you get the knock, your teammate can clean up anything or get that instant res on the other side. But let's take a replay at this one from Team UK. It looks like Brazil were the target for Vex. And yeah, great spray from him. Turns his attention over to Posa then on the other side and read him like a book.
Oh, that is so clean from Vex. It's hard to do it better than that. He has gone down for the UK, so they're 3 strong. They've got Australia right on their heels. Cuban's still looking for some kind of target with this Panzer. They know that Aches left is around here somewhere, and they want to clean him up. More kills for Chinese Taipei as Delwyn gets sussed out. He was the sole survivor for Vietnam, and he was just trying to hide things out himself, but not going to be given that opportunity. Flood trying to get ahead. Monty trying to keep UK pinned so they can make this wrap around their edges, and it looks like they're going to be able to successfully do so. I think they're going to be pretty happy with this situation. They're going to be able to go up to the top of that mountain there over to the east of Terminal, and they're going to have quite a bit of zone control for themselves, assuming that they don't run into Thailand, although Thailand might be scraping with Germany.
Yeah, and I'm looking like, I think Thailand, they'll just play this compound on the other side of the road. There's no reason for these 2 teams to push each other just yet, but keep an eye on Australia. They're wrapping in from the eastern side. They've got tons of space to work with. They wrapped all the way from the south. The only thing that could potentially happen to them is maybe Team UK could look to follow up this direction as well, as there is a couple of good compounds in this section of the map that are open and available. But I'm looking way down the south, and I just wanted to point this out. BL has just tried to buy back his teammates, and Indonesia, they had the same idea. They knew that there was a player going for the res, and BL was ready for it. But the question is, did they get the buyback completed? I don't think they did.
Look at this. Australia.
Yes, I knew it would happen.
They turned around. They're going for the UK again. UK trying to fight back a bit. There are so many Panzers here for Korea. There's a shotgun, though, for Cappy, but that, you know, might get one if you're lucky. Korea being really cautious about this.
He knows.
He's got an idea. Around that corner, Cappy holding it. He gets one. He gets one. He might get the finish. That is Soul down there as Gumin actually kills his teammate and doesn't get the knock. He's going to look for the grenade. I mean, Cappy should be dead to rights for all intents and purposes, but losing Soul in that moment, so painful.
Yeah, but that's really good for Poland, salvaging more points, and for Korea, they'll lose one. Vard, the last player standing now for Team UK, as Australia with 3 players up. But you can see the bleed out. Luke 12 will now go down, but T-Bone, another point for Australia. And it looks like the UK are going to attempt the res onto Michael, who has been so good over the course of this PNC. They should get the res off. It'll happen right on time. And Monty, as he so often does for Team Australia, will be the spear. He will be the initiator in this fight. And that nade from Michael is really good, but Monty, he wanted to hold because he thought that they were going to chase that nade.
Oh, Aches left, able to spring a trap. Korea's been looking for him, but they have been the ones who have been found. And that's a nice grenade there. That's a bunch of damage. Monty is going to get Michael Sofard called upon again to go huge for the UK. Monty has other thoughts. They've got him pinned behind the fence. He sees him moving, head up and over, a close range Dragunov. Worried about running out of bullets. Vard around the corner. Vard, how are you still alive? Finally dealt with it. It's actually Sparking who gets the kill.
And they got them back. So all of Brazil are back inside the fight. And if they win this fight with Australia, all the loot that they could want is available for Brazil. But Australia flood the last player standing, and Brazil are going to crash this compound. Timing is working out perfect for the South Americans, but timing is only one thing. Flood is another as he gets the knock on to BL, and Sparking, well, he's going to bring the Panzer. Flood anticipates that they're going to not push off the back of that. He thought he could get the res off, but a good nade from Sparking will secure that point. But Monty, as soon as he was back up, he's shut back down, and this is so good for Brazil.
Yeah, this is really nicely read by Sparking. Those were fantastic grenades. Reading the position, and the Panzer's good as well. Australia goes down, and that opens up so much opportunity for Brazil.
The king of the South, Sparking gets it done, but Korea are not done as Jia Wei will be wiped out by Korea. Savior looking for the trade on the other side. He's got Raining just in front of him, and they're outside the circle. Now Salute, the temptation has got to be there to go for that recall, but you can't go for it until you've dealt with Savior. Raining's got a nade at the ready, so they know that there should be a Chinese Taipei player not too far away. And look at this, Thailand bringing the fight to Germany.
Yeah, finally this battle, which had been flirted with by both teams, is going to be a bit of an engagement. Zareth gets a scrape of damage and over to the other side. Thailand, though, being diligent, being slow, being methodical. Rossiter Jr., though, stuck behind that rock with just a vehicle in front of him. A good grenade, all cooked a little bit too much by Mika there. He is getting some damage in. That grenade might have gotten a knock. Savior, though, finds his moment to strike. The res system activated here for Korea. And Savior, beautiful patience. Exactly what I was thinking he should do. Just wait for the recall system to be attempted and then go for it. You have to survive here as Salute. You can't stick this res onto Raining safely. You're out in the open. All you have is smokes. If that's a frag, they're in trouble. Oh, it went just too far if it was. Or it could have been a molly as well. Goes into the back room, so Savior can't prevent the res.
Whether by design, by force, or by chance, Korea went for the res outside and Savior baited it inside, so it worked out perfect, and Salute will get the kill as Korea deal with Chinese Taipei. And guess what? Reinforcements are going to come in. The hometown team are about to be back as a 4. And well, some things look like they're meant to happen. This game could be playing right into Korea's favor because you should be able to get them back in the terminal and get them looted up as well.
Indonesia wants to try to get back themselves, but look who it is again. It's Brazil's BL who wants to do something about it. Grenades are out early. 10 trip, taking some pot shots, some damage done here. BL, gotta be careful there. Philippines has an angle onto him, trying to get further forward, trying to see if he can do some damage with those grenades. Still has 2 more in the bag. Gonna take a moment to pause to go for the first aid. Here comes Sparking in the Porter, right around the edge there. Trick trying to escape. He has no gun, and that makes it easy pickings for Sparking.
The spark that lights the fuse, oh so often for Brazil, gets 2 members of Indonesia down. Now 10 trip for the Philippines, who's been deadly with DMRs, is trying to put some pressure on the Brazil, but they've secured the south flank. They can now go back to Santa's position, but this is great for Brazil. The last player for Indonesia inside a terminal, way too far away for Brazil to worry about for now. But Korea, 9 kills on the board, about to be back as a 4. They need to work their way into the circle, but they got to be careful that they don't get caught out by the likes of Norway or Teddy from Indonesia on that pathing in.
Well, they're going to grab some shotguns because they know they have to fight for city space, because if they're going to get those players back, they got to get them into the city proper so they can get them some guns, get some utility, get some armor, get some vests. all the things that you need to take proper fights in PUBG. Norway, though, is going to be a team that's going to be in their way. Teddy from Indonesia as well in the vicinity. So for Korea, it has to be really safe stuff here from Raining and Salute. They have to be efficient. Teddy knows they're there. He knows they're coming. He's going to cook the grenade. If he bounces that properly, they're in trouble. They're able to prone down and avoid the knock. Really nice reaction. But Teddy continuing to put pressure down, wants to try to go around the corner here. No, just the K2 there for him. Raining throwing out some smokes, trying to see if they can cut this angle off, but here is the Panzer. A molly in his way, Teddy around the corner, but does he know there's a shotgun there? What a spin from Teddy!
One more to deal with, another Panzer fired and wasted for Korea as they look back towards Teddy. Now all the hard work, bringing the players back, loading up that Dacia with loot, could all be for naught if Teddy is able to deal with them. But here comes the reinforcements. The rest of Korea are back in the fight. And look at the coach. He is as calm as he could be, but you know for a fact there's nothing calm about this fight as Philippines look towards Korea as well. They're trying to get some weaponry on board, some firepower to take the advantage, but Indonesia are dealt with, and a 10 trip will get a knock on to Raining as here come the Philippines.
This grenade could be devastating, and it just barely scrapes in. Soul has been knocked, so just Gyumin with a micro Uzi. Now come the blue zone grenades. Korea completely pinned inside of this structure. Gyumin somehow able to clean up that kill. Inten's got the knock. Gyumin able to get some extra points for Korea, so they've got 10 kills on this one. The barrage continues. Philippines actually gonna have a P90 for themselves. That's a nice piece of weaponry coming into this late game scenario. Rez comes through, Soul back on his feet. Should be a little bit of stuff available for them on the ground there as Norway now has Philippines in front of them. So that might have bought a little bit of extra time for Korea to get themselves stabilized.
Yeah, Brazil just looking to position and take control inside the circle. They're the only team with a clear path inbound other than Thailand. Santa will stay to the north, while the rest of Brazil will just hold out all the teams inside a terminal. This could be a feeding frenzy for Brazil and Thailand as all these sides look to leave terminal, and both of them are setting up that way. Kiss for Thailand is holding the north, and then Posa and Sparking are holding the south. I love the way Thailand are looking at this as free meals.
I really want to see Santastico play his life over on that eastern edge of the circle. He's going to be really important in the late game here for Brazil if they're going to get the win, because these three players here should just be able to tunnel down onto this fight that's going on inside of terminal proper. Korea trying to get further forward, but they are in trouble. So much open space to cross, and it would take an insane amount of smokes. Gyumin gets the heal off, and 80 striking. Philippines were busy looking in other directions. Gyumin, not much he can do here. Gets the first aid off, but this blue is so painful, and Korea goes down.
Yeah, Norway are down to just in 10s now, but Korea do a lot of good work in that last map to close the gap to Vietnam. But that is just a chapter in the book that is even just this Tago, as we are yet to find out what the final story will be. Santa, you talked about playing his life. He catches out Rosinid, who was all the way to the north by himself, and that's really bad news now for Thailand. He has eyes on the rest of the roster as well, and here come the other South American side as Argentina push directly towards Jacob as they see the opportunity. Emmy gets the read, DraftKing gets the knock, and Thailand, well, it's only Kiss left standing, but Argentina take a big knock from that nade.
Oh, he's throwing some good ones in there. Kiss even gets a vehicle explosion to go. Emmy's in trouble right on the edge of a blue zone. Wants to find some way to maybe get a res. Meanwhile, traded knocks here for the Philippines and Brazil. In fact, 10 trip gonna claim Posa's life. So all of a sudden, Brazil maybe in a bit of trouble here, trying to keep their eyes over towards this battle of Argentina and Thailand. Kiss, oh my God, 1 HP.
Oh, how is he still standing as Santastico? Santa will give Capitan a present he does not want to receive, and that will be that for Argentina on Tago. It's Brazil against the Philippines. Calbs is down. They're on the edge of the circle. And here come Brazil. All they've got to do is secure the circle, play smart. But this is Philippines. They have proven they can go toe-to-toe with the best teams inside this lobby, and they have got all their deadliest weapons still alive and inside the game. Brazil, they might think this game is in their hands, but they're at the risk of getting caught out with 2 players from the Philippines wrapping towards Sparking at the one time. One knock for Philippines blows Brazil's defense wide open.
Exactly, and that P90 is going to be pivotal. Cal's there. Now they know where Sparking's at, and they immediately put a shot into his head. He has to get down on the ground and get this heal off. Philippines knows it, and they know that they can crest the other side of this hill and keep themselves obscured from the rest of Sparking's teammates. So Sparking has to play incredibly well here on his own, and he's playing safe, but Philippines looking to see if they can punish. Sparking into the vehicle. Is he going to be able to get away for free? Good covering fire from Santastico is going to open up the opportunity.
Yes, Santastico just does enough to allow Sparking inside the circle and gets himself out of trouble. Now we're seeing deployable cover being tossed out by the Philippines, but how much utility do they have? 2 smokes for Algin Bots, and that's not a lot. He steps out over the precipice, and that will be Santa, dealing a ton of damage, and that forces him back into cover. But this is a slow blue zone as we get deeper inside this game. Santa does even more damage onto Algin Bots. He has got so many moving targets, and it is so hard to just focus on one when you're getting distracted by so much movement.
Tough situation now that the Philippines face. They do have some extra cover there with those emergency ones, and they, you know, every time they're popping up, they are getting popped. Brazil here has great angles onto this fight, so now smoke's going to come through, but the Philippines have been fighting tooth and nail throughout this game. Think back to the very beginning when they had a hot drop against the USA. Thailand showed up to try to third party it, and they have found themselves into a 3v3, but a really difficult position to make their way out of. On top of that rock, Sparking gets the knock on a 10 trip.
And that's the big one. That's the initiating one. But Sparking being held back by that blue zone nade, but using the opportunity now as Santa to cross the road. Philippines will go for the res, but while all that's going on, the P90 from Calbs needs to hold them back. The nade from BL is perfect as 2 fall, and now Calbs in a 1 versus 3 against the never stopping tidal wave of Brazilian players.
Clutch.
Calbs will spot out Santa. He gets one. He's not done yet, but he is done. BL will do it, and it is Boa Noche Philippines and bye Brazil.
Just so well handled in that late game. That is incredibly disciplined play. Sparking there, not giving up his life. Santastico winning that edge battle against Thailand. All of those things, all of those individual moments. You know, when I say you play your life, you gotta just survive sometimes. And that's what they do, because they give themselves the better angles, the better territory inside of that circle to work from.
And I couldn't be happier for these Brazilian players, having spoke to them over the course of the year. All of them, as we throw to the highlights, all of them except for Santa is the only one who doesn't speak English on that roster. But seeing them finally come together, and this is the thing, the teams in the survival stage with newer players, they've had the chance and opportunity to play in a live server. This is Brazil's first real live server, you know, LAN game together that's not really just a practice scrim.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 3 new players to this Brazil team this year, right? Just Sparking the holdover from previous PNCs, and you can't credit them enough with how well they played that end game. I mean, things got nuts inside a terminal. So many recalls came through for a bunch of different teams, but the way that they went over and got themselves back up and running in the middle of that game, and then took a great fight to finish what UK and Australia had started here, and to give themselves the utility, the weaponry that they need to accelerate into the late game. Sparking there with a great Panzer, and you can see that's got him fired up. Australia, tough one, you know, able to take a decent fight, but they did so much damage that they just couldn't really hold off that aggression that Brazil brought. But this game, and a lot of these games today, all about finding those moments for third parties.
There was just something about that game for a while too, where I thought everything was conspiring for a Korea victory. But they got caught, you know, they left, X left earlier on in the game, and he was able to get a knock and a flush onto them. And then it was solo players in Norway that stuck the telling blow on the Korean side. But they still got a bunch of points. Like, it's still, you know, it's not a win, but it's another good game for Korea, and they closed that gap to Vietnam, which is still massive.
Exactly. I mean, that's the best part about this game. If you're looking from the perspective of a Korea fan, is, hey, okay, We did pretty good in the first couple of games, and now we're able to really bridge that gap because, you know, you got to be worried about Vietnam just running away with things. They go for a bit of a crash there against Poland, and it doesn't go so good, and then Bao Rush was right there to clean up a bunch of kills in that spot. So wild game there around the edges of the terminal, fun circle, fun finish, and now we look towards Rondo for map number 4.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one, another one of our little break maps in the middle as we get a look. But let's see how our top 4 teams performed in that one. No surprise, big game from Brazil. Utility usage maybe not as high as what we've seen from other map winners today, but they were another team that benefited from the recall system. Remember, BL went for the res, and he had to hold back a fight of his own whenever teams tried, I think was it Indonesia, that tried to bring back their players.
Exactly. And then Indonesia came in with a recall of their own, but it was late, and so they just couldn't take a fight. They had nothing to work with when then Brazil again capitalized on that and took them down. So you got to be a little bit careful with those recalls, because otherwise you're just going to feed points over to your enemies. And that was one of those situations where Brazil just a step ahead. A lot of kills for them, 12 as well, 10 for Korea, 7 apiece for Thailand and the Philippines. So APAC coming in strong. Obviously Vietnam, but you know, we know the Philippines can frag. We know Thailand has star players, and speaking of stars, Sparking is a known quantity.
Yeah, and I love this kid. I really do. He's the best Brazilian player that we've seen being produced. His tattoo says time's up and you got to be better than yesterday, and he's a player who strives to always be better than the previous day. And you know what? A good competition for Brazil here. He might finally get to buy that jet ski that he was hoping to buy.
The man is just wanting that jet ski so bad, and this is a great game for him to get closer to that dream. Fun stuff there. 22 points again. You know, our top teams always seeming to get at least double digits kills in these games, and they have been so furious. 12 points for Korea to match Thailand, who get third in terms of placements. Argentina with a nice one there. Really nice to see them coming out with some good performances. A little bit of a weird situation they ended up in. Kiss just landed some beautiful grenades, and all of a sudden their round was basically done.
Yeah, I think the Kiss has just really taken PUBG by storm in the last few months, and I am so impressed. As I am impressed at how good Vietnam have been with their 49-point total. But thankfully for the rest of the lobby, they didn't extend to that lead by too much in that last map. Korea and Brazil now inside the top 3 as Denmark will fall out. USA getting a couple more points on the board. But for Chinese Taipei, first points of the grand finals, much better game from them. Really good at picking up some points where you maybe other, stealing kills away, taking the right advantage of knocks on other sides. Much better from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, need to see some more of that for Leo's last hurrah here at PNC. So far, the top 8, a big difference between Vietnam and China. That is a massive gap there. A lot of work to do yet. And again, I think China just kind of a little bit unlucky there in that situation. I don't think you expect a team to just full-on crash that northwest corner of terminal like that. I get it in some ways now with the recall system in there, so spots like that become a lot more desirable because you're like, well, if we can win, the close quarters battle, then we can get to that recall, so it doesn't matter if we lose players along the way. So kind of the math of PUBG has changed quite a bit with that system being put into place.
Yeah, and like you said, you can get multiple points off some players now as well. As we got to look at the crowd, we've got some Brazilian fans in the house today. I think no matter what the event, no matter where in the world, Brazilian fans travel, and they're happy to be here. And shout out to all the people who have traveled, and shout out to the viewers at home as well who maybe couldn't attend for one reason or another. But the venue for the first day of Grand Finals is looking great.
Thailand, 301%. Yeah, they are definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with, you would think. Continue to just love that Philippines have been given the opportunity, and they are making the most of it. They are just fearless, man. They are willing to take fights. Like, I think back to that second Miramar game and the space they were taking there, like when that circle hard shifted up towards Oasis, I'm like, you guys have a tremendously wide split. Like, that's really tough to pull off, and they're still making it happen. So you got to love what you're seeing. Norway trying to get their fans into it, trying to get themselves into it. I can see a Norwegian flag pinned up there on one of the rails in the fan section. So they are feeling good. UK playing okay. Michael has continued what he started during the survival stage.
Yeah, they've all been really good. Like, I think for the UK, they're playing well. It's just some other teams are playing out of their skins. Like, if you said the UK, would you be happy with this point tally after a couple of games? They would have taken it. You know, it's not like, oh, you know, obviously they'll always want more, but they've been steady. And being steady over the 3 days is not going to be enough. You need to get more. And yeah, here's the fans that I love, the Norwegian fans. There's so many of them. There's only 3 in that picture because the rest are probably, you know, out at the moment, but they're having a ball. Like they were over hanging out with the Norwegian players yesterday, and honestly, I'm so excited to see people who've traveled thousands of miles to see their favorite teams.
Yeah, no, it is so cool. PNC is always so fun because you get fans from literally everywhere that come here and are supporting their region, supporting their players. A ton of fans of Korea. Those are some nice jerseys. Some Gyumin fans, some reigning fans there. Love to see it as some jerseys were available out front to be purchased today. So a lot of people getting to support their favorite team even more. Germany, dude, just steady as she goes. Just kind of, this is their brand. This is their PUBG, and they continue to play it pretty well, I think. I don't know what happened with that fight with Thailand, but still, overall today, I think they're playing just fine.
Yeah, Thailand brought the fight, and well, Rondo will hopefully bring the heat as we are into the second half of day 1. Rondo, which brings a little bit of randomness that some of the other maps don't have, is going to come live and into the action here from Seoul. And we're getting a look at Jadena City, and I've only ever seen a Jadena City finish once, and the players, I'm going to be honest, they didn't know how to deal with it because they'd not seen it either.
No one goes there. You know, like it's just like it's often just completely disregarded in drop spots, other than maybe like a really kind of late like alt drop that you don't want to go there because it's hard to rotate in and out of there. It's actually, you know, there's a bunch of bridges you have to cross, and if you want to go north, like there's only one bridge on the north side, and it's actually close enough to other people's drop spots that it makes it dicey. If you end up swinging way up north near Meiran, you're going to have some problems crossing into there. So there's just so many choke points coming out of that peninsula. It makes sense why nobody wants to go there. Do I drop there when I play the game? Yeah, because I think it's fun. but for the pro scene, it's kind of not the best.
And I'm just going to say it for the people who are really excited to see China and Australia dropping inside of Test Track. A lot of teams, you'll see teams drop here, and the fight never really kicks off in earnest. But I think that China actually want to deal with. No, they've stolen the Pika bus and they've retreated. So they're saying, okay, you're going to take that spot, we're going to take the vehicle. So in a way, they've harmed Australia's chances. And what is going on here? Chinese Taipei with a really late drop and somehow getting the player in on top. But this is not a spot that you tend to see hot drops in.
No, this is rather surprising as Intense trying to use that mutant. Mao Rush has a QBZ. So both players just kind of letting each other know they're there. Saw a shotgun in the hands of James. He's looking to identify a Chinese Taipei player. Saw that JS9 in the hands of one of them as they're trying to make their way through. This is pretty wild. James thinking about the grenade. 8C revolver, I'm hoping we can find you an upgrade, my friend.
I hope so too. But if he is going to use it, I hope he gets knocked with it, because it'll be fun to see as Jia Wei will take a ton of damage. JS9 and no meds at the ready. He needs covering support from his teammates. 8C to see him down to 1 HP, but Intense is going to get dealt with by Mao Rush. And Erez will be pulled off onto Leo here as well. So things not quite going Norway's way, but a win in this battle will, of course, lead to an instant buyback. Oh, James, he got knocked with a nade in his hand there, Paper, and he's going to fall. And now Himon and 8C are the only two players standing for Norway.
Nice shot there. At least getting the knock on a Chai Wei, but losing Intense on the backside makes this so much more challenging for Norway overall. Not only is it going to be likely a 2v4, but you lost that flank angle, and you had no ability to cover that, to try to, you know, trade the knock or, you know, take a better fight. Instead, Chinese Taipei has everything in front of them until look who it is. Your top fragger from the survival stage. Trick shows up to the party, and it's Leo in the head. Mao Rush underneath with an MP5, jumping down, and he's got Iman before he can even get there. 8C all on his own.
This is the one. This is a really. Oh, it's the third party. Indonesia doing some damage, but INSEE and Savior and a 1v1. Savior's going to go for the repeat. INSEE pre-fires, but Savior wins the fight, and it's 4 more points for Chinese Taipei. But the thing is, Indonesia, they've gone. They've let them be, so Chinese Taipei will get the reses off, and they'll get the recall done. So this is really good for that side, and it's really good for their confidence as well to go head-to-head with a team like Norway, who were really good in the survival stage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You have got to be feeling great about Chinese Taipei and the way that they've been kind of handling themselves. Overall, not bad. Love to see it. Those MP5s, really annoying. Ah, yes. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it. I knew with Thailand here, we'd be getting some glider play, and Fluky gonna be the one to go up into the air for them. Try to do that early scouting. You know, a lot of the Thai teams, but especially Theraton 5, which is Rossiter Junior's team, they love to do that, especially on this map.
Yeah, get as much information as you can. Another team that are well known for doing it is Germany. And I think that's exactly what Braxco is doing on the very north side of the map. He should be taking to the skies momentarily as well. And when we asked Korea what was their motivation going into this here, they just said, watch us lift their 3rd trophy. They're going for the 3-peat. And in and of itself, when you're the reigning champions and you're essentially the hosts, it puts a target on your back. And there's so many teams, 15 other teams here who want to steal that trophy away. And I think that actually, I think Korean players, Korean teams and Korean orgs love being the hunted. They love being the team with the target on their back.
Oh, no doubt about it. They're very happy to have you try to come at them, because they will take those fights, and they are so tough to deal with. The talent level on that team just through the roof, having Sol there in particular, who is hungry to showcase his abilities at the global level again. And the other team that you should not be even a little bit surprised about getting a glider is Germany. Brex saw them a lot during the survival stage. You see it all over the place internationally, that they love these gliders for themselves, love using it to get that info, and it really suits their style in particular. They use it in very different ways than Thailand. Thailand's looking for stuff in the middle. They're trying to figure out what's going on ahead of them so they can work their way forward, whereas Germany's using it to scout the edges, looking for some clear space, looking for maybe a third party or a fight they could take, an isolated player here or there. So very different ideas, even though they both are using the same vehicle.
It's a Sand 101, right? That's just the way they have always played. But over here, by the hills, China getting really close to Brazil. Now, Zhao Wu has not had the day that he would have wanted so far. The first 2 maps, one of the first players to fall overall. This time around, getting super close to Savior will be able to bring back their teammate. And I think they just waited for the next plane. But I think Brazil have set up a really good trap, and I think that they've just about got the buggy tight enough to the mountain that it's going to be very last second that China are able to spot it. But am I seeing a team E-pickup potentially right on top of that mountain that these teams are on? Nope.
They haven't got off yet.
Yeah.
You can see a few teams just putting some shots. Gumin getting way up on the stadium. But Philippines have identified a free compound and should be, I would assume, okay-ish to land. Plus, there's one of these, I call it Pillars of God, the really tall mountains there to get up on top of. As Dofi taking some shots. Nobody's even landed one yet, so able to get there. Can be a little tricky to work from this position, though. Tons of info, but you got to be clean with those DMRs, because once people start shooting at you, you don't have a lot of recourse sometimes. You have to just get down and prone.
And if CJ gets knocked, Calbs will obviously parachute down to get the res. It's very difficult to clean these players up. But for the Philippines, they're so close to the center that in theory they should be in the next phase, and maybe even the phase after that, depending on what way it goes. I don't do phase predictions because it means nothing until phase 4 of a game. I know back in the day we used to love trying to predict where it's going to go. But in reality, teams are going to play wherever they think is best for them. Brax is now scouting, right? Germany have their position up to the north. He's now seeing if anybody's wrapping up that north way to give the team that little bit of information. And now the Chinese Taipei down to the south have got everybody back on their feet there on the move. But a trap's been set.
Oh my God.
USA know. They know, they saw it go up into the sky. This is so good from the USA.
Kickstart first up to bat. We're gonna knock it out of the park there. Does some pretty good damage. Mao Rush able to respond with a little bit of his own. Using that bolt, try to see if he can get lucky. Connect on to Kickstart. The first wave for Chinese Taipei has to be diverted, has to go in a different direction. They're being chased down though.
Yeah, it looks like USA were hunting that one down, but we've turned our attention over to Brazil, who are getting pushed by Team UK. It's BL all by himself. Can he stay alive long enough or get enough knocks to tempt the rest of Brazil? They're on their way. BL's done his job. He's dealt a little bit of damage. He's going to get knocked though by Vard, but the rest of Brazil, they are landing in this position. Posa, Sparking, and Santastico. They're looking to take down the team from the UK. Sparking got himself the QBZ, which is, oh look, he switched it over because it's a close range fight.
Yeah, that's really, really smart. The extra rate of fire that you're gonna get out of that vector, very, very effective in a battle like this. T-Bone actually taking over the IGL duties for UK. Thought I'd take a little bit of a look at it. Doing some long range scouting. That's kind of been the formation that we've been seeing from UK is T-Bone out on his own. The other three going to fight together to try to break things open in the battles. Ming Ming Sparking from being able to be comfortable outside. Gustav dodging some grenades here. It's actually Seoul from Korea. That one splashes right into his face. Doesn't get the knock, but certainly keeps him honest.
Yeah, Gustav just wasting a lot of utility, but they should be able to get it back up as we get an extreme shift to the northwest. And Leo is now back as well, and he's dropped exactly in that position. So he has a spot for Chinese Taipei to rotate to if needs be. Philippines, they've got Raining in their side. Korea with a pretty big split. Now, Raining tried to secure a spot inside the circle while the rest of Korea stayed inside stadium, and Philippines are looking to make them pay for that choice.
This is actually going to be really tricky for Korea. Going this far north is going to be awful, and this is just making matters worse. Raining 1 HP. Immediately goes for that first aid, and now the Philippines know that he is weak, and they are trying to get there. The first aid does come through. China's gonna drive right on by this fight. Seoul arriving to the party to try to bail Raining out. Raining just hiding, hoping that he can survive long enough that the rest of Korea is going to be able to do something about this situation. And oh, it's so fast from Algen Bots. He knew there was basically only one place that Raining could be. Seoul just left to watch from afar.
That took a long time though. USA taking advantage of the Indonesia rotate as they pick up a couple of kills of their own. And it looks like Sparking and the rest of Brazil are ready to make their move because T-Bone was dealt with by Australia. And Brazil now know they hold the advantage, they hold the key. Pre-fire there around the corner. Not good enough. Good stun grenade though. Sparking will hear the vault of Vard as he jumps out that window. And Michael with the S12K shotgun makes it work, but Sparking will trade it back. 2 versus 2. Posa caught in the open by Vard, leaving it all down to Sparking. And he's got that vector, but he has got to make this work. And look, Australia, they know that they can take advantage of this and maybe get revenge on Brazil.
I love this from Australia. This is fantastic decision making. Sparking now has so much to deal with. Dealing more than he takes, but he tries to go back, and Tiggleton's ready for it. Brazil goes down. Australia looking to finish the job. Vard trying to stick the res, but Tiggleton's up on the roof, and Vard has to pull back before he can complete it. Grenade through the window. Vard just hiding. Now, nothing left to do but try to get some extra points, to try to salvage this, because Fex is no longer for this lobby.
Yeah, there's the rest of the crash, but oh no! Flood got caught by the gate, or by the fence, and it stopped him long enough for Vard to get the knock. Huge for Team UK, as the solo player left standing still has 3 Aussies to deal with, and they'll look to clean him out. Stun grenade after stun grenade, stopping the res on the Fex. Fex is there to feed the call, to feed the shout. Tig takes damage, but Fex is dealt with by Monty. Tig, though, should deal with this, and in essence here, Paper, the fight that we had in the last map has happened in reverse order here with the team that was, you know, it really is reverse order of the fight the last time around.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's just kind of funny how things work out sometimes. You know, teams have similar ideas on, you know, what part of the map they think is important and how they want to rotate and their moments. Back over to the Philippines, who have disengaged from Korea, and now they find Argentina on their doorstep. Poland wants to get a recall through. Dangerous in the middle of that lake, but Matchster wants to go for it. Okay, Vard finally dealt with. It's going to be Tiggleton here. 3 kills for him total so far for Australia. They will be out in the blue, but we're only in phase 2, so not too big of a deal. And the Philippines want to fight. Surprise!
Yeah, they're pushing up towards Argentina, and Seoul might be able to get a third party. It looks like Korea have got everybody back on their feet as well as they use the recall inside a stadium. And all that is bad news for the Argentinians, because Seoul is here. Vietnam are pushing up this intersection, this junction, as well as you see that little bit of damage. 10 triple with a great nade up and over the top as Capitan is going to get knocked. Another nade is thrown, finds another 25 damage. But the Argentinians really stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that's a great BZ.
Oh, that's brutal. That's so well placed. That's right on top of Capitan. And 10 trip is what we got to knock on a Vietnam while this is going on. The man's just a one-man army. He's taking on fights from anybody. A newcomer arrives. It is going to be raining coming back for Korea. They're able to use the recall system once again. Vietnam, though, right on the outside here. Oh, drafting. That sucks. You're just dead there. Vietnam has such a good angle. Now they're really trying to get away. Good news is they ran out of ammo. The bad news is Hemas has a Lynx. I thought he might go for the shot there onto Emmy, but Emmy should be A-okay for now.
Over there, they're going to try to be the next team to take shots, but as Emmy moves further north or further west, he'll run to USA, he'll run into Germany. But Poland, they've got Marsalek back on his feet. Looks like they carried enough loot for him as well that he's got himself back in the game with a barrel. And Korea, with all 4 players, they waited for him to get there, and now they will get on the move as well. So Korea really adapting to the recall system very well so far tonight. We'll have a look at what ALO was able to do, and this is probably when they got all those points off of Indonesia. This is going to be good, isn't it?
I would hope so. I need to see some more from the USA. ALO took a bunch of damage. Oh, nasty, nasty, nasty. That is so many headshots there. It's such a tight angle. And then Shrimsy, so quick to respond as well. The teamwork, so good for the USA. Kick arrives to the party. He just bypasses, doesn't even go for the flushes. Knows there's more. Know they need to take this fight and really wipe Indonesia out.
You know what I love about how things change in PUBG? About 2 years ago, pro players would have used 2Xs and they would have carried 4X sprays. Everyone's gone back to the red dot now because everybody loves the line. You know, when you aim in, you see everything. There's none of your line of sights being cut off. And players at this level are that good, they don't even need the extra zoom. They can hit a pixel from a mile away. Not the player, by the way, the pixels of the player. He retired.
I know.
I'm so sad.
I am too. He's just a great guy. He's so funny. Definitely gonna miss him at global events for sure. Shout out Pixel if you're watching, buddy. Germany, 1 player out in front. It's Brex up high. The other 3 behind, also up high. Flood going to be called back here as well as 3 more players of Indonesia. So Indonesia trying again late in the game to get their players back up and running. They're going to go way up north. There is some open compounds, so if they're allowed the opportunity to land, they could get some gear again and make a go of it. Chinese Taipei underneath the gun barrels of Germany. High ground advantage doing wonders for them to keep track of their opponents, but they're outside of the new circle. And there's a river right down the middle of a phase 4 circle. This is nasty stuff. Luke 12, though, gonna get beamed by Beamy.
It's a fractured circle, as you pointed out, with that river running through. Flood is on his way to the ground as everybody is firing this way. And it's going to be Gustav as Denmark get 2 members of Australia down and out as things stand. Beamy under pressure now as up over the hill comes Monty, looking for revenge for his fallen mate, as the rest of Denmark are now looking for the same. But Monty, you should get that point confirmed. Get it on the board as Germany and Chinese Taipei are battling with USA not too far away. It is all getting crazy on the southwest.
Thailand just saved Tiggleton's bacon. Ketter was coming right for him. They knew he was there because he took some shots while Monty was dealing with Beamy. And instead, Thailand comes from behind and takes out Denmark. So they get sandwiched, and that's going to give Australia a little bit of breathing room. Purdy Curdy taking some damage, trying to get down the hill with the rest of his team. Shots ringing out in their direction, but looks like they're at least going to be able to survive. Oh, I died. Spoke too soon. Brex strikes from above. Shrimsy going to be knocked here. Smokes have to come through. You also have China potentially looking into this fight, but they're inside of the circle, so they're not going to make a move, just trying to do some damage from afar. Grenades coming out now for Germany to try to finish that knock onto Shrimpsy, but they're all rolling too far down that hill.
Yeah, and they don't want to go for the res in this position as well. They want Shrimpsy to get closer to the corner, but all these explosions taking health off of Shrimpsy is going to force the issue. And the nade from Mika is perfect as Kurt went for the hero res, and he's going to get shut down. So USA -1 and one more down on his knees and kick. He's going to pick up Kurt, get him out of there. The USA will look to live and fight another day as Alo will hold the cover. Vietnam under pressure from Poland as Cappy will find that knock. This is not looking good for your lobby leaders. Himas went for it, and what the hell? Vietnam delete Poland.
That is just unbelievable. They just run right through Poland like a hot knife through butter. Germany wrapping ahead, but they are paying the price for that. They get out into the open and they get into Lil Ghost's sightlines. It's Chris going to be cleaned up there. USA taking a battle against the Philippines and winning it, at least so far. Breck's going to scoop up a Lynx for himself off of this crate, so they do lose one player, but they're able to get some extra utility for the late game. Oh, what a shot from Brex right into the head of Alo. Well done with that Lynx. And USA in the blue, just scrambling to get through, but Zareth is going to be standing there, the rest of Germany in their way. Vietnam trying to get their reses to go on the other side of this in that smoke. Brex curious about it. A grenade here actually could be pretty devastating.
Wrong side of the tree. It lands on the side. He will get the flush, but Brax will deal with kick. And now he turns his attention to Tandu. Vietnam losing another, and Brax go up to 5 kills in the lobby now. And Mika pushing up on the Philippines. CJ, he's going to get knocked. And let's not look, Emmy's in the blue with a nade in his hand, but he throws it in. It might get Calbs, but it's just a little too far away. And this is brilliant from Germany here, but Zerath has been knocked by Lil Ghost.
Dude, Brex is hitting some nasty shots, looking to do more work. There's another molly. I don't even know if Calbs realizes it yet. All of a sudden, whoa, why is the ground on fire next to me? I'm in trouble, but so is Himas. Calbs actually able to get the knock, even though damage came from a couple different angles there. Tanvu out into the blue, trying to do something. Oh my God, the blue is gonna do it. The grenade had just done enough damage to Calbs.
Yeah, Germany down to 2 as well, as looking off into the distance. Argentina's Emmy still alive inside the placement points, which is not a bad scenario at all when you consider they lost their players oh so long ago. Monty in the sights of Yumin. Salute, come on.
He's got it.
The little Datsy is good, but he's going to get shot at by Thailand. And does he get over it? He gets over it. The tire pops, but I think he's gotten over there.
Oh my God, Salute. That is unbelievable that you survived that. What a nice attempt from Rossiter Jr. That is such a creative angle to take there. Thailand has complete control over the northern side of the river. I mean, there is Indonesia up there, but they had just res. They're looking for whatever util and equipment that they can find. Yumin takes a bunch of damage. Tiggleton, though, in response is knocked. Yumin, nice outplay there onto the IGL of Australia. Monty on his own. Just the logs of the shack and a Pico bus for cover. And Korea needs some kills in this one. They only have one. They're looking for more.
And have a look at Rossiter. He's crossed the river. He's sneaking up. He wants to get involved. He wants points for Thailand as Korea push on up. But on the other side of things, Germany's there. Seoul, you're taking 5 damage every second you stay inside the blue. And I think the Germany know it. They know he's weak, but Yumin will get the knock on Amika, and Korea fighting on multiple fronts and winning all the battles, but Braxco will take down Seoul.
Oh, finally dealt with. What a reposition there by Gyumin to back up Seoul on the backside. He should be able to grab him, get him into the next zone, and try to go for the res. China has other ideas. They have flanked out wide to try to cut off Korea's advance. They know that they're still 4 up potentially, and they want to make sure that that doesn't exist into this late game. Not much to work with here. It is a coastline, some high hills. Thailand, though, so smart to get ahead of the curve here. They can leave 2 players on the backside as well to watch for Indonesia. I'm pretty sure they know they're there. They probably saw them parachuting in. Out in the open, though, Korean players. Juicy targets for Lil Ghost. Connects onto that, onto Raining, and he should be down and out.
Yeah, really good from Lil Ghost as he takes advantage and picks up that kill. So that's 1 player down for Korea. and it makes it a 3v4, v3, v3. Korea being held by China, but China have got to get a move on as well because Zhao Wood is holding the circle. Everyone else in the blue, and Salute is coming this way. They're going for a little ghost. It's aggression from Korea, and I absolutely love it. Run him over, Seoul gets the knock, and Ming Ming will fall as well. Korea get revenge, and Zhao Wood, who's usually the first to fall, is now the last standing for China.
Fortune favors the bold in Korea. That is a bold move right there. Driving uphill at China to take them out. They were not happy that they lost reigning there, and they wanted to return the favor. It's not all over yet. Xiao Wu, the hero for China during PGS, has an opportunity to do something special once again on his own, but he's got Indonesia right underneath the hill near him, aware of each other's presence as Util is coming out on both sides. Oh, Trick finds the off angle, and Xiao Wu is down.
Indonesia climbing into 10th spot now, and Thailand are going to do the exact same rotate we saw.
They didn't do it right.
Nah.
They missed it.
They're fine. They've got 4 players up and they got a spot in the circle. But would you put it past Korea now after dealing with China on the south? Well, of taking full control of the circle and pulling a rabbit out of the hat with a win here.
They can do it. They need Indonesia to kind of do some damage, I think, to Thailand. Maybe not necessarily, but you would love to see that. That's for sure. You would love to see those two teams over on that eastern edge just beat each other up so you can come through, claim what you think is going to be the winning position, claim what you think is going to be the winning terrain, and use that to your advantage. And they know that eventually it's going to have to leave that river, right? So they're going to go on that western edge. They're going to take the hillside, use that for cover, get some high ground, get some angles, get some info, and set up for the late game.
Yeah, Indonesia, Setsuna turning his attention over towards Korea as Thailand all group on that south side where they believe the next phase shift is going to go. Simoy hunting that way though, as he's going to make the crossing through the water, and I don't think Thailand are looking the way, and just by Indonesia firing shots across, it enables the Simoy crossing. So this is really good team play, and Korea, they want to push Indonesia, but they also know the position they have in the circle is really good as things stand, so they're not going to make the move just yet. But Paper, that circle shift is not what anybody was banking on.
That is wild. That is going to guarantee to have water in it. I think in the last phase, at least the phase 8 circle should be touching some. That is crazy. This is a bizarre circle. You rarely see them like this next to a river. So this is a special one in terms of just rarity. You know, that we won the PUBG gacha for this game. We got a fantastic circle. Gyumin gonna be the one tasked with keeping track of Indonesia up on the north side. Meanwhile, Seoul and Salute have a unenviable task of watching Thailand on the other. But Simoy has gotten right underneath Thailand. What in the world is he gonna do?
Yeah, remember the crossing he made a long time ago, but that nade does enough damage to find a knock, but not between the damage with the 2 players, but will not find a knock onto any. Gyumin, though, he let Indonesia know that he's within throwable distance, and here come Salute and the rest of the reinforcements. They know that Indonesia have only got so many limited spots to rotate from this spot, and when all this is going on, and all the explosions, Thailand are wrapping all the way in behind on the south.
This is actually kind of turning into a problem for Korea. They need this fight to go smoothly and quickly, and Indonesia knows that they're in a bad spot, an easily nadeable spot, so they're going to try to rotate. They're actually going to see Thailand. If they take shots, that's going to alert Korea to Thailand's presence, that they're making this wide wrap.
Let them go. Let Thailand wrap around.
Smart.
It's the right thing to do because you know that they're going to backfill Korea, and this is just trigger discipline at its finest, and I love that decision because any other player might consider the fight, and here we go. The angle's been opened up by Thailand. Korea inside a bowl, and this could become a shooting gallery. Setsuna, don't shoot. Don't. Thailand are doing you a favor. Once Korea start fighting back to Thailand, maybe then start doing some damage, but for now, they are your allies.
Korea there, Gyumin right at the tree, taking a bunch of damage from a grenade. Simoy, it's his time to strike. And he gets a bunch of damage with the AK, but can't find the knock. Instead, Setsuna combines with him, calling out the targets nicely, saying, I've got this one lit up. It's your turn up to bat. Setsuna had been such a good support player for Indonesia during the survival stage. And this time it's Simoy setting up Setsuna. Now, around the corner is Korea. They're keeping it quiet for now. Tons of smokes had to be used here by Thailand, and they are now being pushed in by the blue. This is going to get trickier and trickier as time goes on. They may have just been a little too cautious in trying to take that fight against Korea, but they didn't know where Indonesia was.
And look how steep the hill they need to descend is as well. It's all going to impact them as Korea still with 3 up. That circle, you said it had to keep water in it. About 30% of it is still the river. Setsuna turns his attention up, but Thailand are back up to a 4. They got the res right in the smoke on the edge of the blue, and now they can turn their attention back this way. Saluto will get the knock on to Kiss. Simoy finds Saluto, giving on the Jacob. Everybody firing onto everybody, Paper. It's a 2v3.
This is madness. Simoy with that AK, able to do a ton of damage again, but Rossiter Jr. strikes from the side. Coming up and over is Trick, trying to do some damage onto Rossiter. Rossiter has such a tough angle in this fight. Trick trying to find one of his own. That hill is so steep, neither player can really get a good angle onto the other. But this is mutually assured destruction. Korea now trying to fan out. Seoul out on the edge. Prone's down. It is going to be Thailand that falls in third.
Yeah, and Seoul now the pressure from Trick, and Seoul's going to get taken down by the blue zone, and it's a 2 versus 2 for the win. Indonesia, who battled their way from last place last year through the survival stage, are going head-to-head with the champions. 2 teams on opposite sides of the spectrum at the end of the year, or at the end of PNC last year, will battle. I don't think Trick has got a really good spot here at all. Setsuna needs to help it out. It's essentially 2 1v1s for Korea as they have bunched themselves up in a 2, but they got to be careful because we know Indonesia are no joke, and they could easily turn this fight into their favor.
The thing you have going for you as Korea's Trick just didn't have any more first aids. He only has a couple bandages, so he's at the edge. He's trying to peek out around. He's exposed. Gyumi found Setsuna, and it's going to be Korea finding a chicken dinner. Smiles on the faces of Team Korea. What a wild game that was. What a final circle.
Yeah, they really closed the gap to Vietnam at the top, and you can't win a tournament on day 1, but you can put yourself in the hunt, and Korea, they are on the hunt indeed. What a game that was for them, Paper, and for the fans. They had to wait 4 maps, but they finally got it over the line with a win.
Yeah, you just kind of wonder after those first 2, is it just going to be all Vietnam all day, and is Korea just going to kind of be playing second fiddle? But no, they find their own moment. But guys, we're going to watch some highlights. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with some Erangel. Don't go anywhere.
Valeu.
Siega.
partying. They get involved as Zerat will fall for the second time. But Mika with the M249. How many times have we seen this in the past? Really shredding Denmark apart. They fall. The overlords of what's going on, and if they can spot out Adam, like, Philippines hold the key into this circle for both of these sides. Look at the 3 players stacked up now. Adam is going to get knocked by 10 Trip, and this could not be going better for TPK. They're trying to steal the kills away. 10 Trip with another one. Vex gets the last one, and Canada fall. Team, they assumed that this position was clear. Trick was there. Elsewhere though, Turkey, they're going to run into Chinese Taipei as a quick triple knock will come through. Savior, who we heard from at the start of the game, he's holding the MJ3 and that weapon.
No, no, no. No, 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 not like this. Don't do Cappy like this. Don't do him like this. Hey! Oh, what a shot, Trick. No, not like this, Poland. Come on, man.
Lemon will get himself lost. Chinese Taipei fall.
Another reposition, switching between sites, wants to find the best one for this moment. Red dot seems good to me. And over, AT headshot found. AT has to prone down, needs some help from Intens. Intens right behind him there. And oh, he goes for it, he's got it! Baby! Woohoo! The double kill!
To sit is to progress. Sit is.
스펙스 BMX 팀 유소년 선수 김한결이라고 합니다. 어릴 때부터 자전거 타는 걸 진짜 좋아해서 지금은 본격적으로 선수 생활을 하고 있어요. 처음 경기장에서 BMX 레이싱 선수들의 경기를 보고 와 진짜 멋있다라는 생각이 들어서 본격적으로 시작하게 된 것 같아요. 스포츠는 나 자신과의 싸움인 것 같아요. 어제보다 발전하기 위해 계속 도전하게 되는 것이 스포츠인 것 같아요. 내가 과연 유망주인가? 책임감 있게 행동해야겠다라는 생각도 들어요. 가장 큰 원동력은 더 잘하고 싶다는 욕심인 것 같아요. 저를 계속 도전하게 만들어요. 저에게 스포츠는 도전이에요. 넘어져도 다시 일어서면 된다는 것. 실패가 아닌 새로운 시작이 기다리고 있어요.
Drop that shit.
Smooth and original. Straight from the hold on. Watch out, the furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk.
And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. Listen to the real funk.
혹시 모델워킹 좀
Smooth and original. Straight from the underground.
Welcome back, everyone, to PNC 2025. 2 games left to go on day 1. It is Gibson joined by Paper to bring you through the final 2 games. And, well, Paper, the Korean fans here didn't have to wait all that long over this weekend to see their team win the first map.
No, and it shouldn't be too surprising at this point with back-to-back wins, but look at this. The man of the match is going to be the IGL for Team Korea. Gyu-min with 4 kills, 4 knocks, a ton of damage, but that game looked like it might not go so well in the beginning for Korea. They're on the bad side of the circle initially. They lose Raining, but then they opt for that res. They get Raining back into the equation, and they play it really slow. They had 0 kills for so long in that game. They were just waiting for their moment.
Yeah, they waited, but when the moment arose, they strike. Remember, they had to get the res as well. They recalled 2 players. They stayed inside the stadium. Sol had the opportunity to get involved in multiple gunfights, but he just held his own and waited. And let's have a look at the leaderboard for that game. So 18 points, the lowest by any winner of a map today so far. But they've put in so much good work over the course of today already that they're going to be right up there with Vietnam, who have slowed down significantly since we left Miramar.
Yeah, just a bit, eh? It is kind of weird how that works sometimes. You just have such a good read on one of the maps that you just feel so comfortable, and then you go to the other ones, you can't quite maintain that form. So for Korea, they've been pretty steady throughout, and then they finally get through and get that win. But where, oh where, are they going to fall on the total leaderboard after that one? They are up to second. They are 1 point behind Vietnam. They have closed the gap. They are out-fragging Vietnam even now just by 1. And only 2 points behind in the placement department. So crazy stuff going on. Love to see Denmark in 3rd, continuing to have really just solid overall performances. Germany playing well into that 4th place spot with 32. Brazil right in the hunt with 31.
The crazy thing is, with over 100 points between the top 2 teams, it's condensed the rest of the leaderboard so much. Like, you look at this, a 20-point win for Argentina puts them right up into 4th place from being right down at the bottom. And it just goes to show how much of an impact 2 teams can have in an entire lobby. But we're changing the positioning. We're going to Erangel now. The map is very different. These teams could probably drive all the way from Zarki to Millie Island with their eyes closed at this point. So I'll be curious to see which team is able to take advantage of the map change.
Yeah, really, really interested about, who's going to have a good read on Erangel, who's got a good read on the lobby now that we've seen some few games, how teams are going to play, how they can approach those fights. Of course, Korea, you wouldn't expect them to do too much differently in terms of where they're going to end up on the leaderboard throughout the day. I think we had some good predictions early on with who we thought was going to be strong today. We both got the teams that got at least 1 win, so looking pretty good as we get ready for Erangel. The grassy pastures are ahead. Our final 2 maps of the first day here of the final stage. Let's get it going.
Here's hoping the first day of the grand finals doesn't give us as crazy a circle as the first day of the Survivor Series did. We obviously had that Millie Island half-land split, which led to absolute chaos as we fly over prison here. And I'm going to be honest, we don't see the finishes here all that often either, but I love this part of the map. I love it when a team drops there, and I love it when a team or 2 are like, yeah, we're gonna take the ridge line and peek down in there and try it out.
I love endings near the prison, as long as they don't go south of the prison too far, because there's that really flat open area just to the south of it. But fighting around the edges of the prison, super, super fun. I agree. We'll see. where the circle's going to take us. Korea should be Razak in their drop spot. That is the Freaks drop spot, so that's where I'm anticipating that they're going to be getting out of the plane. The real question to me right now is Pachinki, who's going to fight over it? I see both the Philippines and Australia angling in that direction.
Yeah, Tig told me that Australia were going to take Pachinki, and I was like, oh really, you got Pachinki? He was like, yeah, well, like, I'm Tig. It's like, okay, you go for it, but I like this. Philippines, happy to hot drop. They obviously dropped with the USA earlier, and they essentially won that drop. Now they're going to try do it again here in Pachinki. But let's be real.
Oh, Monty's so close, dude. Okay, he's backing off. I was like, if you go into that house, you're playing with fire.
I'm curious, right? Because, again, I always look to see who the aggressor is, and it looks to me like once more, Philippines have taken the more aggressive drop. They've taken more space. They've surrounded Australia on all sides. Let's see if it's going to be different opponents with same results.
Oh, what an angle there found by Flood. Trip was completely distracted. Kalbs trying to keep Flood honest. Algenbots did find a machine gun. Tiggleton has a Bison.
He steps on up and he'll hip fire that point away, and here comes Algenbots. Fella, you need to reload. You're running in there with a Tommy gun and it's not been reloaded. Flood hears the Algenbots, though he reloads right on time. And Flood, though, they're going to trade that one back as the micro Uzi with only 12 rounds remaining of 9mm. Flood, you got to pick those bullets up, but this is not going the way that the Philippines would have liked. And well, if you give a team an opportunity like Vietnam, of course they're going to third party. They have pulled up on the northwest side of Pachinki as well.
Of course, it's Delwyn. It just is so fun to watch this guy play. I love this idea. Monty, Rez should be available. CJ, is he going to have any idea? I don't think he's going to have any clue that you have a player that close to him. Kalb's trying to keep track of the other players. Yep, CJ. Uh-oh, look who else it is.
And I'm thinking, if I'm Australia here, do I want to stay and fight? Or do I use the push by Vietnam as an opportunity to get out of Pachinki now and to focus on rotating into the zone because you're not in that position? The thing is, though, it is Australia. I've spoken to Tiggle, and he's obviously confident as well. He can take any fight. But yeah, it looks like they are retreating back towards the other side of Pachinki. Whether that's to find more loot and get better equipped for the fight with Vietnam, or whether that's just to leave and reposition yourself, we'll find out pretty quickly.
Yeah, there should be some vehicle spawns down on that southern side for them to maybe use as an escape valve if they need to. Brazil on the move early. I do see Michael fanned out pretty wide for the UK. Not too far, not too close. He's got a vehicle he's peeling off, so don't anticipate that there's going to be any fighting here early. But a lot of teams going to want to get center. They're going to know that this plane path and with the drops, that not many teams are going to be there early to that center. So if they can be ahead of the curve a bit, they could find themselves in a nice spot as the game draws on. Argentina going to be hot to get towards that central area, using the heaven area to themselves, or as we call it in Korea, the Sky Garden. And then Germany over in Lipovka does have a red zone on top of them, but I think they weren't going too far. Anyway, Vietnam, they have pulled back out of Pachinki as well. So the thing now you have to consider as Australia is, do you really want to barrel down on top of this fight and make sure that the reses can't come through for the Philippines? Yes, you do. That is really, really good stuff.
Yeah, I think they heard the Vietnam retreat out of Pachinki as well, and they says, okay, we can go back in and get that extra point. And that's just good game sense as well. As we look, Tiggle's on a 5, or so look 12.
Hello there.
Their streaks here at PNC.
Hello.
I want to say this about the stat that we had a little earlier. We had Vietnam up on our screens.
Watching the PNC?
I'm watching. I know.
A player that I would have loved to have seen was Clories, but obviously he isn't here this year. And
how have the matches been so far?
Last year, having spoken to some people from the region, fans, they felt like they had too many fraggers, too many
really interesting plays or anything. Nothing really
special.
special.
This is one that fits that style, so they've gone with a little different lineup. I think they've got a lot more balance this year than they had last year.
Like the Asian teams in Denmark are fucking dominating.
That's pretty. Germany's doing well, but they did well last year, so I'm kind of not surprised.
I think. Actually, what was it last game? Brex. He did some nasty plays. He had a Lynx.
thinking
off.
about getting the win necessarily.
Okay. Obviously, a little bit surprising to see USA, Australia, and UK not do well, and actually Norway. What the hell's going on there?
Norway has been doing really well up until today.
Up in the air.
Because obviously today is the finals, right?
Well, yeah, first
time. The IGL reigns and doing a phenomenal job so far. UK in general, just steady as she goes. Only 14 points here in the final stage, but had a phenomenal survival stage, and I don't feel like you can hold that team down for too long. Them, Australia, USA, all really close to each other, so a lot of competition there amongst some of the English-speaking countries as they want to outdo each other.
Day one of survival stage didn't even go that good for Team UK. Remember, they needed a really good day two to solidify their spot. So this is not a position that's strange to them here this week here at PNC. So let's hope they can find the form a little bit earlier than they did yesterday.
Oh shit!
For them to really get together. But Brazil, they have got Norway in their sights, but Norway
Gibson's a really solid caster.
Gets one, James gets the second, and Brazil.
Gibson, the commentator from Northern Ireland that's commentating, he's very solid.
As James and 8-6
He's improved a lot as well in PUBG specifically.
He said something few matches ago that was really stupid. I can't remember.
Okay, what was it?
I can't fucking remember.
Okay.
And that's brutal. Look at that.
They were playing Miramar.
Yeah.
He was talking about hitting someone in the Mirado is so hard.
No, it's easy.
Well, it literally has the biggest windows.
Yeah, exactly. It's easiest because it's generally easy to hit people in a car.
Well,
anyway, you know.
Well, dude, doing casting, I wouldn't have been able to do it. Talking constantly like that now.
He'll get the chip and he'll get the Groza.
But we all say, I promise you, like we all say stupid shit when commentating. Like I said, stupid shit because when you're in the moment. You say something that just in the heat of the moment you think is good, but it's like, oh wait, no, that was actually, you know.
And, everyone brain farts.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the Western thing though that doesn't really that we get at this event. So many of the teams that speak English, you'll have teams playing on different player teams at this event that are normally teammates, and I love seeing that little dynamic as well.
What time are you on in terms of the game?
My stream is like 10 seconds after.
No, but I'm not looking at your stream. I'm looking at the live game.
Are you watching on YouTube or Twitch?
Yeah, YouTube. You'll see the top right corner of the time.
8:30 now.
Okay, you're about a second ahead. Let me just increase the playback so it'll load.
Calmed down for now, but look who it is. Chinese Taipei, not too far away, looking to see if there was any points available for themselves, but I think they may have just been a little bit too late. We'll see, though. I don't know if the UK knows they're there.
Yeah,
what time are you on now? Out of curiosity.
9 now.
Over the previous 2 days.
Oh wow, I'm 10 seconds ahead. If you go to your settings and go to playback speed to 2, it will speed up to.
We'll jump over to the POV of Team USA.
Okay, let me know when you're at 9:25.
The 2. And then back to normal, or what?
And I think it makes sense.
Yeah, 2. It'll automatically go back to normal when it syncs up.
Right.
If that makes sense. It's a really simple way of just catching up to the cleanest time.
Oh, there we go.
9 times out of 10.
In between Milta and Milta Power, so
what's that?
Pit stop, and if he goes to Milta Power,
I should be up to time now, I guess.
Still a team hanging out there.
Was a little loading thingy.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Do you know what that's called? The icon? The load, like a spinning disc?
No, don't have a clue.
A throbber.
Oh, that's an interesting circle.
I thought this was going to be wide open.
Yeah, Mark making a really solid rotation though.
Polish guy, Doman.
Yeah.
Going for the best fucking compound.
He is, but he's on his own. The rest of the team really need to join up. What time are you on now? Out of curiosity.
10:35.
Yep, yeah, we're on the same time. It's just nice, like to be on the same time. But
China pulling up behind Korea as well, right behind these fights as all these teams are starting to just get really close together, finding some bit of terrain, either a compound, a rock, a hillside, something in the circle that they can play out of.
Free for the weekend now?
no, I'm working the weekend in the morning though. I'm working tomorrow morning. Yeah, it is just it is what it is.
When do you get off?
2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then Sunday it's like 5 o'clock.
Just after finals.
Yeah, I know.
They let loose with a barrage. Yeah, Salute is down and out.
Based on that roar, it sounds like there's quite a few
Too bad they
Chinese
don't play
fans
this in
the
Europe.
venue here
So
today as well.
they play it in the
Michael
evening.
did die, by the way, inside
I
Mount
know,
Depauler
I know.
as he went for that recall.
It's not a
So
bad time
whether or
across the
not he
board.
successfully pulled it off,
Nah.
we're yet to find. But USA,
Well, not
on
in
their
the
way to
weekend.
Lipovka, 2 members
Oh, they're
of
going
Team
for
UK
Lipovka. That's a bit.
4 members of USA having
Yeah,
taken
you
some
know what?
damage.
Yeah,
They
why
know
not?
this position
It's gonna be
is
really
not free.
difficult to exit from it in the next in
ask
phase 4.
Did they look at the
Yeah,
map? Did
they
they see
might
the
get
recall beat?
fed,
But do they
and
know
they will
that
have
it is
like
Team
util to
UK
pick
and
up
this
and
position
shit.
Specs comes back?
Yeah,
Invest in
yeah,
it.
100%, yeah, fresh util to pick up.
500 meters away onto Germany. I was like, where in the world is Denmark in relation to them? Crazy good stuff from him, but yeah, this battle.
Do they don't have a revival in this, do they?
They do.
Wants to say hi.
Actually, I don't mind it. I think it's good.
Do you not mind it? Do you think it's good?
It's good for the points. Like
Well,
teams that are like
yeah,
let's
because
say
there's
Argentina, they can get extra points out of that.
Yeah, there's actually more points available. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Not much, but it's
And it does add another strategical element to the game.
and a little more action to every match.
Yeah, because it promotes a team to, let's say, be aggressive early on, and if they lose a player and they win the team fight, they can get them back up. Yeah, so yeah, I suppose, yeah.
I just don't like the BRDM.
No, I wouldn't like it either, and obviously the red zone.
This looks like that res you were talking about earlier. Finally, Brazil
Red Sun doesn't
finds their opportunity.
matter that much anymore, but
It doesn't, but when it does,
yeah.
it's
But then it's
shit,
fun to
you know
watch.
what I mean? Well, that's all.
fun for
That's
the
at the end.
teams.
No, and that's why I kind of I understand that, especially as a commentator, when shit is less fun for the teams. I get that more than being a spectator, if that makes sense.
See, here's a revive coming in.
This is great for Denmark. They're spread really nicely and they're going for that compound.
So fucking well.
Such a nice situation that
Yeah.
Denmark's going to find themselves in. And
But they had themselves spread out really nicely in phase 2, that it gives them so much more confidence to move around.
Find some value. There you go. That's that
Yeah.
spot I was talking about. Denmark just a little bit quicker to the punch, and that's been something they've been really good at today here. You talked about it earlier, those fast rotations that they're making, putting themselves just a little bit ahead of their opponents who are thinking similar things, and they are profiting from it.
This is the thing about this compound too is usually you'll see a team pick one side because all the teams from the south will push up to the garage, or the teams from the north will push towards Gustav. So how long they hold this split is going to be curious to keep an eye on. Team UK, they're going to lose 1 to Kurt as he picks up Fex, and T-Bone is the last player standing for the US as Kurt will pick up another point for them. But for T-Bone, you've got to be careful on all sides.
I think this was actually a good circle shift for USA coming out of Lipovka, because I think it's a little bit easier to shift up north. But maybe I'm wrong. I'd have to see the map a little bit more. But
Yeah, I was just gonna. I can see the circle there.
Wiser decision,
on the
I would
minimap.
say. Meanwhile, the US
yeah, it's not easy, but I think it's a little bit easier than if it had shifted to the west.
Drive right past
Gonna
and
need
backfill
vehicles.
into the high ground where Denmark was earlier.
Got one there.
Just gonna hide.
They do have,
Just doesn't have
but
any
that's
other
currently
options at this
occupied by
point.
the last member of the UK.
Yeah.
USA, they're still kind of looking around, but I think this might be them just starting to decide that, okay, well, we did what
Think
we
he
could,
wants
we
to
got
rest.
some points. Maybe now is the better time to just leave. We know that
Can you
Indonesia
see if
left
they
behind
have the
those
chips
vehicles,
on them? I don't
and,
know if you can.
It's just a matter of how much they want to commit to eliminating T-Bone. Meanwhile, Brazil did get both players back. Something to note there. They're in the prison. There is a red zone on top of them. That's not the best, but they are at least back up to 4.
Yeah, and then phase 3, it
No,
doesn't
I
hurt
don't
that
think it
much either
shows
that
if
they're not
they
the worst
carry the
being in
chip.
that
No,
position.
it shouldn't,
they'll
but
just
they
keep on
could
looting,
do
get
with
some meds,
showing
get
that.
boosted
They
up,
could do
and
adding that as a
Santa will pick
feature.
them up at the entrance to
Yeah.
prison as they
thing.
make their way inside
I
the
don't
circle.
think he
Dafe,
messed
though,
up.
he's got his eyes on
Just a
Indonesia. as he
little
gets
bit
the knock
easier for
onto Simoy, and Bimi
viewers to follow.
will look to find the
And
flush
even
from
if it's
afar
just something
through
the
that smoke.
commentators
And
can
at some
see so
point
that
you'd
they can
imagine
highlight it,
maybe the
which I
likes of
think is
Thailand
not a bad thing.
might be tempted to push this way, but for Indonesia, they've kept Trick a little bit closer
Well,
to
it
the
is
center
shown
of
in
the
the
circle,
UI when you
and
play, so why not?
these two will play as a
Well,
two.
spectate.
Vietnam, they've got position up on the north, but yeah, I think USA. You don't
Because
wanna cut off
arguably
your nose to
the
spite your
the
face. That extra
commentators
point
for the
on
most part in the
T-bone, if
feed
you
that
can
they
find
get
it,
is
it's not worth it.
very similar
And if
to
T-bone stays long enough,
exact
meds
same
it
to
up,
what
and he
we
realizes
see.
USA is gone, there is a recall, and he could
see how they
potentially bring
make it.
UK back. Now, whether or not they can get any loot off the back of it is another question, but there's an option.
Poland gave away that compound.
Dangerous stuff, but they got to make this rotation. They got to get into this next circle somehow, some way. Trick ahead for Indonesia.
No, they're not. Wait, what the
Just
fuck?
gonna get
Where
on
are
the
they?
other side of this hill.
Who?
Tire broken
Thailand?
here, so
Poland.
be a little bit careful with the driving on the US. They might just dive right into Indonesia.
Wow.
Already not even going to be able to be used.
Wow.
Is that going to do any damage to the USA though?
That's a
It was
lovely
in the
nade,
hand, was
yeah.
it? Already primed. Curdy going to go down. He tried to push into the shack, and there were a couple of Indonesian
such a
players waiting
suicide.
for him. They're just going to opt for the double blue zones. Indonesia got to heal off, but I don't know how much longer they are.
How are
for
they
this
surviving
lobby.
that?
Simoy down.
Yeah.
Teddy gets another first aid just in time.
I'd have liked to have seen the blue zone nades before Kurt made the push and
Denmark.
dive inside the shack. I
Gustav
know
is
they
gonna-
wanted to save the
Yeah.
security, but you
no?
lost. You know,
Okay.
Kick's going to get the down on the A-low, but he'll be able to
No
get back
way,
up.
Australia
But you lost
playing
Kurt,
in. That's
and
really
invited
good.
pressure. And of course, Australia want to take
Here
it by
comes Tiggy, got the
Would
intel.
love to wipe them out,
He
but
knows
it's
what
gonna
they're
be
doing.
Luke and Monty
Yeah.
instead, and Kiss will hit Tiggleton right in the mouth.
Well,
as
they
he gets
saw
the
them
knock
driving
flush
past. I
onto
thought
one
it
of
was
the
a
best
risky
players in
play
the world
by
as well.
by
As the
America.
kid in the block
I would have played
continues
slower
to
into that
impress.
and maybe taken the fight to Australia, but
Posey just jumped out of his car too early. Don't worry, folks. He's not done anything else. It's going to be crazy. Brazil are still fine.
Just tough situation there for Australia. Needed those points, went for the play, lost a couple players to Thailand. Now they're going to have to rethink how they're going to approach this situation.
great
Norway
opportunity for
dug
Australia
in.
to move up the
Argentina
ranking as well.
Trying to, well, what in the world just hit Emmy? He is not happy about that. Down to 21
Panzerfaust?
HP, a good
That's
grenade
bold.
there from Norway. Does some damage. He's going to continue this push through the smoke. Just
Aw.
want to put that Panzer to good use as quickly as possible.
Tight space.
Yeah, there you go. That's easy money.
Yeah.
Even though Emmy knocks himself, that's exactly what you want. Iman trying to do what he can, but not any
Kamikaze play if
further
I've
other
ever
than
seen it,
close
but we'll
flush.
get the revival.
Yeah, Rival will be able to get some level 3 gear off.
No, he isn't.
Teammate, but Argentina will wipe the Norwegians. Chinese Taipei losing 2 players before they hit the ground, and maybe they're going to lose the last one. And that is what goes wrong when you pick up, and Chinese Taipei are done and dusted. Germany going for the crash now on to Denmark, who have a bit of a split, and Beamy's going to click empty, and Germany arrive, but Beamy gets a second opportunity.
Lovely
He'll
Beamy.
find the knock. Donnelly
He's been a
is down,
beast
and it's
so
all
far.
down to Braxco now, as he's the only player left standing.
I think that was a poor crash by Germany, though. They shouldn't have put all their vehicles in that into the entrance. They should have had one go around back, one vehicle go around back.
Marsalek? Did he miss time his C4?
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't really catch it in time to fully piece together what was going through.
Have you seen
Marcelek's
the
mind.
survival
Whatever.
stage?
You know, Marcelek.
Matches?
No, didn't check out at all, no.
There was a few suicide C4s. Was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, just failed C4s. People killing themselves.
China still out there in the Mansion Forest. Argentina starting to swoop in. We're going to see Little Ghost in front. Spray not good enough. Ming Ming able to respond before Capitan can do much
There
more.
we go.
There it is.
If at first you don't succeed, try and try and try again. As this time, it's a bit more successful for Poland, and now Gustav will rush across the road to get the res. Brazil, all 4 players up against all odds, and they are now inside the circle as well. But Vietnam are entrenched in the center of the circle.
I don't know if he can get up.
Come China.
The stairs.
They know that Denmark are weak. Gustav, he gets one. Can he get a second? The spray is okay. It's not great, but he's going to throw the pre-nade. The nade will probably dead man's hand. No, it won't. But look, Martin looks a little bit annoyed, a little bit disappointed.
Great push by Poland.
He realizes he's on camera, and then he smiles.
Hey, I gotta say, I thought Denmark played this game pretty well, given some bad situations. They're once again falling to a
Seems
C4
to go better
at the
for
hands of an
BME
opponent. I mean,
playing
they
for
just have,
Denmark
the
than
C4
for
magnet
BP.
this time around. So Poland, though, Cappy out in the open, has Rybox behind him. Gonna be creeping up just a wee bit, looking to get the surprise. He has a few more first aids, so can afford to take his time for just a little bit longer. And if he can catch Cappy off guard, find a good moment. Cappy there, find the headshot.
I should have been.
That looked like something I would have done.
Brazil over on the other side has Thailand above them. You got Vietnam
aim straight at him, still miss.
Compound. That's a really difficult situation to be in.
Yeah, Marcelic mistimed it. I knew this was what happened. What does he do wrong?
Oh, come on.
Right, it's 15
come on.
seconds.
Did he get stuck?
No, no. Oh, he's just waiting.
This is the wrong time to do the replay.
Right, it's not Marcelic's fault. That's not Marcelic. And he just said, you know what? He said, I'm going for it. He gave it a go.
How do you know?
Jump off. What the fuck?
Live by the meme, die by the meme, I guess.
I love it. I love it. It's just the most Marcelek thing to happen. All right, Thailand still has a couple players here as they are hunkered down behind this hill, looking to get some heals through. 3 up, Jacob down. They should be A-okay. Brazil seems to have found some stability. Vietnam content to just contain themselves inside of this compound.
But Brazil have like 0 elimination.
Yeah, they're not really doing that much. They won one last match, but other than that, they haven't really been that
Who
impressive.
knows? See what the circle wants to do. It's going to keep that compound in it one way or another.
That's really good rotations they're making, though. Although Thailand might fuck them up from the high ground.
I feel like Vietnam is going to get this.
Vietnam is just going to play kingmaker.
Yeah, well, you
around
can
their
see the
position.
scoreboard. They're playing really fucking well.
Yeah.
And they're giga fed.
Or top. Yeah.
As little Ghost will deal with Flood.
I expect so much more from China always. This is like the best they've done so far.
A little bit too busy creeping inside the circle.
Because they are all
and now really
insane, all of them. But they don't seem to play well together or
as they
something.
look to
I
make
don't
it
know.
now. Human should be able to get this res off.
Sometimes that's just the way it can be.
Yeah, well, there are 15 teams getting fucked in the end.
Thailand's
So.
Fluky will get a knock onto BL, and that's given Brazil something to think about as well, as all these teams, they want to deal with each other
you can
before
get
they
screwed
focus on
in so many
pushing
ways in this
Vietnam.
game. So.
Exactly.
Korea's in a really tough spot right now. China is really keen on making sure they don't get too much further in this game if they can help it. But there's a hillside at least affording some level of safety to Gyumi temporarily. But look what he has in front of him, not much. It is wide open space as that hillside goes down, opens itself up to a couple different angles. Brazil hanging on. Rez is there. BL back on his feet. Posa, nope. Oh God, Gyumi, that was quick. That was some nice shooting. Him and Raining are gonna combine and they're gonna take the point.
Yeah, and that point will get them a little bit closer to Vietnam, but Vietnam are surely going to extend that lead at the top. Also, I want to say, you've been working with the Irish too often. I've heard you say "we" quite a few times.
I know. You guys, I can't escape you.
Yeah, you work with us a little bit too much as Kiss.
Really good good timing for that. Little bit of humor before the final stages.
And Vietnam will pick up what is a big
it is tradition for them.
in the early stages.
When it's like 4 teams left,
PNC
they start showing
and
replays.
Brazil with a 3. They're in every bit of bad situation as what Korea find themselves
I don't get that.
I agree.
Yeah, I know.
Even if it's a standstill, people waiting for the song to pop or something.
So that's why
Don't show
that's
replays.
No, because that's a time where you need to be given, as commentators, you need to be given that freedom to build up the final moments, and replays do not help that because it doesn't help the flow.
Yeah, and the viewers don't want to see replays at that time.
No. Save it for post-game, save it for the analysis, save it for...
Yeah. And always, every start, they show interviews. Sure, people are just
I don't-
looting, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
That one as well. He takes another bit of damage, and
Yeah, but
at this point,
when the game is
you
on,
met
show
up,
the game.
you maybe
That's
spread
my
into the
opinion.
blue with your jammer pack and
Yeah,
try to get
I
a
don't
knock onto
disagree,
Brazil
but
that should get flushed by the
as a
blue zone.
commentator,
But
it can help
Korea,
create a little bit more
not looking
engagement. It can
great
help
at
create a
all.
bit more
Blue zone
talking
stop
point.
at his
You
feet.
know,
of
but
course.
I also get it as a viewer. You know,
Gonna hope maybe he can outlive another
There have
team.
been
Maybe there's another
many
replacement
occasions
point
where
or two
stuff had.
up for
Oh,
grabs.
let's go! Let's go!
Okay.
Let's
that
go!
shift has
I don't
really
know.
brought
Vietnam
I
going out.
reckon.
because that's good for Thailand.
Yeah, I think Thailand
and
could
ain't
win this
bad
game.
for China either,
Even-
as long as China can find something to play.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough. You can see now they're
You want the
throwing
fun
out the
fact?
emergency cover. They need to get to this
Yeah.
hillside so they can get
Kiss.
away from the sight lines.
In Swedish,
That's going to be Aix left taking on
means
Gumin.
piss.
But they need to get away from the sight lines of Vietnam, from these compounds. So they need to somehow find a way to get to the hillside. The problem
We're
is
Sweden.
that
Come on, they
they
can take
might
out
have
half
Thailand to
Vietnam now.
contest with over there
With
as
that
well. So
C4.
It's
Vietnam
a bit
again,
strange.
kind of hunker down, just do what
They're
damage
only
they can. If they can keep
3
Brazil
now, so
from
they will
breaching
be
this
left
compound, they
2-2.
should be a-okay going into this late game. They know
I
there's a
can't
player behind
believe
that
Brazil
rock
have
who they
survived
know
this.
Sparking has gotten as close as he has.
They have to know. They've gotta know.
Suppose
Well, it's
Thailand
hard-
didn't
it's
have
hard
as
to
many
peek
as
out of
we do.
Make
grannies.
a play for
Yeah,
in the late game.
and
And they're
Thailand
still
didn't
not
have as
inside the
easy of
circle
a.
yet.
See, he
But
got like one
Korea
window in
are
a weird
backing
angle.
Brazil right now. They want Brazil to find a knock in this fight. So did Thailand and China. Everybody
And they can't
will
walk
want
out.
Brazil to get the opening knock onto
Yeah.
Vietnam because it opens up the door just a little bit on this map to find.
But
a chicken
but Vietnam do have a
dinner
really
for
good
these sides.
split,
China
at
did,
least
of
with
course,
this.
find a foothold inside the circle.
Um,
It looks like Thailand themselves are up on the north. They're
Send
in no
the
panic,
fucking
no
C4.
rush whatsoever to get into the circle either.
A blue zone? No blue
27
zone?
minutes gone in this game and phase
Blue
7
zone would have been
closing
perfect
quick
for that
onto the
building.
back of Brazil.
They got a
Still gotta
flash.
make something
There's a
happen,
blue
but it's
zone.
Thailand
Oh,
that
lovely
finds
shot.
that first knock.
Yeah, this is so difficult now, although that knock helps. BL able to
No,
put
but
Delwyn
Brazil
on
need
the
a blue
floor,
zone onto
at least
Vietnam. That's what
temporarily.
they need.
They need to breach this compound because they can't go
Thailand
to their right. Oh my
There
God,
we go.
There's no way. There's no way. If this works, it's gonna gain a little bit of speed. Kiss is gonna send it
Let's
right
go,
towards
let's
them.
go.
In the meantime, Sparking
No.
tries to breach.
No,
oh no,
no,
it gets stopped. It gets stopped. It's not gonna get close enough. I hate to break it to you folks.
Well,
that ain't
at
gonna
least
get
he didn't
there.
stay in it.
And the roar from the crowd when they realized what was happening. They thought that somebody was going to make a move, but Rossiter Jr. will get the knock onto Himas. Sololzi will deal with Sparking. BL is down as well. There's just one Brazilian left inside the fight, and make that known. Santa will go down to the blue. Vietnam back to 3 players standing. And I don't know if they'll be back to 4. They'll certainly try. Yeah, they've got all 4 players, I believe, back
Oh, that
on their
grenade.
feet. This one could be really, really good.
It was so close. It was so well thought out, knowing that they used that back window to escape. And here goes Thailand. They're pushing forward. Rossiter Jr., a little bit of blue bag to use that he can escape the damage from that. Himas is actually going to succumb to the blue. Tanvu trying to figure out what the hell's going
Looks
on.
like China
Looking
might
for
take
those
this.
Thai players. Fluky doing his best to suss out where Vietnam
Would be
has
their-
gone.
their
This
first.
has gotten mega chaotic, and this
Huh?
is all in China's favor now.
Yeah, China loving life. Rossiter and Fluky, down go Delwyn and Himas is Vietnam.
Lovely
Rooting
back
for
Thailand.
Thailand.
Sololzi
Let's
though,
go.
he's going to backstab. He gets 2 more points for the side. Vietnam now. making
Could be
it
better for the
10
overall
kills, but
standings.
Kiss
Nice.
will see them out, and in Vietnam with just 1 player left. And Tanvu, it's just ring around the rosy as fall after fall
Well,
after
this
fall.
Chinese chicken dinner.
Vietnam
Yeah,
rushing
sounds
for the
like me.
res. China, they're worried that there could be the
But
potential.
You can
that
get the
maybe
revive.
Vietnam
They
will try
fuck
to
up
deny
so
the
much.
blue. So they're going to push and try to get these kills. China on 7 kills of their own, mollying every avenue
Yeah.
of escape.
Not
And
looking
I think
great.
I think Vietnam,
wait.
they're up on the roof. If Tanvu
Next
could
roof.
just do something, a miracle could happen. But it ain't going to work because the X-Left finds Sololzi, and he's going to blue.
Yeah.
Really
That's
well
that.
played there at the end by Team China. Got to appreciate the attempts there from Thailand, though. Going for the C4, going for the push, the follow-up. Some really
At the end of the day,
well-thought-out
like-
ideas in terms of how they were using their util. But China, slow and steady at that end game, knew they couldn't get the opportunity for Vietnam to stabilize and get those reses up. Had to push the issue, and that forces things, and it gives them the much-needed chicken dinner.
That fight was comical at times. It was I think it was 4 or 5 different players ran up the stairs and shot the guy in front of the back, and then someone else, and then another one, and then another one. But Vietnam, they still got a ton of points in that game. China finally kind of announced themselves to this PNC. It's been, you know, it's been steady from them, but that's a big one. Look, the Vietnam fan in the crowd looks a bit dejected after that one.
He shouldn't be.
Yeah.
They played great, honestly. I mean, a couple different teams, because of that last circle shift, had to crash that compound. They had no other choice. You're not going to try to swing down towards China. You want to knock Vietnam out as well. Brazil was afforded no opportunities. China had an angle on them if they tried to wrap any further south, so they had to try to cut through. Thailand at a C4 had an idea that they could get it done, and it still mostly worked. Didn't quite fully materialize for them. USA's push here just not quite as clean as they would like, and that opened the door for Australia. Come in and clean up.
Yeah, look, China, they didn't actually look that happy even though they won the game there, but I want to...
All right. Ugh. Do you also have 400 degrees outside?
Actually, very, very important. What's the distance?
No, it's warm today, but it's not that warm.
Got the sound jacked up so they can hear every little detail possible.
Unbearable.
And Delwyn's so good at understanding that.
That's why having the right in-ears matters as well, because it's just every advantage you can get, you gotta take. And you know, it's one of the things we look at some of the newer teams with players who'd never played on LAN before. They were reaching out to pros, being like, "Hey, my first LAN. What in-ears should I be using going into this event?" So it's a really good point to bring up because it really does matter. And obviously as well, the ambient noise they get over the headsets they use, that matters too, because the crowd, we can hear the crowd through our headsets.
Oh yeah. I mean, at the very least, like, players will tell you, even if you can't necessarily hear the crowd, you can feel it. You can actually feel it in the ground. So there's always kind of those little giveaways that the crowd is going to offer you. But really like this from China. Now you're seeing some smiles on their faces. I saw them kind of laughing a bit after the game. Once they kind of settled in, they do get 8 kills. They do get the win. But man, the bad news for everybody else is Vietnam puts up another big game. 11 kills with that second place finish. Thailand, steady stuff. You gotta like this from Australia as well. They got 5 kills. You know, they got a player later into the game, kind of survived a little bit, got some extra placement points.
Yeah, I think Thailand played that one a lot better, and they were very unlucky with that first C4. Had that gone to plan, they would have been in a much better situation going into that fight with Vietnam, but Vietnam were able to pick up those kills. So let's find out which Chinese
11
player
kills for
is
Vietnam.
going to get
Australia
man of the
should
match.
have. Yeah, I don't agree with
As
their
always,
call.
one of the best players in the world.
Actually, no,
Has
sorry.
been now for
That
a
was
long
USA.
time.
That was USA.
And if anything, I think
Australia
it was
didn't do
disappointing that he wasn't able to get more kills than that. But China took what they were given.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hopefully this is like the stepping stone for them to kind of start picking things up. And I know how much this event actually means to Aches Left. You know, last year they had
such a good player.
horrible day one. I think it was like 5 or 6 points, something just absolutely garbage. And he was furious backstage. Like, normally the nicest guy will come and talk to me a little bit, give me a hug.
I don't like this leaderboard graphic.
After that day last year, so
don't like it
this
at
is
all.
an important event to him. He wants to win it this year. They want to take this home,
Shit.
especially taking it away.
Only
from
have
Korea
it for
home
the
soil.
first place
Really
team,
fun for
but
them.
then leave it to
Take
the
a
rest
look at
of
the
like
total leaderboard.
top 3.
It's extended for Vietnam.
Or just have a
Bridging the gap
separate
between
graphic
them
for
and Korea,
top
but
3
China
then.
all the way up to third off of that win.
Yeah, China rocket up to third, but look at the gap between them and Vietnam. 72 points. 74 is what Denmark were able to get yesterday on one of the best days in PNC history. Vietnam, with another good game here, could be in Cloud 9 by the end of the day. Elsewhere, another few talking points. I think it's worth it. Even though Chinese Taipei, I think I've had a couple of good maps, they've still only got 9 points total over the course of the opening day. Norway struggling to get the form that they were able to get on the survival stage, showing how difficult things are going to get. But this is the last chance on day 1 for anybody to get points on the board, it's going to be Erangel again.
Is there a desk?
And I'll tell you
What?
all these players know that
Is there a
this is one of
desk?
the final map of the day can
A
do
desk?
the mental going into the weekend.
Absolutely.
Analysis
Absolutely.
desk.
I mean, and at this point, a lot of the teams are probably thinking, can we slow Vietnam down? Is this possible? You know, they play such an interesting style. Again, one of those.
Look at how
games where they're
sweaty they
playing
are.
From the beginning until the end because they came in third
I'm
party,
guessing
but
it's
changed
hot
the
as
fight.
fuck in there.
Who said real gamers don't sweat?
Yeah, I mean, fuck. Get some AC going.
To the Philippines, man, they're top 8 right now. They're playing great in their first opportunity, but one more game to go here today. One more Erangel to wrap up the final stage. Can Vietnam do any more damage? Can they extend
Oh
this
wow.
lead, or is somebody else
Jesus,
gonna
they're quick
challenge them?
getting into the game. They're like it.
30 minutes. We'll know in 30 minutes from now who will be on top. But it is Erangel to finish tonight. The crowd trying to violate. That is, if you can hear that through your mics, that is the Chinese fans roaring from
Is it lagging for you?
and they're making their presence known.
No.
The players are going to know it as well, and the players, they're right behind us. They can see those fans. They look up.
Absolutely. You're trying to give them some energy, trying to see if they can go back-to-back on Erangel like Vietnam did on Miramar. Definitely, I think very possible. I'm obviously a believer. This is my prediction, my team to win this thing. Because I like who's on this squad. I think, you know, with the half 17, half Pressure Core Road, you know, double duo that they're bringing, firepower there, ideas are good. You know, you've got solid leadership with.
Are they
Ace-Lab.
doing what's the maps? Is it Miramar, Wrangler, and
2 angles.
there you go.
Probably feeling good after that last one, but can the Philippines punch back?
Yeah, the
Cool
question
other
is,
maps?
Will Vietnam
What?
get involved like they did last
What
time
other
as
maps?
Well? It looks like they're a little
It's
bit further away.
just
this
2
time around,
angles
but
left.
We're going to get underway with
Yeah,
our
but
first hot drop.
throughout the whole freaking.
Tango
And,
Rondo
I think
in the
There
middle.
you
I think Philippines, if they lose this time, might
Really
consider their options going into the
interesting.
weekend, right? But at the end of the day, aren't they above Australia in the leaderboard?
Yes, they are. And that's going to be one of those whoa,
Ooh.
way north circle.
Sarky ending, let's go.
Is the map side really blurry for you?
Not really.
Positions that can turn the tide of a
No,
fight.
that's weird.
If it isn't dealt with,
It's gonna end at crest plane. I can feel it.
Quick changes of direction when your teammates find an opponent for you to kind of capitalize on it, catch them off
Calling it.
guard, or at the very least get trades. This is part of the equation. I think why Vietnam also might not be interested in trying
Any
to third
weapons?
party this is because Chinese
Any
was
weapons?
so close.
No.
It's
I don't
Salome
Oh yeah,
trying to
yeah.
shepherd
He has a
Malrosh
mini.
in towards the rest of
Come on,
Chinese. Is he
get
trying
him.
to send them towards
Get the
Malrosh?
type A.
Malrosh?
Get him.
I don't know, but that got real dangerous for a second for Mal Rush. Is Salazzi just going to hunt
He's
him down?
he's going for it.
No way,
These are
surely
just the
not.
funniest moments
Well,
in the
here
beginning.
Zhao Wei's going to attempt to
Oh no, but easy.
Fuck.
Head on collision here, and Salolzi, he is going to fall.
Didn't work
and
out.
The Korean fans
No.
love that one as Chinese
No, this is good.
On his farewell
Good
tour
for
will get back
Australia.
in. That was the way that's
That's most apex stuff.
Philippines not only ahead of him in the standings,
From
but
that position, but couldn't find any knocks. Flood just a whole bunch, but now he's going to get some healing through. Oh, now Devon has another roof, and Flood is down and out. You know,
it's a solid nade to throw back CJ.
kind of one of those moments where
He can be
Australia gets
revived,
that
though,
early knock,
if
and they're going to try to push it, try to finish what they start. Tiggleton going to get right.
They're off angle players now, which is even worse. So now they're kind of going in, not blind, but can't compress Philippines as much. This is really bad for Australia. They can't even really disengage because of the roof plays Philippines have.
They're trying to force these Australian players to positions they can't win. Wow, Vietnam, they lost the player, but within what?
This is what I like. Yeah, honestly, I actually like this revive. So yeah, I like it in competitive play. Yeah, yeah, really does. Oh, what's worse is Philippines got their player.
I'm a little bit surprised teams aren't doing a little.
Dude, the stream is so fucking lagging when you caught up like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Not my fault. Your internet shitty.
I have to be a few seconds behind, I guess.
I don't know if there's some setting I don't know about, but all right, Calbs.
Oh, Monty. Lovely play by Australia. Good communication.
you're good. Any exit out of here is gonna have to be you outplaying them.
Really good communication from Australia. Oh my God, so close.
There we
Yes, Tiggleton.
Perfect moment to strike. Tiggleton trying to use
Oh,
this
Luke got
opportunity.
him. What?
Keeping himself quiet, keeping himself
Really?
hidden. He's got it. He's got it. Oh, I thought he had it.
Second time, though. Why are you re-peeking?
Stream is so fucking laggy now.
Need just change what quality you on.
Tiggleton takes advantage. And now it's down
Best,
to
I
CJ
guess.
and Tentrip.
Yeah,
Down to
1440?
the top of the roof. Tentrip will look to
Maybe
hold
change it to
on
1080.
the exit.
Oh, then
I
it'll
think
look like
Australia
shit.
are playing this one pretty well. No threatenings yet of a third party from anybody, so they're given room to breathe.
Turn
in this
around,
gunfight between the
Australia.
two sides. And the smoke now being thrown.
Fucking
Hell. From
Ouch.
Tentrip on the Tig.
That is nasty stuff. Tig is probably like, oh, all right. I guess you hit those. That is pretty nasty. Calbs is going to bleed out. Oh, CJ going to find Monty there. All of a sudden, all down to Luke 12. And then
Not the way to end day
Philippines
one.
is going to win round 2.
I think that guarantees us round 3. I think we're going to go back. I think it'll be fun to keep an eye on.
Tig
But
said
for the Philippines,
in an
they'll
interview
get their player
he was
back,
going to
they'll be
show
back as a
how much of
four.
a powerhouse
And
Australia
China
can be.
bringing the BRDM this time around.
Interesting. All right.
Oh,
Got that
see?
early flare.
Fucking
and
BRDM.
are going to try to put it to good late game use. That's a pretty powerful tool if you can keep it.
Selects down.
Healthy into the late game, especially if we go out into the forest, out in the open. It'd be really nice to have. DraftKings going to take down Marsalek. The struggles continue here for Poland today. In 15th place, just ahead of Chinese Taipei. Doman looking for some more damage, but not being given much. Cappy, though, is going to find his. Capitan down.
Yeah, Domin falling back and the rest of Poland pressing forward. They're going to use the smoke as their angle to push in. DraftKings, though, will find Domin. Does he extended a little bit too much? There's only 2 poles left standing, and Cappy will fall at the hands of DraftKings. Matchsters takes a ton of damage now too in Argentina. Well, they're just going to flood the players out to this position. They'll get it dealt with, and they'll go for the reses. The question is, do Norway, with the fact they know the 2 Argentinians are down, do they push? Or do you feel like the rest of Norway are just a little too far away to join the party?
I think it took a little bit too long. Just a hair late, and they knew that there had been time for those reses to get through. So instead, looks like they're just gonna.
You work
claim
both
Oh,
Saturday,
no
Sunday.
way. All right. How's your trigonometry here?
Let's go.
Oh, he's
Let's
gonna
go.
sack
Let's
himself
go.
through this.
This is good. This is good. This is real good. Good night, Irene.
Yeah, I'm working both
Oh, another one.
Capitan is 1 HP, and the rest of Norway, well, they're gone.
Is that 2 they have?
They're gone.
What?
Is that 2 BRDMs they have?
It does.
Oh, I didn't see.
Look. That's the
No,
one.
China already had one.
It's the
Oh
BRDM's
wow,
biggest
that shot.
weakness.
Yeah. Go on.
Oh man.
Push.
Oh.
Push.
Okay, I think they figured out. I think they realized it's not safe. I don't know. I don't think they saw the Panzer, but if you see people there,
What
you
a
don't wanna risk that
what
BRDM.
a lovely
I think the
pre-fire.
Scandinavians
A
need
trick.
to maybe not use the C4s that often. It's not really worked all too well for them. And
What are you doing?
the side, Captain goes down with his ship. Chris is going to go down to
Oh
trick.
yeah,
but
you're way
credit
ahead
to
of me.
teams for staying on board the whole way there as well. But
Oh
it's
yeah.
like it's 15
What time
seconds.
you on?
7:40.
Just, this
No.
calculation trick is.
Okay,
disgusting
okay.
with
Let
the
me
AK.
know when you get to 8,
He had that was
10.
a pretty decent long range spray on it. It's
well,
Okay.
20
I
seconds.
mean, up close and personal, the AK
Well,
is
just
pretty
let me
easy.
know.
Tens is like. It's
Tell me when you're at 8:10 and I'll press play.
Oh no! It went too far.
There's so many failed C4s. It's ridiculous.
I know.
Remember when like
All right. Let's see.
Ribo nearly got ran over. Remember when everybody online
3,
was like
2,
on the C4s were
1,
approved
go.
PNC. It's going to be so
Lovely.
OP.
Yeah, I know
The
that
C4
C4
usage
failed
today
from.
has been.
Mostly bad.
Yeah, there's been like
I was going to say
2.
3 or 4 already? 2?
Yeah, but 2.
2 or 3 already?
2 that worked.
Maybe a little
You know?
surrealism.
2 that worked out.
That was.
Denmark are probably like if Denmark see that they're going to be
Out
like,
of 10,
where
maybe.
was this
I don't know.
survivor
Right,
stage?
right. Why can everybody miss except on us.
Yeah.
Everybody else just nails it.
Chinese Taipei.
They have a BRDM as well.
Bloody
yeah. They're rolling coal behind that. Just pushing forward.
Well, I thought it was smoking.
Before they get even into the phase 1 circle,
No,
but
it's
that's
just
exhaust. Because that is the Chinese Taipei way. Himas in trouble. Sparking there. Had an opportunity to maybe get the knock, but couldn't find that last bullet. Santastico now curious what's going on up on that mountain. Some teams gambling that this is going to go north over towards Zarki, north of North George. And there's a few teams up there, but this is down by the Himalayas proper, where Vietnam is just fanned out looking for info. Brazil setting up to try to make a crossing in the likely event that we end up going to the other side.
Yeah, a north shift here is just going to be bedlam for all these teams that are on the south. I think that there are avenues of access as Norway are eliminated, but the further east you go, the easier it's going to be to get in the circle. It's all well and good us saying that. We know that. The viewers at home, we can see the map do, but the question is, how much do these players know? Sparking looks like he's going to swim his way over, and this could be really good or really, really bad. He's going to peek at Cube Compound. He should realize pretty quickly that a team are locked into that position, and that circle shift is pretty much
it's
as
going
was
for the crashed
expected.
plane,
But
as
for
I said.
USA, I don't know if
Denmark
being
called
center
it
of the
as well.
circle this early is necessarily a good thing.
If it ends anywhere near that compound where Purdy Curdy is, it is good for them. If not, it's challenging to fight out of there. There is a ton of open space around this compound. So Purdy actually doesn't even know if this building's clear yet or not. Throws a stun to beta reaction. Posa drives right next to Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu's like, hello, welcome, please have a seat. And you're out of the game for now. See if there's any response from Brazil, but Xiao Wu now on
A terrible push from Brazil.
fight, trying to get on the other side of the fence in case there's some frags thrown out. Oh, Ming Ming. That is fast.
Wow. Yeah, the BRDM is here now too, and Brazil, this is not what you wanted in this situation. Your day one is about
he can just roll it.
end, but
All safe.
Santastico, he's not done anything yet. He might, this goes to show Santa works every day of the year, not just
no way.
End,
Don't
but
spread.
We will see what he can do. This is really, really good from China, though.
And there's a
As
gas cannon
always,
there.
Great at defending compounds whenever they find themselves in these situations, and yeah, look, they'll get the res off here too. They'll get X left back.
Oh no, he just missed the opportunity.
All bad news for Brazil.
Through the window.
And now you know where Sparking
Don't run.
is.
He might have.
Oh, what a fucking
Ming
what?
just waiting for these reses. No more frags for him here. He could have made short work of Brazil.
Oh.
They do have a blue zone here. Is it going to get there? The Molly's on
Move.
top of it as well. Oh, it's bad news, Bears. Aches left. Gonna find the flush and the knock. Sparking trying to do what he can. He's actually getting shot by Himas from afar. It's nice to try to find a different spot. Aches left with Groza. Can't get the finish. Sparking trying to buy some more time.
Yeah, and he'll get one, right? He might get one. What China's going to do now is they're going to rush 3 players in to try to clear Sparking. He's trying to bait them to make
That's
them
nice
think he
play
jumped
by Sparking.
outside. But
The best he can do is hope that.
Sparking's going to run to the flames. He'll dip into the corner once more.
I think he's pretty screwed.
China look to deal with it. And this is the thing.
No, he is. The only hope is that Korea third parties.
Spectators in the world right now, 'cause there's
In the
Sparking
perfect
or
and
they
time.
Knocker
push
too.
him
You
one
can
by one.
bet yourself they're going to push in.
Oh yeah, of
Oh,
course.
yeah.
Well,
Soul's licking his lips because it's the team
think they're
right
out of
underneath them in the scoreboard as well.
lethals.
So if it is China, he is
Yeah,
going to
no,
yeah,
they had a
yeah,
vision.
I mean,
impossible. Otherwise, he's just going to watch for his opportunity to do some damage. Oh, poor Sparking. Yeah, he is just dealt with. That
They
is a
didn't
clean
need to use
fight
the
from
util though.
China. Only suffered one knock through out of it. Oh, T-Bone took a headshot.
Oh,
a
no.
nice shot from Thailand. Kiss right there on the front lines doing work. Michael down as well, and the UK has to pull off.
Not often you see
Well,
a bridge
it's
camp.
kind of ironic, right?
This
Because
bridge.
UK are really well known at these events for holding bridge camps.
Wait,
They're
how
go-
did Vard get there?
Jesus Christ, we
Part of
lost a few
friendship.
games already now.
Does he have a teleportation device?
Yeah, shout out to the old Sun Sisters name, right? The
Teleportation
Power Friendship
device.
was their slogan
That's
back in the
right.
day.
I miss Crazy Sam.
Oh, that's a long time ago, isn't it? But Vard, as long as this stays in George for a little while at least, he might be able to eke out a couple of placement points in this game, maybe find a kill. But for Team UK, it's been a less than successful day one here at PNC. Chinese Taipei, they managed to cross the bridge that wasn't being camped as they get everybody
Crash
on
plane.
board.
Yep.
Well, what about that for a shift for Argentina?
See,
Yeah,
next zone is going to go away from the water
I think probably
towards the
they're
plane.
eyeing, wherever Rybox is, if that's a position that they favor in terms of, you can get close
Or is
to the
it?
center
No,
of the
it's
circle.
not phase 4. It's
Try to
phase
make that work.
5.
Have to see if that's what they choose. That's my guess. Or are they just going to maintain that wide split because they haven't seen anybody, they haven't heard anybody, so they're just going to wait until someone challenges them before they make a decision. That could also be what they're leaning into. Germany on the move towards the center. Indonesia was way out on the mountains that are to the west of North George.
Oh,
they're on their way in. You gotta,
not going well for
what it's worth,
Taipei.
you have to have a certain amount of speed to break those. I don't remember exactly what it is, but clearly not quite there just yet. Vietnam.
I wonder if they refueled the BRDM because it didn't have that much rolling in.
Shooting range. USA just gonna have to hunker down. Korea, China driving right at them. Are they gonna do anything about this?
You could hear every time these teams get close together, you could hear the crowd picking up. Kurt gets a knock on to Vietnam. Delwyn was scouting out the compound. Did Delwyn, just in his sneaky little ways, think that he was going to rock up to a compound near the center of the circle and have nobody nearby?
That one I don't have a good answer for.
These Philippines
I'm not
just being
exactly sure.
kills.
Or,
What?
if he was planning on driving by or trying something weird.
The
Philippines being
handed kills.
You can see Soul still ready with that Panzer, knows that BRDM is in play. Saw it earlier. So he is going to be the one to look to spoil and ruin the prize that Lil Ghost has. Here he goes. Can he find the moment? Can he find the shot? This is tricky. That's almost perpendicular to him. He's going to have to find the timing. Lil Ghost turns around. Oh, that might have been his demise. It's perfect from Soul.
And they got a BRDM. No, they don't.
The tank fist.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
The crowd love that one. And Soul, man, I think missing an event has really put a fire beneath him because he is playing out of his skin. Vard in the blue, he'll go down to Thailand. Will deal with. Basically, he's nearly dealt with the UK all by himself, and Korea, well, they can really begin the hunt. But you got Vietnam, Korea, and China all pushing in from that southeastern side, and now Philippines, who are having themselves a day, have got their eyes focused on Thailand.
Love this from the Philippines. Do some damage to Thailand as they try to escape, and then make your move from there. I mean, they're probably gonna have to fight again, maybe Chinese Taipei in their way.
The marks
China,
need to start getting loud.
Just be settling in here by that shack on the plateau. Trick. Okay, Tyler doesn't like it. I was curious if they were just going to try to swarm, but they're going to have to reroute.
Yeah, look, Chinese Taipei have fronted up alongside Philippines here, just on those hills
That
north of
valley.
George, as Chinese Taipei
It's horrible.
continue to up the aggression. Remember, they have a BRDM of their own. That'll be easily out.
Trash bag of a shift.
Oh well.
As he will find another kill.
Makes for interesting plays, I guess.
Apart from Poland, a lot of our survival series teams have been doing pretty well. You know, you look at like Denmark way up there at the top of the leaderboard. Germany are
I would like
well,
a little bit
and
more talk
obviously you've got
about
a
the
lot
circle
of love
shift.
now for I think how Indonesia
However,
and Philippines have been playing. Average survival time 15 minutes. Not the best as a full squad, but they're doing pretty well here. They're sitting in eighth spot. They've got the edge of the circle. Their big problem is Chinese Taipei with the high ground looking down towards them when they leave this compound.
They were lucky to get out of that fight with Chinese Taipei.
Is he going for the rest?
As well as they did. I thought that could go a lot.
No, that was a Vard.
Thailand.
No, him Kiss.
Maybe get the
thought he was
rest
looking
there.
Oh
for the rest.
yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. No.
I don't see the device activated.
It's phase 4 as well. He won't.
Yeah, he can make it. If he has the chips, but it didn't look like it.
This is dangerous.
Oh no.
These dips like this,
They got
that
nowhere
much
to
high
loot
ground around you.
anyway.
You just have to hope other
Nowhere
teams
to
are
go,
fighting and
nothing
they never
to
get the
do.
opportunity to look down. China also going to be gambling a little bit on that kind of similar idea with the shack adding an extra layer of safety for them. Aches left with the Groza.
At the bottom of the valley, you're so at risk of teams either. So Jesus Christ.
Especially given that level 3 gear, that level 3 helmet.
The Valley of the Damned
right is going to be deadly. And are they going to hunt Germany here?
They're going to extend at least.
He is
some
going.
scouting work, right? They've got the shot.
Or is he?
Like,
No,
okay,
he's just going to heal
nobody has
himself.
shot at us yet,
What?
which means that we should be free up to this ridgeline.
I think he's got 14 first aids.
Oh, yeah, he's just gonna stay in his own basement.
Picks up the jammer pack.
No, I think he's gonna go for the revive.
Hey, if he has the chips.
Yeah, now would be the.
There's no way for us to know, unfortunately.
Yep.
They knew this position was free to push up to.
Oh, Mika able to answer back.
How did Mika?
Taking the Groza out of play. He hasn't taken much damage at all, and he's just backpedaling the blue zone there. And he hasn't been sussed out just yet, but the more noise that this
Lovely,
makes,
lovely
the more likely
by
someone
Micah.
is going to show up and try to third party it. You'd love to get Akeslaft back up, get that level 3 gear, get that Groza.
He's not gonna get Akeslaft back up.
He is going for it.
He's going for it.
What a fucking hero. They're gonna need some bodies to loot though.
Fall there.
I'm sure they know where some are.
Opportunity to get a knock, but China, they've got the res.
How long until the plane path comes back up? Until it starts flying? That's what I'd like to know.
5 seconds.
No, because I don't think it's directly any circle. I think it's a certain, it's every few minutes or something like that, so it's not necessarily in line with the circles. It used to be, but now it's not.
In the trench, yeah, Kiss.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. He didn't survive, so they're eliminated.
And even if the Thai players are coming back, there's
Well, he died a hero.
Nowhere for them to really
He did,
land,
he
so
did.
Not much to be done off the back of that. Some long-range shots with the Mark 12 by Gumin. Try to
You either die here or live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
on the other side. Indonesia on top of Philippines again. Everybody here on this western side, they're gonna
That's in the blue.
They want
get into
that.
this next
Oh, yeah.
circle.
It's gonna
At
cost
least gonna
you.
get the crate called in for a little
It's
bit
gonna
extra
cost
help.
you.
Yeah, what's he gonna do?
Links.
Better be worth it.
Leave it.
yeah.
Leave it.
I love that. Love that. But here come the
think he has left it.
pushing up towards Indonesia.
Oh,
Italy
that's-
on the top of that hill. The crate will give even more information as Argentina move in towards the circle.
Denmark has 0 kills so far, considering I know nobody's really breached the area, so there's not much they can do about
I
that.
don't know where they are right now, but they were pretty
would
fucking
do-
centered before.
They were in the airplane.
No. But Indonesia, they leave as Philippines pick up another point, which will be really helpful for them.
Yeah, great patience being shown, and Mika somehow, some way, still
Mika's still alive?
Bunch of damage in Indonesia. Gonna look to flush him
Well,
out,
no.
and they will.
No, he isn't.
Nope.
Chinese Taipei in a battle with Vietnam.
Oh, savior.
Looking for the end. The BRDM is gone. No more safety.
Bam!
The world is
There we go.
There's a good C4.
That's how you do it.
Lands right on top of China.
Are you watching Norway? The crowd go wild off the back of that one, and looks like USA. They have made a move now as well. They're pushing up onto the fight.
This is where, as a commentator, shit just goes crazy. You just can't really do much, you know what I mean? Like, because there's so much going on.
Player up. Now Korea will
what
rush
is
to
it?
try to get these reses, and they're going to get at least
God, I
Eight,
wish
8
I was
teams
still
left, phase 5.
I really wish I was still commentating. I'd have tried to have made, yeah, fair. I'd have tried to have made note of how many players were alive before and after and go, this is carnage, we've lost this many players in a matter of seconds. Phase 5 has battered the lobby. Just, yeah.
What? Oh, thought he jumped
out
out.
of the vehicle. Gustav, fantastic with the mini.
This is where Denmark should dominate the rest of the game, but they are spread out maybe a little bit
Ketter's
too
about to.
much. Yeah.
Ketter gets the look down to 1 HP.
No way!
Salute gets Ketter back the other way. Both players one shot
Oh,
away
it's not
from
cocked
falling.
enough.
This is a big fight for Korea as they look to catch Vietnam.
Yep,
And Ketter
that's
will go down
just
to
enough. It
winning.
was actually
And Korea,
rain.
Are they cats? Do they have 9 lives?
I don't
Like
know.
I said, Denmark were
Tried to
too
wrap
spread
around
out.
on the outside, Argentina busy now fighting the Philippines, who are just keen to take whatever battles in front of them. They're going to let the USA deal with the other side of things. CJ though
USA
immediately
popping off.
down by Rybox. Really nice stuff from him. Salute, I don't think has any idea that Dolphy's back here.
Yeah, Dolphy is back. Denmark
Oh,
get
well,
Beamy
not
and
many
Gustav
first
back
aids.
on their feet. So Ketter, the only player down, is Korea with 4 kills. But Tanvu, Vietnam, pushing up now. They've stepped.
Yeah, Denmark misplayed this for a couple of reasons.
Look at that hill. There's no cover. Some trees.
No, but the fact that they were too spread out.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
You can't go for a rest then without cover.
Exactly.
The move soon with the blue. Going to close and now.
I am so impressed that Korea is able to get this res onto Seoul, and he's putting the hurt down. Kickstart on his knees. The rest of USA now having to leave the safety of their buildings.
Oh, Denmark still have Gustav? I didn't know that.
Left them just a little bit.
He's gonna get a killer too.
MP5 in hand, a broken,
with an MP5.
nearly broken level 2 helmet.
Got a broken fucking weapon.
Carried away. Himas really wants to get him back up and running.
Your hatred for
it doesn't
SMGs.
Gustav
No.
afforded a crate.
It's just too good.
Wants to flush out that northern end, keep
Back
themselves a
off,
little
you
bit
know.
safer on their flanks, open up the fight in front of them. You do have Xiao Wu from China still alive, Gustav as well, 2 solo players in this, trying to fight their way through.
Yeah, 2 solo players.
I'm curious as to what Zhao Wu.
Okay, up to 6 kills. Good game for USA. They could overtake
Managed to pull that one off.
Germany and possibly Philippines.
Back
Oh,
in
yeah.
play. No, it is
Yeah,
dead,
they
so I think they might have.
probably will
So
by
Vietnam
points.
could be about that
Possibly
very
even
much
Brazil as
where
well,
they get
actually.
boots. What are they going to have when they get boots on
Breach
the
it
ground?
into 6th place.
Tybo is going to pre-fire, I think somebody might step in, but
Why isn't he
Argentina,
just
it
trying
was a pleasure on day
with his
one,
bandages?
and that'll be that for
See,
Zhao Wu.
he could have gone
Quick work,
before.
and it's a
Oh,
4v3, V2.
such a stupid
as
play.
Team
He had
USA
bandages.
look to kick
Yeah,
off
I know,
their
I know.
PNC in earnest.
I know.
He could have
Korea
gotten 2 placements there.
Vietnam still
Yep.
battling it out right up at
Yep.
the top.
This is all about not giving freebies up as the USA. Try to corral the
I
other
hope,
2
I
teams
hope they're
so
screaming
that
at
they
him.
fight each other first, and then you can
Yeah.
come through with the win.
When they
wanna
review
use
the
that
games, if
extra
they
advantage
review
you
the
have.
broadcast and review what happened, that will be a massive. Never fucking give up. Like, you know what the fuck you
Yeah,
doing?
like, it is his only chance. Why not just do
Yeah,
it?
it's not over till it's over.
No.
Kind of thing. So you heal up until you can't heal up no more.
Korea and Vietnam, see if they're gonna fight each other.
Dude,
Purdy
I
Curdy
fucking
gonna
called
make
this on.
landfall inside of the new circle, get himself established
course
just
I
a
did.
little bit. Tanvu looking for the USA players, looking for that.
Oh man,
Korea.
you could do analysis
Similarly,
and
looking for Vietnam, trying to figure out where the hell they went.
Yeah,
Ain't
it's,
no ISIS.
Vietnam, they've gone all the way to the south. I think Korea have realized.
Actually, no.
there's point
Scratch
chasing
that. You
that
just be
north
too
side.
fucking funny.
Elsewhere. You know that USA are on the
I
other
throw it
side
to you and you're just
so
like,
Vietnam are to the
analysis.
south. Three players up. Kill feed counting is
It's like,
correct.
great insight.
Real Vietnam,
It's just
Korea
an
is
accent.
going to be, they'll know
Accent
exactly
thing.
who does what. They are going to just wait and see. In an ideal world for Korea, Vietnam goes so far south that USA open up that engagement that it opened up the door for them.
Korea is gonna win this.
Always the worrying factor that USA and Korea could end up fighting to the north, and that could deliver Vietnam a win
I
too,
just
depending on
don't
how much
want
damage
USA.
those 2 teams do to each other.
Why
One of the
not?
difference makers that I've seen, just kind of
Feels
as our
like they
observers
don't
gave us a
deserve
nice
it.
view of some of the utility
I
and
don't
what's
know.
available, is that Purdy Curdy had 3
They
frag grenades,
played
widely
well.
known as one of the best in the world at getting
It's just me
value
being grumpy.
out of those frags. So that's what I want to see for the USA.
Being
I wanna see
anti-American?
Kurt hit some bangers.
No.
Soul on the other side.
No,
of
I'm
this rock.
joking. I'm
Kurt,
joking. I'm joking.
I don't know if he saw him or not, and
It's
if
not
they
like
did,
it's
they
Norway
don't
or
really want to
something.
fight this. I think they're just trying to
Ah!
figure out exactly what the zone of control is that Korea has, and then
Norway
try
has been
to
playing
maybe
well, too.
set up, a player or 2 there to make sure that Korea can't wrap around their northern end, and then you got to figure out where the heck Vietnam
This
went.
is
Vietnam
just really
is just gonna
tricky
tuck
across the
along
board.
edge.
Nobody
They're trying
really
to play
wants
for
to
the win.
make a
They're trying to
move.
play this out. Let
Yeah,
Korea
they're just
and
waiting
USA
for
do
that.
damage to each other.
Someone to do
It's just
something.
kind of a game of tic-tac-toe
It's
here.
on
Who's
MG3.
going to kick things off first?
Start.
Who's going to find that first knock? Kick is going to upgrade to the MG3. That's more level 3 gear for them.
Yeah, you said it. I call him quarterback Kurt. That's how good he is with those nades.
I like that.
But on the other side of it, you've got Soul, who has proven today
Gibson's a
he is
really good
every
caster.
bit as good with a nade in his hand. Vietnam completely disengaged from this now, way off to the south, nowhere near Korea or USA And I think that
Yeah, the last thing Vietnam want to do is engage. Ultimately, it should be USA to engage because I don't know if they're gonna know that they have the body advantage for the most part because they're a full squad.
Look at the middle of the zone. It's just a big dip no one can push into.
Yeah. I think Vietnam have a little bit of a dip. I think.
Maybe.
Now you got to figure out other
I think.
solutions. It's so tough because you just want to hold your flanks. You just want to make sure that extra team can't encroach on your territory and open things
Yeah,
up.
Korea got
Links
that
in there as
little
well
lip up there.
for Shrimzy. So this
For a-
is all kinds of level.
For
I
a
mean,
little
this
while.
is
Oh, and I think
USA's
links
game.
too.
By all
Damn.
rights, they have everything they need. They've got the level 3 gear. They've got the util. They've got the numbers. It's just can they close
I like
this
this
out?
split
Like
by
you mentioned,
USA. I
Seoul has
think
quite
it's
a
a
few
bit of it.
grenades
Yeah,
up.
it's a 3-1 with Shrimzy up top.
Curdy maybe about to make contact down
Oh, but Korea's wrapping around behind.
wrapping around with each other, but Hemas will start firing this way. USA can't afford to have a player go down as
Don't
Shrimzy
waste.
will waste those all invaluable
3 bullets.
for the Lynx. That might give Korea the opportunity. Look, Korea started to wrap this way. They want to turn USA.
But even just connecting with those shots and hearing them is gonna. Oh!
Tanvu has had his head.
Oh no, but Shrimzy on his own up there is Korea, yeah. And USA have got to be aware of that. Oh no. Yep, they are.
Salute with a nade. He's going to pull the
Oh,
pin. He's going to throw it up.
Get it.
This could
Get
be
the
huge
links
for
away.
Korea.
Grenades looking to be on point, but Shrimzy gets away.
Yeah,
just in
Shrimzy
time.
smoked. Very, very quick by
They
Shrimzy.
had just heard some of that jumping. Hemas
But the rest of the team have to commit onto Vietnam. They have to. They really, really do.
as the USA tries to finish what they started. They can.
There you go.
Is
That's
going
perfect.
to get
Perfect by
Hemas down.
USA.
Third place. It's a 3v4. The United States looking to claim their first chicken dinner at PNC. A nice headshot from Seoul.
Yeah, that's big because that forces one player out of the fight momentarily. Shrimzy, be careful. That does not
Watch out.
flatten you. As it started to, it tried to, it wanted to roll this way. But center circle is locked
USA
down by
have
Korea. So
the
USA have the numbers,
IP advantage.
but Korea have center point. And you can see them trying to turn that spot into a fortress. Seoul with a headshot on the kick once more. But this nade from Shrimzy.
Seoul
gets the
is not-
opener, though. It's a 2 versus making it 1.
I
Kurt
think
gets
this
the
is
knock
a
on the
US
salute. And Reining is all by
Penny
himself.
clutch.
And USA here with a USA
I think it's,
man on
he got
the
one.
mic. Might be about to get the win here.
Yeah, oh, look at all this util. He walks right to the molly.
Screwed, so screwed.
Well done by the
This is what I hate about utility late game. That's what I hate about utility late game.
Well,
I'm just no. You do what you gotta do, but I much prefer that push with the weapons rather than
well, you
utility.
gotta have something left too.
Day 1, and they needed that. Had USA not been able
It's
to
not
pick up a
always you
double
have a
digit
new
point
tilt in the end.
there,
Yeah. Okay. Fair. Good point. Good point.
off the top. They're still far away from Vietnam, but they needed that. And to be honest,
All right.
it's the first
That's
time
that.
we saw what looked like proper cohesion from the side.